Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. Two minds enter, one stance breaks. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is NOerr prep debate. This is NOerr prep debate. NOerr prep.
All right, welcome to NOerr Prep Debates. Rob NOerr is walking in completely blind. He does not know the topic. He does not know who he is debating until we reveal it live. All right, the other debater, though, does. All right, they've had time to prepare. They built their arguments, and they're coming in ready. There's no pause after the reveal, no research, no notes, no warm-up for Rob. Once we drop the redaction, the debate will begin immediately, all right? We're going to start with a 10-minute opening statement from our mystery debater, and then followed by a 10-minute response from Rob. After that, we'll go into open floor. No clock on the thing. We'll let the debate run to see where it goes. At the 2-hour mark, I'm going to check in and see if both sides want to continue or move into closing statements. Then we'll have 5-minute closings from each side. And if time and energy allow, we'll get into super chat questions at the end. And if the debaters can't stay for that portion, I'll still go through and read all the super chats myself. But that is the format. No safety nets, no excuses, just preparation versus instinct. So let's bring up tonight's debater.
Who's that debater?
I'm just fucking with you.
Hey, look at this fucking. That's very good. That's very funny. I was like, that dude unbanned me for this? Come on. That's very good. Very funny. Welcome in. Welcome in.
What's
So
going
what do
on,
you have
everybody?
for us tonight?
Tonight, Rob and I are going to be debating something. Actually, when I was 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks into the internet, Rob was kind enough to have me on his show to do one of my first debates ever online. And it was foreign intervention versus isolationism. We're making some slight changes to that prompt. Foreign intervention and allied support is a net benefit to the United States.
All right. And if you want to go right into your opening, go ahead. I'll tell you when you're a minute away.
All right. So first and foremost, gentlemen, first off, thanks for having me. Rob, thank you for giving me one more chance before you get too big that us little guys won't be able to take a shot at you anymore. Super happy for your success. You're like a fucking stone. I sit in your chat and make jokes all the time, and I've never gotten you to laugh. Shout out to Indian Jesus. He's gonna be watching this, reviewing it. He's a big fan of you guys as well. Looking forward to seeing both of you guys when you come to Dallas. I live here, and I'll be at hopefully the pre-show again, doing another debate against Jake. We'll see what happens. So I'm gonna get into my argument now. The prompt: U.S. interventionism and aiding our allies is a net benefit. The net benefit is going to be the qualifier here. I wanted to make it a very clear metric of 51%. That's it. That's all we got to prove. He's got to prove 49. I got to prove 51. At the end of the day, the geopolitical realities. If we don't step in and do something, somebody else will. You can look at 180 nations. It is a zero-sum game. At the end of the day, there's only so much to go around. There's only so many Straits of Hormuz. There's only so many places you can get these rare earth minerals. And the communists were out there doing it in the 20s. They were out there doing it in the 30s. They were out there doing it in the 40s. And until the World War II ended and the United States stepped up, they got their dirty little fucking hands into everything, those dirty commies. They were in Iran in the 20s and the 30s. They were in South America in the 20s and the 30s. They were in Vietnam. They were in Korea. And then the measures that we had to go through in order to rebuke them, it's very similar to what we see today. You see 15 years of trans activism. You see 20 years of racial activism, and the GOP doesn't do anything about it. You see all sorts of changes, and then it gets to an election, and they need the voter to step in and save them because they never accurately fought back. I don't want that on the world stage. I don't want that when the stakes aren't just an election, but a war. I want our country to be Daniel Penny on the world stage. Instead of staring at your phone and letting that woman get assaulted over there, you step in and do something. You be a man about it. So we're going to go through a few more examples here. We got all their dirty little hands, either economic coercion or bloody violent conflict like in Ukraine in the 20s. The communists spread their wings because there was a power vacuum and they saw an opportunity. Until the United States stepped up and stopped them, they had no one in their way. So, and again, just like 30 million illegals coming in, the Republicans could have put some stopgaps on the border over 30 years. They had power multiple times. Instead, they just kind of let politics happen as usual. In fact, they ran on compassionate immigration in 2016. That's how Trump won. So they needed the voters to save them from Biden because they were not preemptive. Being preemptive is the best way to minimize casualties and maximize successes. Next, we're going to go into why this benefits us economically. Economically, again, you only have one Strait of Hormuz. You have very few waterways that encompass 20-30% of trade. You have a lot of rare earth minerals. You have a lot of precious metals. So what's been happening? Over the last 30 years, China has been going out and seizing all of those precious metals, all of those rare earth minerals through the Belt and Road Initiative. They have accumulated 70% of rare earth mineral mining under their belt and 90% of refining. Up until Trump came into office, nobody fought back against them. Trump did some deals in Rwanda with foreign intervention. He used tariffs, sanctions, and military presence to get Congo and Rwanda to both stop fighting each other for the first time in 30 years and agree to trade deals that would see some rare earth minerals actually come our way. With Ukraine, our foreign intervention there. We're getting a massive mineral deal. We have to wait for the war to end, unfortunately, but we're getting there. Ukraine's had the best couple of months since the war started recently. Ask Dylan Burns. He's pumped about it. So going into the final point, we're going to have, well, actually, no, I think I have 4 points now here. We're going to have world peace. Why this is good for the United States. So what do we spend every year in foreign intervention? About 130, $40 billion, giving it to our allies. Okay, cool. What does that do? That gives us the most stable world that we have ever seen. Geopolitically, we have the least movement of borders, and we have the highest global confidence in world trade. Think about this. You got $1 million in goods. Are you going to put that on a cargo boat and sail it halfway across the world when you have no protection over it anymore, unless you really trust those markets? World trade would collapse if we did not have some police to watch over it. I do not want to defund the police. I think we need a police to oversee maritime trade. And that's what the United States has been doing. And since then, we've seen inflation that could potentially happen from these isolationist nations plummet because we have qualitative advantage, we have comparative advantage, we have all sorts of economic theory coming in from free trade that's seeing the price of goods drop. Now, there are downsides to that, like shipping away some jobs. I'm not saying every form of this is perfect, and Rob will probably find some things I agree with him on. But at the end of the day, what we're taking in from trade that needs a police force is hundreds of billions of dollars, if not in high years, $1 trillion. The money that comes in from imports, and then those imports subsequently going into U.S. goods that the consumer buys, is about $1 trillion in tax revenue a year. This dwarfs what we spend on all defense spending, let alone just aiding and giving our allies money. Now, that money we give our allies, what happens to it? Well, they come back and they spend it in the United States. They buy it from our goods. So essentially, we're not giving money to Ukraine. We're not giving money to Israel. We're giving money to our weapons manufacturers to give away their cheap old weapons to our allies. Our allies take those weapons, they battle test them, they improve them greatly, which is what Ukraine's been doing with drones and what Israel's been doing with their F-35s, and then they give them back to us. So we have these awesome new innovations that our weapons companies get to turn around and spend all that money on new tech, keeping our military the most advanced in the world. Now, finally, and this is usually the least important to a lot of people, morally. What helps you sleep at night? To me, what helps me sleep at night is knowing that I'm a good person, doing more good than bad at the end of the day. So to me, if I see somebody being genocided, losing an election, my country saying, you know what, we're not going to trade with you anymore, at the bare minimum, is absolutely fine by me. Okay, you decided you don't want to, adhere to human rights. You can't use our trade routes and our banks. That's intervention. And that's fantastic. You isolate bad actors, you make the world a better place, and morally, we become the golden city on the hill with the wonderful reputation. And what that does is it makes people want to come here. Then with a merit-based immigration, we can take in those amazing people, leave the shitty ones behind, and our country even advances further while the rest fall down behind us. All net positives for the United States. And the way Trump is doing it, it's minimizing the greatest arguments against it. One, spending. We're getting much more back in tax revenue and Trump's deals. Number two, U.S. boots on the ground. What Trump's been doing is renting other armies. Israel's fighting against Iran. Ukraine's fighting against Russia. All we're doing is paying them. They want to fight. They have the autonomy. How long can you tell somebody when their house is broken into and they're defending their family, oh, you should just give up because they have a rifle and you have a handgun? For me, it's when I'm dead. I am not going to stop defending my home from the intruder until I'm dead. And that's what Ukraine said. And that's what Israel said when both of them were invaded. Foreign intervention has been a net positive. Again, I want to be Daniel Penny on the world stage. I don't want to defund the world police. I want our military to not see deaths, but also see massive advancements. I want our economy to surge because of all this global trade. And I want our country to prosper, which it has since we shifted into interventionism. The floor is yours, Robert.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And Rob, I'll start the timer up with your voice, and I'll let you know when you got a minute left.
Thank you. First off, average debate enjoyer never made me laugh. Till tonight, the Destiny thing was very funny. I suspected bullshit, though. But I was like, that's pretty funny anyway. So also happy to be talking about like a policy debate. So even if we disagree, I think that this is good. So I do really appreciate you being here. I think it's going to be a fun one. So there's going to be some problems. Correct. You could nod or you could speak up. I don't mind. The exact wording of the topic is foreign intervention and aiding our allies is net beneficial. Okay. So if I prove that one of those two weren't net beneficial, right? So, for example, if I said that aiding our allies is, but foreign intervention is, then I would win the debate, correct?
If you could separate the two adequately, then yes, but I think they're so intermingled that it's going to be tough. But yeah, absolutely, that'd be a good win condition.
Now, all right, so then I think what the debate's going to hinge on, and I didn't really think so until the very end there, the last minute of the closing statement, has to do with the definition of the term foreign intervention. Because to me, although it's not a dictionary definition, I think most people understand foreign intervention to mean like usually militaristically, or at least with heavy hard power in an economic sense, if not. I don't think when he says trade is a form of foreign intervention, the most people would think of it that way. So who we decide to have trade deals with, etc., or perhaps even sanctions, I wouldn't qualify that as foreign intervention. The fact that the prompt separates with the word and foreign intervention and aiding our allies proves that there's something different about those. And clearly trade or giving aid, etc., would fall into the category of aiding our allies. And so the idea that that's separate from the foreign intervention, I think that I'm on firm ground to say that what we're talking about there mostly with foreign intervention is military action. That's predominantly what we're talking about, military action, or perhaps, and we could debate this, the providing of military assets, which is to me different than a concept of trade. Do we create a trade deal with China? Is that foreign intervention, the creation of a trade deal with China? I don't know. I don't know that I would say that. So we may end up spending a lot of time on that, but for the purpose of this opening statement, I won't focus on that a lot. I just suspect that that's an area that we'll come back to, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not an isolationist in the sense that I say, oh, we shouldn't trade with anyone. And anytime we create a trade deal or decide to trade with a foreign nation, that in its own right is, by definition, foreign intervention. If that's how we define foreign intervention, I would have a difficult time saying that I would be the negative on this prompt, because I actually do believe that we should trade with people around the world. So if we were saying that, well, the mere fact of trading with, if we trade with Vietnam, we are intervening in Vietnam, I don't know. I think that I would be forced to say I don't have a problem with that. Nonetheless, we'll leave it there for now. I come up with 3 reasons that I would negate this prompt. I do agree with the idea, by the way, that net beneficial, but you're the first person I think took advantage of the prompt and didn't say something like foreign aid is always good or foreign intervention is always good. That makes it easier for me. So net beneficial, I agree. More good than bad. And I'll say that it's equal or more bad. It's what I would need to do to prove it. So 3 reasons. 1, I think that the philosophical premise of the United States being a foreign interventionist or a world police, as you're suggesting, a Daniel Penny on the world stage, I think there are credible arguments and a robust debate as to whether or not the United States should be a world police like that. However, I think that it only works in a philosophical sense on paper as a historical concept. I do not think that it works as a practical concept right now for various reasons. 1, the United States is not in the position that it was post-World War II to be the world police. We were a hyperpower, say, around the time of the wall falling down. However, we've seen that the rise of other nations, we're getting closer to a bipolar world. Now, this doesn't mean that the United States isn't still the hegemon, both economically and militaristically and culturally as well, but still, we're not as far ahead of, say, China or a union of other countries as we once were. As such, it becomes more difficult to be a world police. When you are head and shoulders above everyone else, it's easy. I would argue that one of the reasons that we have lost our status and the great length that we were above other countries is because of this world police type narrative. What has happened is we do not have competent or benevolent people running things. When I say competent or benevolent, competent, by that I mean there have been all sorts of blunders that have been made that have been detrimental to the United States, its allies, our foreign policy missions, etc., and to the people of the United States. I also don't believe we're benevolent. And benevolent, I mean good, at least as the eyes of good for the people of the United States and caring about their concerns first and foremost, or being good and morally just people in that sense. I think that these foreign policy excursions have been more about enriching defense contractors, enriching certain industries in the United States and certain lobbyists. And what we've seen is that the middle class, particularly the manufacturing sector, since the United States decided to rely on 2 exports, which are dollars and our military might, we have seen that the manufacturing sector in the United States and the sort of purchasing power of the middle class has declined precipitously. And I think it's exactly for these reasons. So I would say my first response would be, even if this could have been a correct assumption to make in 1970, 1980s, or even the early 1990s, now is not the time for this. The focus should be put back home, and we didn't have the competent nor benevolent people to accomplish these tasks when it came to foreign policies. The second is, we are using too much money on this and we are spreading too thin. We've already talked about how the middle class is suffering back home. It's not just a matter of, I agree that there's more money spent on entitlements, etc. I could be wrong. I think military spending, defense spending, 4th or 5th on our line item budgets of what we spend. Nonetheless, the problem is not just the money that we're spending overseas, but it's also the attention that gets put overseas. In fact, I would say the weakest part of Trump's second term thus far has been all of the incredible things that need to happen domestically with the actual enemies that we see back home, whether it be woke progressives, whether it be big government people, etc. We're not focused on that, and instead there's an almost hyper focus when it comes to these foreign policy issues. And so the idea of foreign interventionism is actually meaning that we can't focus on problems back home. For example, take the Iran attack. I don't think that there's any evidence that we not struck Iran that we would have seen something immediately bad that happened. Clearly, the topic is focused on the here and now and whether it's something that we should be doing now. Given that, it is undoubtable to me that as opposed to focusing on foreign intervention, we should be focusing on domestic issues. Even if foreign intervention was right in the 90s, even if it was right during the Biden administration, is it right now? And if you're out there and you're watching this and you're someone who voted for Trump, ask yourself this, even if you're a fan of the Iran attack and Venezuela and a bunch of other situations, Ukraine, wouldn't you have whether he used his political capital on domestic issues like more mass deportations, trying to get the SAVE Act passed, going after the deep state even more? I think that most Trump supporters, and in fact, most people in general, would say those domestic issues, lowering prices back home, etc., would be more important than embracing what the affirmative is here, which is this concept of foreign interventionism to aid our allies. So I also think that that's a reason. The prompt is here and now, and no, here and now, we need to pull back. We have focused too much on foreign interventionism, and that is one of the weak suits of the Trump administration. Spend that time, energy, and political capital back home to accomplish much better things. Maybe 20, 30 years from now, we'll be in a position better to be foreign interventionist again. And I do not think average debate enjoyer will be able to argue that had we not taken these actions we see, particularly in Trump's second term, that it would have led to disasters foreign policy-wise that would have, led to the weakening of the United States more than focusing on domestic issues would have been good. The third is, he says that we need to do this to aid our allies. Who? Who are our allies? Now, it sounds at face value like this is sort of a flippant comment, but I don't think so. Are they my allies? Are they allies of the United States government? Do I think that a country like the United Kingdom, that we're going to find out, was largely involved with the Obama administration in attacking Trump and trying to prevent him from coming into office, as our ally? Do I think a country like that allows grooming gangs and unfettered migration, as is happening all through the European Union, is our allies? Do I think the European Union, that's intentionally attacking free speech, which is the First Amendment for a reason in this country, so much so that they're going after American-owned companies like X, trying to force them to censor speech in Europe and thereby causing a censorship in the United States? Are those truly our allies? Are they our allies if we're going into Iran and they won't even leave us use their bases? Is that our ally? I would argue that many of these countries, including doing things like in places like Romania, I believe it was, that were revoking their elections under this claim of Russian interference. Once more, you can see the concept of foreign interventionism and aiding allies is what led to things like the Russia hoax in the first place. There's other things that we'll talk about, like how recent interventionism, I think, were negative in the past 20 years. Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan. I think those are all net detriments. So ultimately, although there may have been a place for this in the past, I don't think it exists there. Lastly, he talks about the morality of it. I don't think that it's moral, even in the Ukraine situation, to tell young Ukrainian men to die so that because technically that's what they're saying. I think it would be the equivalent of your younger brother wanting to go charge into a place that you knew he was likely to die, and you saying, hey, that might benefit me, and that's what they say they want. I think we should have the duty to say, look, if you're going to do that, you do it on your own. We don't facilitate you committing a national harm, self-harm in those sort of ways. So for the reasons I've outlined, I think that foreign interventionism, although it can be positive at times, and although maybe in the history it would have been something that was beneficial, in the here and now, particularly in the second Trump administration, it is not net beneficial. It's a net harm, and it's causing more focus to be done overseas to people that aren't really our allies, and it's shirking domestic responsibilities that would actually be far better for the United States.
All right. So that's going to be the opening statements. From here, we're going to move into the open floor. So we're going to aim for about 2 hours total. I'll check in at that point, see if you guys want to keep going or move into closing statements. As moderator, I'm going to be staying out of it for the most part. I'm only stepping in if things go like way off the rails or if talking over each other gets to the point where the audience can't follow. But other than that, it's all yours. So go ahead. Whoever wants to jump in first, I'll start the timer up and I'll let you guys know when we're at the 2 hour mark.
Okay.
I'm a note taker. Oops, sorry. You go.
You can start. That's fine.
All right. I'm a note taker. I don't talk over people. So I got a bunch of stuff. I'll start going and stop me when you think it's time to jump in. So I want to define interventionism first, because that just was the first thing you brought up.
Okay.
I see interventionism as any time we go to a sovereign nation and we make a demand of them to change policy and use some sort of coercion or force to do it. It doesn't necessarily have to be militaristic. I'd say sanctions are the most common and well understood version of intervention. in history and probably the most used by us. But you are right. You can have trade without any sort of coercion. You can have a fair and balanced straight up trade deal without any form of intervention. Trade alone is not it. You have to be making a demand to change some sort of policy. There's a second criteria to it. My point there, though, is if you have trade without some sort of police force, some sort of hegemonic force, that was my counter argument more for that, is that the hegemonic force has to be oversight over the trade. Otherwise, piracy, bad actors, all sorts of things will happen in order to lower the consumer confidence, and then nobody's going to put their goods on a boat and send them overseas.
All right, so let's pause there. I'll accept the idea of coercion. I don't think general trade nor having to protect shipping lanes, etc., is foreign intervention. Coercion and therefore sanctions, I'll accept that. I think that is different. Now, it's something I could quabble about, but I think most people would probably agree, because I think like just saying, hey man, we're not going to trade for you, which is like one of the most common forms of sanctions, that's different than other sanctions like freezing assets and stuff, which I think is more clearly intervention. Nonetheless, for the sake of the debate, I don't feel like arguing it, and I tend to agree with you, so I'll just say I accept that sanctions will be a form of intervention. So.
All right, cool. That clears that up. So I want to go with, I can even just concede flat out that so far in Trump's administration, his particular forms of foreign intervention, which haven't fully panned out yet, are so far a net failure. Sometimes it takes a decade for us to see the positive implications of this. But if we look at what Iran's been doing for the last 50 years, they've used that straight dozens of times. They immediately, they don't have any way to fight us militarily or fight against their enemies militarily. They have used that straight, shutting it down, attacking ships going through it. With Greece just a few years ago, they've done it to us dozens of times. The oil embargo, that we saw inflation of oil that's 10 times as bad as the 50% spike we're seeing right now during the oil embargo. They have done this with the Strait so many times in history. Now they have finally lost the power. Well, almost. They still got a little bit, but mostly lost the power to project their ways outside of their national borders. We are cutting off that cancer at the root. They are no longer, well, they may be able to build up, but at the moment, they're going to be no longer able to project that power. So we've ended the threat long term. It's still working, though.
Okay. Oh, so let's say, now I don't know that that's necessarily true, right? And it'll be difficult to know where we go 5-10 years from now. For example, would you concede this? If a Democrat administration comes in, they could roll back all of the things that we could have gained from this conflict. You would agree with that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So we can't definitively say what things will look like. So my question to you is this. If you had to choose between the possible gain of, look, Iran's been sort of squeezing us and the rest of the world when it comes to these prices and the straits, etc., for a long time. So we could solve that. It might take a long time, but we could solve that. Or we could have serious gains about deportation, SAVE Act, eliminating corruption in the United States. Which one would you choose is more net beneficial?
I don't know if they're mutually exclusive. You're saying maybe you could probably do both, but maybe which one would you put more emphasis to? Okay, then I would say I would like if he was doing even more, but at the moment you're right.
So
I'd like more domestic. Yes. I'd like even more domestic. Absolutely, I'm with you on that. But I think a lot of times you make the perfect the enemy of the good. We do see ICE deportations from the interior are at all-time highs. We do see them making moves. What we saw was a PR change. Holman took everything that was out here in the public and did it underground, but he's not really changing much about their actual policy. They're still using those second Article 2 warrants to go into homes and things like that. They're still doing all the things people hated, but they're just not doing it as publicly. So I'd argue it hasn't stopped. He's got 2 million employees. They could chew bubblegum and walk at the same time.
But I would say the following, though. I would say, one, I agree with you. Sometimes people are unwilling to look at the positives on the domestic issues. And in fact, there's when you really look at it, there's more than you would consider. I'm sort of making your argument for you. But for example, one of the arguments I make is like, if Trump was fighting tooth and nail for a year and a half to try to secure the border, and we still had 200,000 people a month coming to the border, and he's trying executive orders, and the courts are overruling them, and he tries to try, and then finally just this week it accomplished, and we had less than 1,000 like a week that were coming across, we'd be like, fuck yeah. We did that in like week 1, right? And so because it was so long ago, we're like, wow, what have you done for me lately? I agree. It is something, if you take a step back and you take immediacy bias out of it, and you're like, look, yeah, even if I don't like this particular situation, if I'm trying to evaluate whether or not Trump's been good, on the overhaul, we have to look back at sort of like sports, right? Right? When you're deciding who gets into the playoffs, you look at all of the games. But when you're a fan of the team, if you're on a 10-game losing streak, you're like, well, fuck, they suck now. Yeah, but you still count those early victories, right? So it's sort of like that. However, here's what I would say. Having said that, he could certainly do much more. All of us would agree with that. In fact, I think key legislation like securing our elections, like the SAVE Act, and he could have put political capital there, which likely would have pushed it in the direction of it passing more mass deportations, a bunch of other things. If we agree that that stuff's more important, then I think the debate's over. Because although it's not technically mutually exclusive, it is undoubtable that Trump putting almost all of his political capital in the foreign policy bucket and foreign intervention not only cost him with being able to pressure his own party back home, but it's also probably going to cost them the midterms. Which means that they're not only not going to be able to do and achieve those domestic agendas, but we're going to see Democrats overrule what's already been done, and it likely leads to Democrats winning future presidential elections, which has a very good chance of being more sympathetic to Iran and rolling back all of these victories, which is why it is a unique time, given how corrupt our country's leadership has been for so long. This Trump presidency is a unique time to shore up election security and border security now. Last thing I'll say, I know I've talked a while. You mentioned in your opening statement, you said, for example, look how quick they could have closed the border. I think that's an argument for me. I totally agree with you. For years, they let that border porous. And the reason you're going to say, well, they could have addressed root causes with foreign intervention. I disagree, though. I think what that shows is they were more concerned with allying lobbying groups and defense contractors with foreign intervention than actually focusing domestically back home, which is another reason to not worry about aiding our allies in foreign intervention and instead focus on domestic issues.
No, I agree. I agree that they let the border flood. What I was talking more about there is how did Trump shut the border down? What he did was he threatened Mexico with a massive tariff if they didn't put troops on the border, they didn't police their southern border. He went after Colombia and multiple other countries with massive threats of tariffs and economic intervention if they didn't take their illegals back. Colombia being the most notable, but there were several others. He went after Panama for being in Belt Silk Road Initiative, and they're still defending them to this day. A lot of this was done through the threats they were doing with this foreign intervention. They were using this coercion to force these nations to take their people back when they were ultimately all saying no. They all said no to Biden. He's just like, all right, we'll just take them. We do compassion-based immigration over here. It's cool, whatever. But, oh shit, I had the other point for you. What were you talking about right before that?
The idea of,
I'm all out of order.
It's all right. Right before that, I was talking about sort of the idea of Democrats may win the elections, roll back all of the domestic agenda, and the gains that we've had with foreign intervention.
Yeah. So generally, the gains that we have with foreign intervention, it depends on the Democrat who you get in there. If it's Fetterman or some sane person that gets in there, Josh Shapiro, Fetterman, Gretchen Whitmer, a lot of the hopefuls that are looking to run right now, I don't see much of a change coming. Maybe they do a little bit more compassion. Maybe you get a little bit more like Joe Biden saying, well, the Palestinians have some good points while he's still funding Israel, going in and winning that war like base chads that they are. But generally, I would argue that unless you get the crazy leftist, and if you look, man, a lot of Trump's polling went down after the Pretty shooting, and after the Pretty shooting in particular. It really ain't good. It didn't dip that much. The Pretty shooting is when he took a 5-point dip. His immigration approval went from like 55% approval to right now it's sitting at 44. His foreign intervention, like his Israel approval, didn't move that much. I would argue it was the giant dip in his immigration approval and where his economic approval is right now. Right now, he's got Joe Biden bad numbers on both economy and inflation. I would argue that his intervention is probably one of the more popular parts of his policy.
So I disagree, and I'll explain why. First, when it comes to the Pretty thing, I agree with you that did lead to a decline in popularity. I think you've seen more of a decline, particularly in key demographics, such as independents and people that are in his base that are rejecting the Iran conflict. I think that those numbers are going to be more important. However, and I think they're going down. I don't think that's popular with them. However, what I'll say is this. I think that if he had not, you'll acknowledge this, he was hyper-focused on foreign policy even at the time of the Pretty shooting. For me, it's been about 3 to 4 months that it seems like the thrust of Trump's administration has been focused on foreign policy. Had he been focusing more domestically and actually been able to wage a PR battle against the Democrats who were waging this battle and use those resources to actually go after Democrats that were facilitating both quite literally, I think we'll find out through NGOs, etc., the actual uprising that we saw of these left-wing demonstrators, which led to this conflict being inevitable with the Preddy shooting, and gone after the politician that seemed to be paying lip service for it, I think that his approval numbers would have went up. In fact, when it came to independents, the polling suggested actually most of them, even after the Preddy shooting, wanted an increase in deportations. And so to me, what signaled after the Preddy shooting was an initial dip that you would have saw because it's just a terrible situation. But instead of Trump focusing on that and resolving it, it seems that he left Minneapolis. And although you're right, sort of sneaky, some of those policies are still going, the American people don't see it that way because they see the Trump administration focused on Iran. And so the numbers go down even more. And now his net approval, unless I'm mistaken, with immigration is actually decreased, particularly amongst independents, after his focus, even though the policies have remained largely the same. The only difference is the perception because he seems weak. He seems like he backed down. The other thing, real quick, just on the pressuring Mexico, I do not accept that as the foreign intervention in the aiding of allies as you outline it. For example, if Germany attacks us tomorrow and we go to war with Germany, you could say, well, technically that's coercive, that's foreign intervention. I disagree. I don't look at it in the same context of what I think the question of foreign intervention is here. Therefore, when I look at the policies of like threatening Mexico, etc., that is self-defense. That is saying these criminals, these terrorists, these cartel members are literally coming through your country directly into ours, and you're going to deal with it. So for me, that's tantamount to self-defense, and it's not a question of interventionism like we're sort of world policing. That is us threatening other countries to secure our own borders, which I put as something different. That I'm okay with, just to be clear. I'm okay with using the military coercion to actually protect us from real threats that we see in real time in our actual borders. That's a different question than like, well, we fund Ukraine so they could attack Russia, who we don't like. And we think that that gives us some geopolitical victory.
All right, so I feel that there's two arguments I very much need to address in order to hold the pillars underneath my affirmative, and you hit on both of them there. I'd say the one you hit on more is who are our allies. So I'd like to go with that one first, and then we can get into the economic state after that. So who are our allies? Your point about Mexico, your opening introduction about the EU. I would argue these people are no longer the allies that we want. I'd argue that you could call it self-defense. I call it more go fuck yourself for not working with us. Either what you want to call it, the tactics of threatening to stop trading with them, what you were saying about freezing assets, that's what I meant about using our banking systems.
Sure.
When we say you can no longer use our banks, you can no longer use our trade routes, you can no longer trade in our global currency, and if you do have that debt, we're no longer going to honor your purchases. That to me is intervention, and that's what Trump was threatening against Mexico to get them to do certain things, Colombia as well. I'd argue also the same thing you said about Europe. I wouldn't say a lot of Europe is our allies anymore. I'd say these people, they've been tariffing us, they've been working against us. Again, you said they've been trying to get involved in our elections. I'd say the coalition that Trump built is the Abraham Accords coalition for the first time in human history. Well, in the last 79 years since Israel's existed, all these nations around them that wanted their deaths are now all working together under the Abraham Accords, attacking Iran. Once Iran's out of power, they control one of the most important parts of the world, and they actually have the money, military might to be effective. We are making a coalition with a new set of allies, not a bunch of leftist, pansy-ass liberals whose military can't even, like Germany couldn't even get their tanks out for a march because it was so discombobulated. Like, these people have fallen behind. They're sucking us for fucking money for defense. They're sucking out money for healthcare. We saw Trump's favored nation policies drop the price of medical goods because they were fucking underpaying so much that we had to compensate. When Trump passed that policy, the only reason he was able to do it and they agreed to it is because he threatened them with a 50% tariff if they didn't. That is, again, the same thing. 50% tariff is a 50% of a sanction. A sanction is a 100% ban on trade. A 50% tariff on all goods would be half of that. It's just as powerful. I think it's just as relevant as saying a sanction. When you're saying we're going to all of your goods coming into our country are going to get these fucking hands. So I would argue these aren't our allies anymore. Trump is shifting the power dynamic from being allies with Europe, who are these declining countries that aren't wealthy anymore. If you took England and made them a state, they'd be like 48th in GDP. They're nothing. They're trash. They're falling behind and they're importing because they can't fucking keep their country up with the people that they have there. We're moving away from them. We're going to better nations. We got better allies and we're growing. So our allies are now the people that we're working with. that are actually leading these wars instead of our allies from 60 years ago that are bleeding us dry.
All right, that's interesting. So that's like a different way than I thought you'd go with it. Fine, fair enough. So you can see that most of the European Union is not our allies. Great. Another question, just real quick for you: is Ukraine our ally?
I would argue. No, I was right. Okay, I would argue that they are our ally insofar as they are the enemy of our enemy. They are fighting one of our largest geopolitical rivals, and we are able to fund them, to back them, to give them what they need, not lose a single U.S. troop, and see one of the largest armies and the biggest threats to the United States absolutely crumble under the 2.5-year offensive that, again, in the last 2 months, they're now losing.
Okay. But my argument would be that's a different question than an ally. You could, like, for example, like, you could be in a temporary alliance with someone that doesn't make you an ally. Like, I would say that even in a particular conflict, you could say in this conflict they're an ally. I don't think that makes them an ally. For example, the Soviet Union wasn't our ally other than an ally in that particular war. No one would have spoke to the Soviet Union at the time of World War II as being an ally to the United States outside the context of war. I think the same would be true of Ukraine. And I think you would concede if we push on it, because I could say the same thing about European Union countries that you're saying aren't an ally. There are times when we are in a military coalition with them, for example, in exercises to take down terrorists like Boko Haram or ISIS, etc. Well, since they're doing that, then they're our ally. And you're like, no, you announced the European Union and the countries they're in aren't our ally. So for the same context, I'd say Ukraine isn't. Given that so much of either, it depends on how you want to look at it, like military spending, or you even argue that most of the spending that we do in Ukraine is actually money that's kicked back at some point to the United States, right? So if we looked at the majority of actual money that's sent, or the majority of actual incidents of foreign intervention, because remember, I only have to win that it's a net negative. The vast majority of the foreign interventionism we do is Europe. And you're acknowledging they're not our allies. So how's that beneficial? Your prompt was foreign intervention and aiding our allies. And yet the majority of our foreign intervention is not in the aiding of our allies. So how do you square that?
Again, it's a transition. As Trump moves away from NATO, he's been threatening to pull out. He's been threatening to leave it for years and years. And now we're actually seeing some actions because of the rifts caused over first Greenland. And now this whole Iran debacle, he's looking pretty serious. He's already making massive cuts. He's making them come and fight if they want to, get the oil out of the strait and whatnot. I see it as we're in a transitionary phase. It's not something that just happens overnight. You don't suddenly stop all your funding here and then here. So you were kind enough to give me the technical definition of interventionism over the common one. So I'm going to give you the technical definition of ally over the common one I was using. So you were definitely, I'll give you that. You were all right. I'd say then I have to shift my argument to the reason why we're there is because we made them security guarantees to give up their nukes, and keeping an honest foreign stance at the end of the day to me is what is necessary to maintain the golden city on the hill. It's just part of the whole package. We got to adhere to last deals.
Okay. So I think, though, that what we see of this concept of allies, I think that one of the reasons, and I'm happy to get back to Ukraine and Russia, I think that's something that we need to talk about in this debate. But I think with Europe specifically, I think a lot of the reasons that in your explanation and mine that Europe's no longer what we would consider an ally, even though our official government stance is still that they are, I think it's because that they have been so reliant on the United States as an intervening force that it's allowed them to implement sort of progressive policies that were largely the result of the institutions in the United States that were controlling our foreign policy. And I don't mean Israel. I mean the actual institutions such as the State Department, the CIA, the military brass, etc. Those have been increasingly globalist and increasingly left-wing. And I think what you've seen, like, for example, we need only go back to Obama. We can see the tight relationships that he formed with many of the leaders in the European Union, and they were able to embrace that because of U.S. interventionism and leadership. Now we find ourselves in a position that would have been nigh unthinkable mere 10 years ago, where people like me and you that I don't think are particularly radical, and I think you're even more left-wing than me, are willing to say that our once greatest allies in places like Europe are now antithetical in many ways, largely because of the foreign interventionism. Had we stayed home and allowed them to use their own military and actually be responsible for their own defense and stopped pressuring and intervening on their elections to ensure that left-wing globalists were being elected, I think we'd find ourselves in a far different position. So I think that's another example of why that interventionism's been a failure that made the first world, more left-wing and more globalist.
I think the interventions that we did in elections that actually mattered weren't in any of those EU countries, because technically Ukraine sits outside of the EU, even though they kind of wanted to get in there. So, but yeah, no, I'd argue a lot of these old allies need to go. Maybe not long term. Maybe once we start to pull away, they'll turn the fucking act around and start acting right, because they have done that a couple of times. But yeah, no, I'd argue Trump is building a new coalition with the new world powers, the new place where the money sits, the new place where the power sits, and we're moving away from the Europeans that are suckling off our teat. Just because sometimes an ally turns into a parasite doesn't mean doesn't mean throw the entire baby out with the bathwater on that. That's where I'd probably go with that.
Okay,
keep going back and forth.
That's fair. So I think, let's be clear. I think this argument, I'll make a concession to you here. Like, you could reasonably say, okay, Rob, but even that's true. Didn't you say we're talking about in the here and now? So if you're arguing, these 20 years, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. But I do think that both of us, if we could, it's not necessarily a one-to-one win. If you win, look, it was effective in the past 30 years, therefore it's effective now. But it certainly helps the case. And if I would say it's ineffective in the past 30 years, it would help my case that it would be ineffective now. So I do think it's worth talking about the history of these things. And given that, right, let's just go through some of the specific conflicts that we've seen that we would say were the most clear-cut examples of intervention, and see if you think they were net beneficial. Let's start with the Iraq War. You think it was net beneficial to go to the Iraq War?
Oh, it depends on what part of it. I think the Bush initial plan would have absolutely been net beneficial. I think that shit fell apart. We had a gentleman that we were going to step in and take the government over. It ended up crumbling. He ended up bailing on the entire thing. It turned into a debacle. So at the end of the day, I'd say no, it did not. And that's why we needed to go away from this bad form of neocon nation-building interventionism. And that's why I've been using Trump's unilateralist. Trump is more of a unilateralist in foreign intervention. What's good for America? Not, okay, we went in there, bombed their country. Now we need to stay there for 20 years and rebuild their government. Fuck that. That's their job. We're out of there. But now America's better off as a result. So yeah, I'd argue the neocon version of it sucked. And there's a lot of versions that suck.
Well, I mean, that's going to kind of save a lot of time in the debate, because fair enough, I think we could say the same about possibly Afghanistan, Libya, and possibly even Syria, other places that we've seen sort of what I would consider more neocon interventionism. And I also concede this. I'll concede that I think that Trump's idea of foreign policy is different. Look, I myself have been lazy. I've said like neocon regime change wars. There is a difference. I don't think if you advocate for changing regime in a country or limited strikes, that necessarily makes you a regime change. I think there is a fundamental different ideology with Trump. However, I think that many people made the same sort of arguments that you made in your opening statement in those past neocon sort of interventionist type mindsets, and we see how it's turned out. I think it's turned out poorly. Libya, we now have open air slave markets. Afghanistan, trillions of dollars spent, 20 plus years. Thousands of families in the United States have been negatively impacted because their sons and daughters went over to die there, came back with PTSD, wounds, etc. And for what? The same people that we were allegedly going there to fight, the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, now they run the show and have one of the biggest air forces in the region. This is the other thing. Historically, we can see that oftentimes what happens, particularly with the military interventions, is we end up arming people that end up being our enemies. So 20 years from now, it's self-fulfilling. We again have to arm people to go fight our enemies. We were allies, for example, in Syria with al-Nusra. I can't go through an airport without having to go through a scanner and getting filled up, which somehow they showed up as metal on my dick at this scanner here the other day. It was terrible. Avarice was sitting there watching it happen. Nonetheless, that's largely because of Al-Qaeda, because of Islamic terrorism. Yet we ally with these people, which is how insane the foreign interventionism comes. We give nuclear weapons to a country like Turkey while we're told that we have to continue to intervene in Syria, because if we leave, then our allies, the Kurds, will be genocided by our ally Turkey. So the foreign interventionism seems to cause more confusion than anything else. And just because I think Trump's different, I think that it's still not going to end up positively, and his time would be better spent back home.
So I'm sure you would agree that, not every version of anything is good. It doesn't mean you throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. When you see maybe some police officer get too aggressive and throw somebody on the ground and break their skull, doesn't mean you have to be anti-policing. Now you can say that individual instance was bad. So that's kind of where I go with that, is neocons were bad. I'd argue Libya was not neocon. Libya was more of the technocrat left-wing interventionist type, where they go in, they aid the rebels the same way the neocons do, but then they pull out. Trump's version of it, the unilateralist, is to fund our allies to go and fight these battles for us, and then to actually have a coalition of our allies go in and oversee. So like the Gaza peace deal, with that, is nobody wants Israel in Gaza. Israel doesn't even want to be in Gaza. They formed a coalition of like 8 to 10 Arab nations in the Gulf region that are all going to go in, police, and rebuild this with some U.S. investment in different sectors and trying to get into that oil a little bit. But generally, this is going to be a Saudi, mostly Saudi because they're the richest and most powerful of them all, a Saudi-led coalition that's going to oversee all this for us. It's a different version of intervention. The reason why Afghanistan failed, if you look at the polling from the region, the first 5-6 years, they loved us there. They saw their standard of living go through the fucking roof. Women were able to go to school. I want to say their life expectancy went up 7 years in the 18 years that we were there. It's fucking insane how quickly it improves. But if you look at what they wanted about 8 to 9 years in, they said they didn't want the U.S. the fuck out. They didn't like us there. They didn't want us there. Our cultures didn't mesh. They wanted the Saudis to come in and to oversee their reconstruction, oversee their new government. And we didn't do that. We were too proud. We were too neocon. We stuck to it. And then it ended up being the giant debacle of the Biden pullout that ruined that was the last straw for his presidency. So I would say that there's a lot of bad versions of it, but even bad versions aside, the overall net good of the policy itself, the giant amount of money that comes in from trade is completely dwarfed by all these old bad examples that we're now doing away with for the unilateralist stance.
But I think that trade would be possible without like things like sanctions or military force. And like, look, let's be clear. There's another way that you could look at this prompt. I still stand by that we should look at it in the here and now, and whether or not the foreign intervention that we see now. Another way that you could look at it is like, what if you're Trump? What if we're members of the Trump administration and we're coming in and we're talking about like, okay, status quo. Now the 4 years we have under the Trump administration, foreign interventionism is it a net benefit? And I think that a reasonable way we could interpret what our answer would be, or what the Trump administration's answer would be, is have they increased or decreased foreign intervention? Now, we, of course, see the hyper examples of it in places like Venezuela or places like Iran. But other than that, I think that the Trump doctrine, for me, one of the most excited I've been was his speech in Riyadh, right? And the Riyadh speech basically said that there's going to be a new sort of vision that the United States has for the world. And that is, we're basically not interested in interventionism. And they spoke about things like, formerly, we may have questioned human rights abuses, and we would have put sanctions, we would have done this and that. Now we just want to trade. We're less interested in trying to sort of be this world arbiter of morality and a world police, and we just want beneficial trade. We're not trying to hose you. We want a deal that will benefit your people, but we also want it to benefit our people, and so that is what we're about. If we accept that that is the Trump doctrine, isn't this sort of an admission that, at least according to the Trump team, they think that the foreign intervention that we had seen leading up to that was a net detriment, which is why they pulled back on it?
I mean, they might have a little bit, but at the end of the day, they turned around and ramped it up in certain areas as well. It's yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not ending it. It's more of a shift away from some of the old ways that are now bad for us. I'd say that, yeah, you're right. There's some legitimate reasons to gripe, but the hegemony that we give is, I guess I'll move into the economic market now. You brought up the purchasing power of the United States declining. That I would argue that if you look at almost every single good in the United States since 1979 to 2019 has dropped in percentage of income spent on that good per household, except for 4 things. And those 4 things are education, housing, healthcare, and I can't remember the last one. This is my Rick Perry moment. I just know there's a 4th. And the reason those 4 things, it's in there. It's in the study. I don't
real
remember
estate, maybe?
I don't fucking, I guess that would be housing. I don't remember. But it's 3 things that have been completely dominated by left-wing politics. They have been making all the policy on healthcare, education, and housing for the last 50 fucking years. And that's why those specific things, you got all these fucking stupid housing policies in cities. I'm actually pro-NIMBY. Democrats used to be fucking pro-democracy. I'm pro-NIMBY. I don't mind that driving up housing prices. What I don't like is the lack of more housing because they're appeasing fucking unions and trying to keep, that's the part I don't like. But housing, education, healthcare, these are the 3 things that have actually grown in a percentage of what our income is spent on since the 70s. Otherwise, we have more purchasing power than ever. So I wouldn't attribute that to intervention. I'd say intervention and keeping military police around the world has brought our trade costs, or has brought our overall costs down due to this trade. due to comparative advantage from other nations, they can go ahead and make these goods for cheaper, send them here for whatever reason, and then boom, we have cheaper goods, and then we can focus on the bigger things. We can sell airplanes. We can have the most advanced weapons in the world and sell these things that these other nations aren't capable of. The non-fun argument generally. But at the end of the day, I think that we see the money being spread too thin in my mind is not true at all, because a lot of that income comes from this trade that we need police to protect. And you are right, you can have trade without coercion, and generally we do that with nations that we consider equal. But I mean, we've been doing this for 200 years. That's how slavery ended in the West. The UK ended it in all of its colonies. The United States ended it in the United States. And then they said, if you want to trade with us, these two nations that have gone through an industrial revolution before you, you need to also adhere to our demands on human rights and stop slavery in your country too. And they ended up forcing slavery out of the West with that form of coercion. It's been a net good for humankind and for God-given, inalienable American rights laid down in our Declaration of Independence.
Disagree. Don't really care. I find, although I do care about people around the world, when we're talking about issues of the U.S. government, I'm primarily focused on the health and well-being of people in the United States. My theory is that our government should, like every government across the world, should be focused on the citizens of its country and how to improve their lives without intentionally doing harm to places around the world. So, for example, I don't say, well, fuck it, let's just steal Canada's shit. I'm not going to suggest that. But I also don't think that we owe our treasury and blood to enrich the people of Canada. I think it should be focused on, I expect the Canadian government to do the same and every other government in the world, just like I expect you as, I don't know if you're a father, but you as a head of household to primarily take care of your household, me to take care of mine, etc. We're not robbing each other, but at the same time, if your kids need glasses and my kids need glasses and I only have money for one pair, it's going to my kids. So that's the way I look. So despite your patriotic speech about human rights across the world, not really factoring majoritarily in to what my consideration of this topic is, that we could talk about it if you want. I think that when we're talking about standard living, I understand what you're saying, and without seeing the data, which I'll fully accept that maybe energy was the fourth cost. I don't know. I don't know. But without seeing it, let's accept that the reason that we see inflation going so high and sort of the value of the purchasing power for like middle class America is because of just these few things. I would say two things. One, the left were allowed to do that because of the focus on foreign power, which led to domestic issues getting out of control and be dominated by these left-wing issues, as right-wingers seem to be more hyper-focused on foreign entanglements that we see. This has certainly been true of the Bush doctrine, right? And unfortunately, I see that creeping up again. So a lot of things, domestic issues that were key on Trump's agenda, mass deportations, we're seeing a little bit of it, but not as much as we should. SAVE Act, we're hardly seeing anything be done on that. We're seeing the Republicans basically stymie Trump's administration, and even left-wing violence and riots, much akin to the George Floyd riots, cropping up again and very little being done about it. On a domestic issue, this again is demoralizing and causing losses, I think, or potential losses in future elections. What I would say is that I think that even if we accept your economic argument that the inflation is these limited sectors, I don't know if I agree, but for the sake of argument, let's say we agree. The problem is that a lot of these good-paying manufacturing jobs have been pissed away. And that's largely because we have chosen as our primary export to be two things, which are dollars and military. That's what we've chosen to do. As a result, we now are in a situation where not only was this path to the middle class of manufacturing disappearing increasingly for young people, which I think is going to be a huge detriment to our country going forward, young people that feel doom and gloom, which is going to lead to them going to socialism, which is going to be a disaster, again, because of the focus on foreign policy intervention. But I think that what you also see is the United States is now reliant on many of those same countries that you'd want us to intervene against for basic needs. So, for example, when we have something like a pandemic, we're reliant on our biggest geopolitical adversary, China, for basic protective equipment and basic antibiotics, etc., because we've been so focused on foreign intervention, we've got rid of the manufacturing sector. Instead, if those resources would have been spent back home and currently would be spent back home, we'd find ourselves in a far better position in the future.
See, it's hard to dispute with a lot of what you're saying because a lot of this is focused on bad versions of intervention, but a lot of these things have all been corrected by Trump. Even Biden was kind of on board with a lot of the anti-China stuff. Trump has been the number one president to decouple from China. Trump has been the number one president to fight back on their actions on the world stage, at least in the last 30 or so years, and I think it's fantastic and super fucking smart for our future. But even with the SAVE Act, I think this is a little bit, I'm not saying a red herring. I get your argument. It's just a little slightly off topic, but I think that you're kind of attributing the failure of all these things, or the less of an impact of all these things, to foreign intervention, when if you actually dig into them, the devil's in those details. There's a few Democrats in purple states that said they'd be more than willing to come out and vote for the SAVE Act if one thing changes. If they get rid of that vote by mail being illegal in every state, that's the thing that Fetterman would come in on. That's the thing that other purple state people would come in on, because it really is a violation of states' rights to pick their own rules for an election. Wasn't it Oregon has been completely vote by mail for like 25 years now? And it hasn't been an issue until it was an issue. We need better election security. I think overreaching and potentially doing something that unconstitutional, at least the Democrats are like, this is a no stopper for us. We're not accepting this particular clause. It's just them not willing to compromise. They just don't have the seats for it. They could get it done if they worked with the other party, and we could continue intervention exactly the same. The variable that would need to change to pass the SAVE Act is what Congress needs, is to work together. Intervention could not change, and we could see it pass. So I don't think the things necessarily mesh up as nicely as you were trying, as your eloquent argument is making them sound.
Okay, so this is an interesting argument. So when it comes to, would you agree if you had your druthers that vote by mail is a bad idea? You might say it's up to the state to allow it, but if you're like the governor of a state or you're a politician of a state, would you say, actually, there are problems with security of this, I would prefer we not do this, except in cases of emergency, military service, etc.?
I'd say vote by mail is about as bad as sanctuary policies, yes.
Okay.
It's up there with that.
Great. So then you just have a question of the constitutionality, because you say each state should have the right to make those decisions for themselves, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So given that, here's what I would say. I don't think it's red herring, and here's why. I think that if Trump put enough political capital on his own party and hyper-focus on it, he would actually be able to reach the numbers necessary in the Senate to force a talking filibuster and then get this passed. Do you think that's possible if he put all of his eggs in we're running ads every day, we're talking about fuck you Cornyn, fuck you Murkowski, and we're really putting pressure on them? Do you think it would be possible?
I don't, because the talking filibuster has a lot of really specific rules to it. I don't know if you want to dig into that topic, but I don't think
fair enough. It's enough to say if you would have conceded, it would have made it easier. I'll just say I disagree. I think that it would be possible to force either an elimination of the filibuster or a talking filibuster, or at least make that a mainstream issue. And so I think even without Democrats, we're talking about two different ways to pass the SAVE Act. Your way would be, we could keep doing what we're doing foreign policy, don't have to invest that much political capital, just get rid of the vote by mail portion, something we both agree we don't like vote by mail, right? Or my way, which is says, no, I think the vote by mail is important, and I think that if he invested his political capital domestically, it would be more likely to be passed. Here's the thing. Even if it would be overruled by the courts, I don't necessarily think this is unconstitutional, because I think that when it comes to federal office holders, there should be a stake in ensuring, for me in Pennsylvania, that there's not cheating going on in Oregon, or a system that's easy to cheat going on in Oregon that could force a president on me that I will be under. There has to be a reasonable expectation that there is a secure system across all 50 states. And so I think this would fall in line with that. We'll see. I'm not an attorney. But even if they lost that constitutional challenge at the courts, I think that this would massively help Republicans in elections going forward, because the eye would then be placed on the Democrats, who are so viciously fighting to allow vote by mail. And this would lead to state victories where people in these states, because I think vote by mail is largely going to be found to be unpopular. And I think that you would see more Republican wins and a better chance of getting vote by mail eliminated, even if it was ruled unconstitutional at the state level. So in all ways, I think that the focus domestically would be better when it comes to the SAVE Act. I'm not saying, I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm not saying it's 100% likely to occur that way, but I think it's such an important issue for future elections. I think if we got rid of vote by mail, I think, look, I'll call it straight out. I don't know what you think about this. I think Democrats want it because they fucking cheat, right? And as long as that, even with IDs, you're able to fucking cheat with vote by mail, right? Because what you're allowed to do is things like ballot harvesting, etc. And even though someone has an individual ID, you can fill out their ballots for them and, selectively lose this, that, the other. It's easy to commit fraud. There's voter rolls aren't cleaned in all these states. Hundreds of thousands of dead people on the rolls. All of that would be possible. Even ID, it's hard to prove an ID voting by mail. So even if he had voter ID, it would be hard to enforce that. So for that reason, securing elections is a fundamental issue going forward. And I think the last thing I'll say, then I'll give you the word. Like, if you're like, okay, all foreign interventionism has actually not been net beneficial in the past with the sort of Obama wing of it, or the Biden wing of it, or the Hillary wing of it, versus the neocon wing of it. Well, the problem is, if the elections aren't secured, we're guaranteed to get that type of interventionism again in the future. So to me, the key issue has to be making incremental domestic change to important issues like the border and elections. Else we'll find ourselves having the same conversation 8 years from now.
So I do agree that definitely changes need to be made, and they have been being made on a lot of that has to do with the state level, like Georgia, even with Brian Kemp, who would bashed heads with Trump, passed some pretty damn strict election laws after the 2020 election even, and people say he was one of the people that abetted cheating. So I'd say the Republicans have done a fairly solid job on that on the state level. It's now the Save America Act. So a couple of weeks ago, Trump actually started getting really big into pushing this. He rebranded it from the Save Act to the Save America Act. He's been talking about it a lot more in his speeches and whatnot. But I think the argument that you're making here that you're going to have to go against is if Republicans come out and they do all that PR, they do all that press, they do all that talking about, look at this bill that's going to save our elections, and we're going to do that by making sure you have ID. Look at that. That's an 80-20 issue. Everyone wants that shit. Absolutely. And then Democrats come out and say, yeah, we like that. What we don't like is this pork packed into it that's illegally going to control our state elections in a way that our voters don't want. That's a really strong argument. I didn't vote for X bill with a good name because Y thing that was unrelated or bad was packed into it. That's the argument that Bernie made in 2016 that got him a massive amount of points against Hillary when they started bringing up how he didn't vote for the Defense Against Women Act. That's Ted Cruz used that in the 2016 elections. And for a while, he was almost neck and neck with Trump. It's a solid argument if you make it properly. I didn't vote for that bill because it had a poison pill in it. That usually the American people sympathize with that, and that's what you'd be up against if you did all this with the Democrats. Is they'd come out and say, we like the good parts of this bill, it's the bad parts that we're not going to vote for, and the Republicans refuse to even talk to us about it. That is a tactic that has worked in the past, and you got to remember the Democrats control almost, I think it's 8 of the 10 largest media outlets in press and news. They control 6 of the top 7 social media websites, and that's why when you see people freak out online that one space lets people talk, right-wingers talk freely, that's so bad, and it's a Nazi space. It's the only social media website that Republicans can even speak freely on. The rest are completely controlled by the other side. They have a captivation of the narrative in a way that the Republicans don't. They're going to lose that battle all the time. So I feel like it wouldn't work. And again, the talking filibuster has its downsides. They really could get this passed with just moderating, taking out one of the 3 clauses. 2 of them still get through. Everyone gets a little something, something. Not everyone leaves 100% happy. That's how government's supposed to work. And that has nothing to do with intervention. We could solve this problem and keep the same exact intervention as a variable. I'm trying to do algebra with my argument.
I understand. The argument is it wouldn't take a lot of political capital from Trump. In fact, it could take none because the Senate Republicans could do this on their own, basically. I understand the argument, right? What I'll say is, I think overarchingly, if Trump was focused more on this, it makes it more likely to be passed. I think that's undeniable. And I think that even though you could possibly be right, it's sort of difficult to understand which of us would be more likely to be right. I'll fully acknowledge that. I do think that intentionally taking out a provision that's one of the most key ones for election security is a mistake. I don't think that should occur. And, what good is it? It's like sort of being like, oh, yeah, we'll pass this bill saying that we'll kick out illegals, except any illegal that comes through Mexico. It's like, why not just compromise and take that portion out? I think it'd be a mistake because the thrust of what we're trying to solve would not be solvable with that sort of compromise. So I think that becomes an issue on that. Nonetheless, again, I guess what the thrust, I think all of this is an interesting conversation. I think the thrust, though, if we get down to nuts and bolts of what we're talking about here specifically, is sort of the interventions that we've seen under Trump right now. So the glaring example, and the elephant in the room would be Iran, right? If you concede, as you did, that the domestic issues are more important than the foreign issues, but you think that both are achievable at the same time, how do you square the fact that the Iran conflict is massively unpopular, particularly with independents, and that makes it far more likely that Democrats win the House and stymie any domestic agenda in the next 2 years?
When I look at the aggregates on RCP, I can see that his economy is about 15 points, or his inflation handling is about 15 points less popular than Iran. His economy is about 10 points less popular than Iran, and Iran's about a half a point more popular than Trump. So I would argue that the Iran conflict is not what's dragging him down. He was being balanced out. He has positive approval ratings in crime. He has positive approval ratings in border security, immigration. When immigration tanked from 54 to 44, it took down his overall average significantly. If he improved his economy, he could go around and blow up the entire fucking world. He could go blow up them and blow up them and blow up them. He dropped this fucking trade war that's responsible for potentially 40% of our inflation year to year. We could definitely see the economy.
And would you call that trade war interventionism?
Yes. I think it's got its positives though, man. It's hard to argue. Its positives have not been economic. Its positives have been national security, military, and things of that nature. The fentanyl tariffs against the southern countries below us completely stopped immigration. Fentanyl's been completely cut off. Like they have been effective. They just haven't been effective economically yet. It's going to take some time before we got $8 trillion of investment that we're not even going to see the positive of for 5 fucking years. So we will eventually see a plus from this. We're starting to see it right now in tech and IT. You're getting a giant, robust boom of high-paying, blue-collar, $30 to $40 an hour jobs blowing up all over the cities. There's not enough IT and tech workers in the United States right now. And with the changes to H-1B visas and less people coming in due to Trump's immigration policy, we're hurting. We're fucking hiring people that don't even have any experience right now in my industry because we're hurting so fucking bad for IT and programming. It's awesome. First time since I graduated college, it's this way. So I would argue that some of these economic changes are going to take some time to materialize. It's hard to judge after just a year, but you're right in the current state. They haven't borne fruit enough for me to argue that version of interventionism. And also, to what you said, who is right, who's wrong. My metric here is for you to say at the end of this, wow, you really have improved a substantial amount from 3 years. That's it. That's a win to me. So that's all I care about.
For me, one, we don't know how those things will end. So it's interesting you say, well, the reason is because our economy is not doing good enough popular because of this other form of interventionism. That would seem to suggest if we're just focusing on the prompt in the second Trump administration, that interventionism has led to people being down on Trump, according to you, which is making it very likely that Democrats win, which will then roll back all of this stuff, which means that it would have been far better to do this sort of interventionism in the future and not now, given that there are important things domestically that we need Trump to continue winning on, such as the border, which is more important, as you've conceded. So even in that context, I think we could see whether or not the interventionism, even if you say, well, there are other benefits, may be true, but is it net beneficial if it leads to the predictable outcome of Democrats winning and then rolling it back? No, it wouldn't be. And that's the most likely scenario, in your own words, based on not just the Iran attack, but the interventionism of the trade war, right? Secondly, I think that there's sort of something going on here that you're not taking into account, which is, to me, the reason that his numbers are down on things like the economy and even things like his handling of the border is because he shifted focus away from not just working on those issues, but selling those issues, and instead it focuses his political capital and his selling on the foreign policy. And so what happens is, actually, the Democrats, with the massive monolithic media that they have and their ability to spin a narrative, was making the economy sound far poorer than it actually was. For example, GDP was going down, but you would expect that if you drive the number of federal employees to the lowest level since the 1960s. The vast majority of jobs being created are going to citizens and native borns of the United States, as opposed to what we saw at the Biden administration, it was going to people that were foreign born. So those numbers are a bit misleading when the Democrats sell it well, job growth's down. And we can see that under Biden, real wage growth, which is wage growth minus inflation, was negative under the 4 years of Biden. With Trump, it's about 1.3%, if I remember. So the economic numbers, while not great, and people are still suffering from 4 years under Biden, actually decent. The problem is, as with many things with Trump, they don't do a good job of selling it to the American people. Right? And so what happens is they're more focused selling other shit. So right now, what are they selling? They're not selling mass deportations. They're not selling how good they've been on the border. They're not selling the SAVE Act, and they're not selling the economic victories. They're not even selling tariffs anymore. They're selling Iran. They're selling Venezuela. And the problem is, those on their face, no matter how much energy you're putting into it, just aren't popular. And so what happens is people are now down on these other issues that if the narrative was different and Trump was putting more sort of political capital into, I think that he would have more of a gain in. For example, well, I'll wait. I'll save that argument because that's an argument for you, but I will save it. So, yeah, I'll leave it there.
All right, so you did kind of make a really solid argument for me there when you were being fair, which I very much appreciate. This has been fantastic so far. I rarely get good debates. I'm in the low tier with all the people that you've left behind in your ascension, and it's just
there's no one better up here either. Trust me. So
yeah. No, you get to hang out with the Andrews at least. He seems very good.
Anyways, yeah, but we don't debate against each other. So.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you kind of made my argument with the fact that you're saying like Democrats have the transition process of a lot of Trump's policies haven't fully materialized yet. That's why in this short time frame we're not seeing it. I'm more making the macro argument over the last 60 since World War II. Essentially, we have seen a large body of data that shows. Absolutely, all these things have gotten better, and it's directly linked to them. But yeah, every party loses the midterms. Even before the Iran war, if you looked at the generic ballot between the Democrats and the Republicans, Democrats were still up by 4 or 5 points. Even if you count in the plus 1.9 that the polls were off in aggregate of the election and give that to the Republicans, they're still down by 2.1, which is pretty close to the margin of error for the aggregate of polling. So like I saw them from behind all the time, and I think that's a whole longer theory I have. I don't think we have. It's so off topic, but I think that the parties are both unpopular. So as soon as one starts getting their way, the American people are like, "Fuck that." And then also on top of that, I don't see the Republicans losing the next presidential election for the first time in 100 years. They're the majority party. They're bigger than the Democrats since 2022. And a lot of them have lower preponderance voters that only come out for the big elections. So you're going to lose state, you're going to lose local, you're going to lose special. But then when it comes to presidential, you're going to get this giant wave like the Democrats were doing 20 years ago. So I see it as a realignment as more than anything. I think we see a President Rubio before we see another Democrat in there, unless they pick Fetterman. But I agree. What I think with some of these arguments, you're saying you wish you heard more. You wish Trump was selling more. I think a lot of that, and we've seen this from different points from Trump, he keeps his powder dry. He has strategic timing. He comes out and starts doing his victory lap thing where he brags about all of his wins, which he used to do a lot in the first term. Everyone's like heard that shit a million times. They sour on it. They're like, okay, the same old Trump fucking story. Now he's keeping them quiet. He's keeping them in his back pocket. I guarantee once we start to get to the point where like 2 months out of the election, you're going to see victory lap Trump. This Iran thing is going to be fully wrapped up. We saw just when the Iran conflict, when the peace deal was announced, the price of fucking gas plummeted 15% total, about 25% of what, or about 35% of what we saw it spike since the war started went away overnight. And that shit's going to drop like a rock. And now we have the UAE just left OPEC, so they're going to flood the markets. They're no longer going by OPEC's quotas. So we're going to see a lot of that wrapping up. And it's because of our intervention. If Trump hadn't gone out, courted the UAE, had them join the Abraham Accords, had all these nations do normalized trade and normalized travel with Israel, become military allies, we wouldn't be seeing this in the Middle East. Iran would still have control over the world's global oil because Iran and Russia have the largest supplies of it to date still, at least that they can put to market. The United States has more buried in shale, but we haven't had access to it yet. So these are the number 1 and 2 suppliers of oil in the world. We need to get that under control, even as the global economy transitions away from oil, because it just depowers our enemies. We don't want the commies to win. They're bad.
Commies bad. Agree with that. I'm more focused on the commies back home instead of the ones that are across the ocean. I think they have more of an influence, and our hyper focus on foreign policy and interventionism belies that and means that they get a foothold back home as we're shown smoke and mirrors overseas. A lot said there, but good stuff, so worth talking about. One, I don't know about 2028. It's an interesting, the next presidential election. Yeah, 2028. I'm not sure. I can see it both ways. I mean, one, you may make the argument counterintuitive. By the way, this is what I was going to say. I'll save that for a minute, which is like, the Democrats are so shitty, Republicans might win anyways, even if Trump's approval's in the 30s. I mean, that's just the truth. It really is, unfortunately, in the United States at this point, the party, you're voting for who you hate less. And that's just the way it is, which is fucked up. I wish it was better. But the truth is, every time you say, like, oh, this is the death now, the other side does something that you're like, jeez, like, what are we doing here? And so, there were people saying it was the end of the Democratic Party after the 2024 election, and now it looks like they're going to win the midterms. historically, just to give the audience, I don't think this is really germane to our debate, but if you're watching and you're wondering, historically, if you have a president going into his second term that controls both the House and the Senate, historically, they take tremendous losses in the midterms. That's usually the way it goes. So that would be the default position to have, that even if Trump was just decent, they'd probably still lose the midterm. So aside from the debate now, just so you know, so when we talk about Trump's approval now, and you can throw most of these polls in the water, both because I think the polling largely sucks the way they do it, but also because things could change like that, as you accurately say. Trump could be 37% today, and by the time midterms come around, he could be 49%. And if he gets up to 49% approval, I think that bodes very well, because it's a favorable map for Republicans, particularly in the Senate, and so I think that would bode very well. However, what I'll say is this. I think, though, that what you're seeing is Trump's approval roughly an aggregate of around 37, 38% today, whereas before the Iran attack, we were in the mid-40s. So even if the current polls that are suggesting Trump's at 37 are saying that they're more concerned about the economy, etc., I think that you could see that the vibe shift is largely because of the attack in Iran, despite what people say their individual issues are. Secondly, I think that a lot of those economic numbers are largely because of increased energy prices because of the intervention, specifically with Iran. Now, all of this good shit could potentially happen with the intervention in Iran. I don't know that I think that that's likely to happen. It could. It might become a debacle. It may lead to boots on the ground. It may lead to fucking driving people into a coalition against the United States, such as China and the BRICS countries, etc., saying we're tired of the U.S.'s aggressive foreign policy expansion, which leads to the rise of a bipolar world in the next 10 years because of this aggressive action that's been taken by Trump. I don't know, and neither do you. We can speculate on what's most likely to occur, but what I'm saying in the here and now, I feel that this Trump administration's in a unique position. To me, it's like we have the rare opportunity where we've been given a second chance. Trump's first administration, he didn't drain the swamp, didn't secure the border. I get it. He's up against a monolithic machine that is incredible in size that I couldn't even begin to comprehend. However, we've been given a reprieve here for the second administration, and I see him blowing it and partially helping lose the midterms in things that we only have 4 years to deal with because of his hyper focus on this interventionism. And I just don't see it. We've been, fool me once, shame on you. Even though Trump is different than this sort of neocon philosophy, it's sort of a lot of the same old rhetoric. Weapons mass destruction, trust they had them. We got to do it. They're 2 weeks away from the bomb. We have to do this. And so I have a difficult time when I've seen this go poorly in the past 20 years to say, trust me, bro, this time Trump's going to do it. Totally concede Iran's a huge pain in the ass. They're a terrible regime. Fuck them. I don't care about that. If it ends with this regime changing to a more favorable Western regime, right, and we don't see massive boots on the ground and this winds up in the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think that's a positive. I don't know if that intervention is still good and was still worth it, but I ultimately don't think it would have been that bad. But we have no guarantee of it. So in the here and now, the intervention is bad because right now what we can see, it's driving up energy prices. It's causing Americans to dislike Trump even more. It's making it more likely that he spoils this second chance that we've been given. And I don't know in my lifetime that we'll ever get another chance to do things like have mass deportations, have election security, etc., which I see as, and drain the swamp, which I see as tantamount to having a successful administration.
Okay, so I pull up RCP right now. He's at 40.9 right now, so essentially 41 in aggregate. When you see the largest dip in his approval rating was right after the second shooting in Minnesota. So my question for you is, if he had been as hyper-focused as you want him to be on deportation and said, you know what, Kristi Noem was right, that guy was a fucking terrorist, we're going to keep knocking down doors and knocking heads, don't you think his approval rating would have probably dropped there too?
Well, it may have dropped, but I think that the Preddy shooting, when you have unique domestic issues like that, you always see short bounces one way or the other. For example, you could see a bounce right now because of the attempt on Trump's life the other day. Those things normally flatten out. So I'm not surprised, no matter what Trump was doing. He could have been like, we're isolationists now. We're not dealing with the rest of the world at all. And I still think you were likely to see a dip with the Preddy shooting, just by the nature of those sort of things. People don't like that. I think you could have salvaged a lot of that by sort of hyper-focusing on what the situation was and why it occurred, which is because Democrats were intentionally facilitating conflict with ICE and how they're the real villains in this story. But I digress. As it was, I think what you'll see, if you're looking at RCP, I don't have it in front of me, but I trust you're looking, I trust you. My guess is that it started to go back up after the Preddy shooting, and then it went down once we saw the Iran conflict, and it stayed. My guess is it did this, right? Tell me if I'm right. It's Preddy went down and then sort of leveled up a little. Probably didn't get to quite the level it was before Preddy, and then it's sort of level. Then it goes down with the Iran conflict and started to spike up a little, but hasn't reached the plateau that it was pre-Iran. My guess is that. And you're muted.
The first time it dropped below 42 was right after Pretty, and it hasn't gone up. But otherwise, yes, you're right. It never recovered even close to what it was before the Pretty shooting. But otherwise, yes, you are correct on that. And I like how this kind of like, to make it more digestible, we're taking these larger issues and putting them into the microcosm of the Trump administration because it's more relevant and whatnot. But again, like I feel as though if he had hyper focused on immigration, they had cracking skulls. If in the micro polling and the issue polling on immigration, people liked his deportations generally. They liked his border security generally. They liked the increase in policing generally. What they didn't like was the aggressiveness with U.S. citizens. Even if the U.S. citizens were in the wrong, they said. Even if they were, like, which I would argue both of those people were in the wrong and both were justified shoots. And I'd argue the courts would hold that up if it even went to court, which neither of them probably will. But at the end of the day, even when the police are justified to shoot, people still don't like the shootings. And that, to me, was the moment where you're like, fuck, that's a real big hit for Trump. And he just hasn't gone above a certain threshold since then. I feel, though, that the biggest thing you can do, the biggest factor you can do is improve the economy. If he shifted his interventionism, said, okay, we got all the trade deals we're going to get, let's fucking end this thing and wrap it up, which I think we're actually going to see before the midterms because of the IEPA rulings and things of that nature. So his tariffs are already getting weakened. I think that we will see a big economic spike. Hopefully it's not too late for the voters, like with Biden's inflation, denying it existed for a year, and then by the time he did something, it was too late. Hopefully Trump doesn't get the same thing, but I definitely see him dropping a lot of these things before the midterm and his approval rating comes. He's got good people. If anything you could say about Trump, he is fucking fantastic at campaigning. He got elected president 2 times with circumstances completely against him, completely different in both elections. So
I'm enjoying the conversation. I think you can see a lot of various agreement. We have nuanced disagreements on this, which I think is good. Let me frame the debate for anyone who's considering which side they favor right now. I'll obviously give you a chance to frame in your way as well as we continue this conversation. But I think that there's been 2 key concessions as to why people should take my position on foreign intervention being a net detriment, or at least not a net benefit. And one is when we talked about recent foreign interventions and what you would call like the Bush Doctrine or the neocon, or I'd be interested to pick your brain someday outside the scope of this debate, how much you think like an Obama administration carried on the neocon sort of philosophy, or if it was bad in a different way. But nonetheless, you're acknowledging both of those interventions were bad, that sort of. So given the recent history of the intervention as being bad, you should take that into account when you're all thinking whether or not it's net beneficial. I think that concession shows you it's starting to lean my direction on that. Then I think you make a huge concession right there in what you just said, which is basically your hope is you've conceded the domestic issues are more important, and you're like, I hope that Trump breaks back on his intervention before the midterms, which will benefit him. The mere fact that your hope and a prayer is, I hope he does less interventionism, to me suggests that that's a clear indicator that in Trump's administration, the foreign interventionism has not been a net benefit. If it wasn't, instead what you're like is, okay, I think we've done enough. We need to pull back now. But I'm hopeful, even though I didn't like the tariffs, I didn't like that form of interventionism, I'm hopeful it bears fruit in the future. Right? But I think everyone should strongly consider, like, the fact that your position is, I hope he pulls back on that interventionism. And then when it comes to the interventionism of places like Iran, you're like, hey, okay, no benefit necessarily right now, but historically, Iran's been such a pain in the ass. This hypothetically could lead to huge benefits in the future, which I won't deny it could. We just don't know. It could also lead to the situation being worse. I think that shows, given that we both conceded the domestic issues are more important, there should be a hyper focus on that. Real quick, just on the Preddy thing. Look, Ashley Babbitt was an innocent American who was shot and killed, right? And basically, granted, during the Trump administration, but I think we could all understand that that's sort of going to be put more of the foot of Democrats who sort of said that was justified. Yet it didn't harm Democrats or law enforcement whatsoever. And the reason was the political capital that the Democrats put in making the real villain of the story the people that were doing the uprising or the riot. The Trump administration was never successfully able to accomplish that, even before Renee Gooden-Preddy, where we saw these sorts of riots that were occurring all over the place. The Trump administration was so focused on foreign interventionism, they couldn't even keep one of the most tragic stories in the past 50 years of this country, the assassination of a young man in Charlie Kirk, who was one of the faces of the young Republican movement. They couldn't even keep that story in the news for 2 weeks. Again, because of the misplaced priorities and focusing more on foreign policy and foreign interventionism as opposed to focusing on the real villains, which are domestic terrorists and communists that we see right back here at home that are inspiring young people, particularly, to become violent communists to hate this country. So I think that he would have been well better placed in this unique situation where we have a unique time frame, where we have a non-globalist actually in charge of one of the branches of government to fight those battles as opposed to the interventionism which you're admitting that you're now hoping he pulls back on to salvage the midterm.
Well, again, as I was trying to say with the immigration point, if he had doubled down on what Noam was saying, I can't remember the other guy's name that he fired. What the hell was his name? Fuck. Oh, it just slipped my mind. I started smoking a little bit.
Bovino?
Yeah, Pavino, that's it. Okay. Yeah, if he had doubled down on what they said these guys were terrorists, bad people, blah, 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 and gotten even more aggressive with the people, I feel like we would have seen the same polling dip, maybe not to the same severity because it's a different issue, pissing off a different group of people, but we would have seen the polls continue to dip, and I guarantee he would have took his foot off the gas on that as well as he came closer to the midterm. I just feel as though his trade war to me was too big of a bite of the apple, where he went too hard with too many countries, trying to get too many trade deals at once with his limited amount of time before the courts could shut down some of his tariffs and whatnot. That's why I see that as different from Iran. But even Iran, I feel like they're getting clapped so hard that that's just going to be wrapped up quick, done and so. But yeah, so framing the argument, I would argue my argument overall here is the aggregate wipes out the low-term dips. It's an economic argument, and people hear all the time in economic debates. The long-term aggregate wipes out the low dips. So my arguments are that even with all the bad examples brought up over time, overall, it's massively net beneficial economically, in terms of security, in terms of the practical reality, keeping us at the top of the food chain, and much less importantly to both of us here, morally as well. So, but that's kind of my debate strategy. Is I'd like to keep it in this time frame, and I don't think that I'm not trying to nickel and dime you for the debate win. I don't give a fuck. My channel's a formality. Just
no. I'm not acute. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just trying to lay out like the rules of the debate in a sense and how I'm perceiving it. So
sure.
I would just argue that for me, if I was judging this, I would say me keeping this in this small amount of time frame doesn't address that argument of the aggregates wiping out the dips. So I kind of almost want to, I shouldn't even be bringing this up, but I almost want to ask you what you think about that point, because I feel like that's the argument I'm making that is, in my mind, what I would consider if I was judging a win.
I think that's fair. However, I think that I supersede that by saying that in this point, the dips will make sure that the aggregate is bad, because we've conceded the issue we should focus on the most is domestic. And if, let's say, hypothetically, you could say, this was always the issue with tariffs, by the way, right? One of the things with tariffs was as follows. It was like, if I'm a foreign country that's like, let's just make it simple. I have a 20% tariff on all U.S. goods. I'm not using any particular foreign policy, but just in general. I'm Spain, I have a 20% foreign tariff on all U.S. goods, and Trump comes in and says, okay, reciprocal 20% tariff, right? I may hold out and say, you know what? If Democrats win the next election, this shit goes away. So if I hold out, which we all agree, if there would stop to be trade by two major powers like that, would cause economic pain in both countries. But if I cause that pain and help cause that pain, that makes it more likely that Trump's opposition wins the next election. And so I said one of the issues with tariffs was always, if it was going to require time to be effective, which I think in the best case scenario of tariffs, that would be the case, right? For example, in order to, one, get time to have the best trade deals, it would require time of tariffs being in effect. And second, if not, then you were going to encourage via those tariffs, incentivize companies to move to the United States, manufacturing to move to the United States to avoid the tariffs so they still had access to the U.S. market. Clearly, that's going to take time. But the nature of our political system is every 2 years, shit could change, right? And if there's short-term pain, usually that means the opposition party wins. And if the opposition party then says, well, we're going to revoke that or make it as thorny as possible, well, now you're in this sort of weird way where it's like, if we're going to correct these systemic problems, we have to do it in ways that's palpable in 2-year increments, right? So we start to see net results in the positive range in that 2-year time frame. So the problem when you're like, look, the aggregate, I could accept with you if we had a monarchy, right? And it was like, we're guaranteed the same leadership for the next 20 years, then maybe that makes sense. You're like, yeah, of course. Short-term pain in some ways, 4 or 5 years, people don't like it, but where will we be 15 years from now? If that on aggregate is better, well, then we're good to go. Problem is, I don't see it that way because I think what happens, as is evidenced by the fact that you're saying, look, we need to start pulling back on this foreign interventionism now to salvage the midterms, and we're not going to see the benefits of that foreign interventionism, at least for some time to come, shows that we're likely to never get to what you're considering the aggregate because of the short-term dip. So even though I agree, and if you had to ask me as a principle, am I willing to take limited short-term pain for obvious, on average, on an aggregate, greater growth in the future? Of course I'm willing to accept that. I just think that given that we agree that the framework should be that the domestic issues are more important than this, and we also, I think, agree, we haven't really hashed it out, that this is a unique time frame to do it, we're fucking ourselves if we waste this 4 years saying, with these actions, it might be some downturn for 4 or 5 years, but it'll be worth it in the future. Because it'll never come to that because, I appreciate you like my Senator John Fetterman and his hoodie wearing ass, but I don't think we're likely to see him as the president of the United States. I think we're more likely to see a Buttigieg, a Newsom, and they're going to continue the Obama-Biden era policies. They're going to be sympathetic to Iran. They're going to roll back this shit. They're going to open the borders back up, and we've lost a key opportunity, and we may never get another chance at that point. Fuck, they're going to go with the Carvel policy. They're going to make D.C. a state. They're going to eliminate the filibuster. They're going to make Puerto Rico a state. They're going to pack the courts. They're going to aggressively use lawfare against their opponents, and it may not be survivable. In fact, you know who's on their fucking ass, who's on their target list, when they're disinformation board. You absolutely know that speakeasy and verbal combat will be on that list, so we won't even be able to have this fucking conversation because they're going to imply mass censorship because we would be a threat to them. So for that reason, I think that you're technically right. However, the short-term dip does mean that we never get to the benefits of the aggregate because it cost us these next 2 to 4 years. Now, say that with the caveat of, you've said, and I want to be fair to you, you don't see it that way, particularly when it comes to the next presidential election. And I'll have to concede that you may be right. In fact, this was the argument I was going to give you, and I'll see what you think about this. I should keep my mouth shut here, but I'm just trying to be fair and honest about this. I think sometimes the best thing that can happen to you in a presidential election is losing the midterms, because that party will show how unpopular they are. We are in this fucked up inverse of what you would expect politics to be, where it's just like every time a party gets into power, everyone's like, oh yeah, I remember why I hate them. Right? And they're more likely to remember why they hate the Democrats if the Democrats win the midterms. And then they do jack shit except impeach Trump for 2 years and fucking prattle on about immigrants and fucking trans people. And the next thing you know, people are like, yeah, once more, tired of this shit. We're going to elect Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance. So in a weird way, you could sort of reverse my argument and say, good, lose the midterms. That makes it more likely we win the presidency. I don't know. It's a thought, but...
No, I respect the fairness, but no, I agree with you. I really like your pain calculus, the argument, and I want to flip it back on you because most of the nations that Trump was tariffing had that same pain calculus to deal with elections. We're going to go through short-term pain, and those fucking tariffs are going to hurt us much, much more than they hurt the economic powerhouse of the United States. Canadian food industry, the second and the first largest food producer, said if these tariffs stayed in place too long, they would have to move all of their manufacturing to the United States because they would no longer be able to afford to stay in business. So they were working, and they do drive manufacturing back to the United States long term if they stay in place. But at the end of the day, they worked. Canada bet, Mexico bet, Colombia bet, Panama bet, the entire EU bet like a dozen times, Australia bet, dozens of smaller nations bet on that 10% baseline tariff, India bet on a 50% tariff to stop buying Russian oil, Israel bet, dropped all their tariffs against us, Rwanda bet with Congo, they made peace and gave us free minerals, fucking Pakistan bet. Like they are working, and Trump is showing what they can do. I just think he did way too fucking many, way too strong all at once. He should have been doing like one or two at a time, get the deal, move on to the next. So his strategy is what I don't like, not the underlying principle. And you also have to remember that a Democrat comes into office. Democrats fucking love tariffs. That's a Democrat policy for the last 80 years. The last fucking person who used tariffs was Tiberius's favorite. What the fuck, Eisenhower. After that, it's been all fucking Democrats.
Yeah.
through and through. So Democrats passed all the policies that Trump's using for the tariffs, including IEPA. Democrats have been using tariffs in their policies since 1890. The socialists were using it to line up with the nativists because they wanted to keep American wages high for the unions. Democrats will keep those in place, and they left most of Trump's tariffs in place. Though they did give China some concessions, Democrats believe more in we're going to reward you, and then if you work with us, we'll take the rewards away, where Republicans do, we're going to punish you if you don't work with us. One's more of an incentive-based, gentle parity, and the other's a smack on the bottom. So, so they do it a little bit differently, but they did leave all of those in place, and they did keep them against China for a sufficient amount of time. So I'd argue they wouldn't go anywhere. But when you lose the midterms, this is more the good faith side argument or side conversation. When you do lose the midterms, you are correct. The minority party will put policy forward. They'll win the House. They'll pass all this shit they have no intention of actually doing when they get into office. $25 minimum wage, the new Green Deal, all this shit. And then when they get into office, poof, that shit's all gone. Joe Biden's like, Build Back Better. Fuck that. Let's do skinny Build Back Better and move on. And that was the end of it. You never heard it again. AOC wasn't no fucking fences crying for the kids, and nobody gave a shit about the wages. So they are going to do that. And a lot of the things that they still champion are progressive policies are extremely unpopular. People want the illegals gone. Democrats don't. People want fucking men out of women's sports and bathrooms. Democrats don't. And there's a variety of 80-20 issues. You're 100% right. If they lose the midterms, Democrats might shoot themselves in the foot just being themselves.
Look, I just think that there's a solid chance, though, that Republicans are going to get whipped, and then it's going to be way more difficult to be able to have any sort of positive things that happen on these domestic issues. Look, at the end of the day, it's difficult, and I'll be fully honest, and I can be fully honest about this. I think that I probably favor the tariffs maybe even more than you, at least as a hypothetical. The reason is because I think, and I do largely blame sort of our foreign interventionist type idea and the idea of the United States being the world police and sort of favoring businessmen and lobbyists in certain industries in the United States prioritizing foreign deals that haven't benefited the U.S. middle class in the manufacturing sector. And for that, I think that the Trump strategy, which I'll agree with you, is different than sort of the neocon strategy. I think that basically this comes a lot from J.D. Vance, who gave this famous speech in 2019, where he talks about he envisions a world where the United States inevitably will no longer be the world reserve currency. And he says, he asked this question of the Fed chairman. He said, well, what has the benefit been to the working class American for the U.S. being the world reserve currency? Can you explain that? I think what he's getting to, and I've heard people talk about this and read about it, is that he understands that if the United States loses this status, which is likely to happen in the next 20 years, despite whatever policies are done, just by the growing sort of bipolar world that we see, or the lack of U.S. hegemony to the extent that it was when it was a hyperpower in the early 90s, how does the U.S. position itself if that occurs? And what they're trying to do is bring back manufacturing, right? That's what they're trying to do, right? The idea that it's look, we manufacture enough in the United States that we could export things again instead of dollars and the world police, and we protect our own borders, and we become the most powerful partner in the world, but not the world police, right? Which is a different sort of idea. And so the tariffs are a Hail Mary, I think. I'm not quite sure if they'll work or not. It could be a disaster, but it's an acknowledgement. Business as usual is not working. Something needs to radically change because of the foreign policies that we've had. The U.S. workers being fucked, and we're going to stop that. And U.S. manufacturing is being fucked, so we're going to stop that. And so, look, if the tariffs end, if they're reciprocal and they end, and great. If they lead to good trade deals, great. And if not, well, then we've incentivized businesses. As I said, though, the problem with that strategy is it's going to be a long-term strategy, and it's going to lead to domestic dips. You're right. The same calculus is in the rest of the world. However, what I'll say there is the rest of the world's malleable because, for me, most of them have their elections as such that you're going to get globalist A or globalist B. For example, you can vote for Brexit, you're still going to get those refugees, right? And so Trump seems to be unique. There are people in the world that sort of are Trumpian, we'll see if Rupert Lowe is one of those people in the United Kingdom, or Marine Le Pen, other people like that. Orban may have been one of those who's been ousted. Maybe Bolsonaro, or I guess his son who's running. I don't know, but you get the picture, right? But mostly it's business as usual. You get someone who claims to be, we're the conservative party, we're the Tories. business as usual. So the calculus was a little different from them, and they'd be more than happy to go back to tariffing if we get a Democrat that's more, globalist in liking. So for that reason, I still think the order of this operations was the inverse. Trump perhaps should have done things that are massively popular, like securing the border, upping domestic energy protection or production, popular election security measures, arresting people, or at least outing corruption. Like, for example, I'll give you something simple, which, maybe you could say, see, this sort of proves my case a little. The hyper-focus, there should be more of a hyper-focus, but at least there's something going on with, like, the fraud with, like, the Somali daycare. That's hugely popular, right? They're going to be centrists and Democrats are like, yeah, fuck that, man. For example, just an anecdotal story real quick. I knew a black woman from Philadelphia. It was a lifelong Democrat. I met at this Republican meeting. Her job is she works a daycare, and she's talking about how hard it is to find good help, and she started this organ. How pissed would you be if you're that woman busting your ass in inner city Philly, and all of a sudden you find out some Somalians making $30 million to have a fake fucking daycare? You're going to be livid. So those issues are popular, and if Trump... they're dragging their feet. Thank you, Nick Shirley. They're dragging their feet. At least they're getting to something there now. If they do that stuff, then maybe the foreign interventionism becomes more palpable. But as such, I agree they went too fast, too hard. And I think that, we're beating around the bush. The real problem I have is the fucking Iran attack. And Ukraine, and funding Ukraine. And so maybe we could get to there because we'll have more disagreement. Because I think on tariffs we're sort of aligned. We're like, maybe a good thing in the future, but causing some short-term pain. I think that's reason enough to vote for me on this side, because that short-term pain likely leads to Democrats winning and stymies Trump's domestic agenda, which we agree is more important. But for me, I'll give you the last word in this, and then we can move more clearly to Ukraine proper or Iran proper, where I think we'll have more disagreement. So...
Well, as we're going to talk, kind of explain generally what us having the global currency is a net good for in us as a whole, and why it's a good thing to defend as well. The benefit of it is that anytime anyone buys anything from the United States or trades with us, they do it in the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar becomes the world currency. If anyone then has to turn around and spend that dollar, what they either have to do is take a loss by going to like some sort of money exchange, or they turn around and spend it in the United States. So oftentimes you see this turning around and being more spending in United States goods. We sell more goods to other countries, or that turns around and becomes investment into new companies. And then those companies end up moving here because they're investing in the United States. They want to avoid tariffs. They want to avoid taxes, import taxes, and things like that. They end up moving here. So you get more job creation because of this currency, this global currency we have. So it has been a net benefit. It's part of why this has been such an economic massive success, and we have skyrocketed since World War II in terms of the most rich, wealthy nation in the world by a fuck ton. It's not even close. So a lot of it could be attributed to this. Innovation is a really big factor, so I can't say most, but this is a very large factor in why we have taken off economically, is because we have this global currency and people have to spend here. So Trump did a lot of things that Rob said that he would like to see from him. Energy unleashing, like the U.S. energy unleashing the U.S. market, or whatever the fuck he called it. That was massive. Energy costs plummeted, and then we started exporting more. 6 to 7% increases in exports overall in quarters. We became Europe's #1 distributor of fucking energy, supplanting Russia, who is like, and I want to say like 40 to 50% of their energy at one point, like just a few years ago. We completely pushed them out. The fraud, Trump put Vance in charge of it, but the only reason we even know about those investigations in the first place, Nick Shirley did do it. Yeah, he did his thing, and that gave it to the normies, but the only reason he even had a chance to do that is because the federal government was investigating this, and they arrested, I think it was like 70, 80 people that were all Somali at the time, and most of them have been convicted at that point because they've been going on since like 2000, or 2020, I'm sorry. So it had been going on since Trump won. I would argue that the federal government is the reason we found out about those things. It's just that, as you said before, the Trump is just kind of uniquely bad at going and taking victory laps. Sometimes it's because he overstates it over and over and over and over, and it loses its effect. And other times it's just because he kind of like undercuts his own message sometimes. But I would argue Trump has been doing all of these things. A lot of his promises that he made running that I liked anyways, he's been doing, and some of them better than expected. You can't go too hard into one thing. As again, the point I keep going back to with immigration, if you go too hard, too fast into one thing, even though you want more of it, I completely get where you're coming from. I think every single person here illegally should be deported, and then maybe we do it expedited for people that have been here 15 years to come back in front of the line. Everyone else back of the line. The people that came here the right way get to come in first. So I'm with you on that, but it's if you go and just fucking do all that in 2 years, you're going to lose no matter what in the next election. People are going to hate it. It's going to be draconian. There's going to be fucking mothers crying all over the news. It's going to see your polling drop. At the end of the day, you have to be moderate and temper certain things. And I think that the closer we get to the midterm, as I was saying earlier, you're going to see him temper his intervention because it's not that popular. Even though long-term it's not good, people vote more in the short term. They're going to see their pocketbooks. They're going to see their gas prices. They're going to be like, what the fuck is going on? They're not going to think, well, in 20 years, my kid's going to have a better fucking distribution of his disposable income because of this. But it happens. It's there. It's just not there for people to see.
Okay. Let's talk about sort of the world reserve currency. So what Vance is saying in 2019 here, he agrees with you when it comes to the consumer. He says that the U.S. being the world reserve currency is a huge boon to the U.S. consumer. Of course, it's going to lead to cheaper prices, etc. However, it harms the U.S. producer, right? Because what's incentivized is when the U.S. currency is the world reserve, it means that we're exporting these dollars, which means that our things that are being produced are cheaper around the world, right? Which ends up meaning, what it ends up meaning is the actual things that are creating resources, manufacturing, etc. It's harder to export around the world because of it. So what happens is those places leave. They leave the United States, and we end up exporting dollars. So what you see is we've exported a lot of these jobs. It means that, yes, we're paying less, but our manufacturing sector has been destroyed. So factories are closing or moving overseas because U.S. goods can't compete on prices anymore. It leads to losing sort of blue-collar jobs. So while you're right that through a lot of things, the standard of living's increased in the United States, we can also see when it comes to certain sectors, sort of the blue-collar working class, things have become more difficult. You could say, yeah, but it's Democrat policies, but it's not all that. So staples that we need, such as housing, energy prices, and other things like that, even people's budget when it comes to certain food items, we can see they're putting more and more in there. Not to mention, we have seen the middle class is sort of starting to erode. Now we have the very wealthy have-nots that are primarily sectored in the financial sector, and those that formerly were maybe in the manufacturing sector are now the have-nots. And what we see with them is that they're struggling and relying on government assistance, credit cards, etc. More and more people we see are unable to get out of the debt that they find themselves in, which they find necessary, not just for luxury items, but actually for basic goods. And largely that's because we have created and incentivized by the U.S. being the reserve currency, all of the good jobs going to the financial sector. So, for example, let's say you're a very intelligent person and you want to make a lot of money. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with wanting to make a lot of money, right? Formerly, what you may have done in, say, the 60s, the 70s, maybe you become an engineer. Maybe you can become a doctor, and you have to go to school, and you have to learn this craft, and then inevitably, once you get into that field, you're making good money. Now, though, for a mere 2 years of an associate's degree, you can get a job in the financial sector, and you're going to make way more money than you would in those other fields. And the financial sector is not really doing anything that's beneficial to our society. It's moving piles of money from one pile to another. Formerly, when we were creating things, you could say this is of net benefit to society. We could see if you create tires, how that helps society. We could see that if you're farming, how that helps society. But how is the investment firm? How is sort of speculators? How are day traders? And these are where so much of our money is being. The financial sector is becoming a bigger and bigger slice of the pie of where our economy is, and that's largely because of this. It's sort of a moot point anyways, because Vance's central argument is, even if you think, and there certainly are benefits to the U.S. being the world reserve currency, it inevitably won't be. And when that happens, where will the United States find itself? For example, let's just say, I'll ask you, hypothetically tomorrow, for whatever reason, we can come up with a million different reasons. Tomorrow, the rest of the world has an agreement that they're by the end of the year, we're transitioning. The U.S. will no longer be the world reserve currency. It's going to be paying for a short term, but we're transitioning to something else. What would the United States do? We'd sort of be fucked, wouldn't we? Right? Because all of a sudden we'd find ourselves in a position where holy shit, prices are going to skyrocket. And it's going to take years and years to get the manufacturing back. So if the consumer's paying more, you'd say, okay, but good news for the producer, right? But it's going to take years for the producer. Vance is saying we need to set ourselves up more focused on domestic issues, which is what's going on with that Riyadh speech, and saying, look, it's no longer about foreign intervention. Instead, what it's about is prioritizing trade deals around the world. And so even though this is sort of a tangential issue, that's the argument. I totally agree with you. The U.S. reserve currency has made the fucking U.S. rich, but that wealth is put in the hands of the few. And ultimately, if that ever changes and the U.S. isn't the reserve currency, we're going to find ourselves with our pants down. So that's sort of the theory that Vance has with this.
All right, so oh man, I got a few things for you. So we wouldn't be fucked. I'm going to answer your hypothetical first. We wouldn't be fucked, but it would definitely hurt. Probably for a decade. It would take a while to transition. I think either way, we're so fucking far ahead because of this coalition we made after World War II, making us the world currency, giving us all united banks and trade routes that we use in intervention to suppress people from doing bad things. We have such a head up that if they pulled out now, it would hurt them significantly more than us, because anytime we do world trade, we're essentially siphoning wealth from other countries. Like, they take our wealth out, but then they have to turn around and come back and spend it because it's in our currency, or they take a loss on it by trading it with markets. So they have to come back and do it. So anytime anyone trades with us, we're essentially siphoning a percentage of their wealth out, because these are mostly capitalists. They generate and create more wealth. That's why they're not going down. They're still going up, but we're going up at higher rates because we siphon some of it out due to this. I'd say at the end of the day, all the counter arguments are just dwarfed by the fact that this puts us ahead. And again, it's going to hurt them significantly more than us. So to your point about manufacturing, I 100% agree, and that's why I'm pro-tariff as well. I think that you're talking about is the Reaganite, neoliberal, free trade, trickle-down policies that have forced our manufacturing out. What they do then is they take our manufacturing, move it overseas, and only 1% of massive companies are able to do that overseas trade, and they benefit highly. And it does trickle down. It does give us cheaper goods over time, but the wealth distribution has been significantly off because of this. I think with the policies we're seeing with Trump long-term, that manufacturing is going to come back. We're starting to see it now, again, as I said earlier, with the tech jobs. But really, at the end of the day, like, the bigger problems I see with your argument are like, what the fuck can we do to defend ourselves? So here's a scenario for what happened, and I think I'll leave it at the end of this so you can address it, because it's a pretty good direction to go. This is when it really hurts us. So China violated every single trade deal we've done with them. They steal our fucking patents. They flood our markets with steel. We need a strong, robust system of allies, because we said, okay, you're going to flood our markets with steel in a way that's going to put our steel industries out of business. Well, fuck you. We're not going to buy it anymore. It's no longer allowed on our markets. So what they did was they flooded into Canada and Mexico. So Canada and Mexico, which had the predecessor of USMCA, the Clinton one, they had
NAFTA?
that. In NAFTA, yeah. So they were allowed to trade steel with us with no tariffs or anything like that. So they were trading us Chinese fucking steel. And then when we caught on to that with USMCA, we ended that. And then they, instead of siphoning their steel in, they went and invested and built steel industries inside there and started producing the steel inside Mexico and Canada. And then they were allowed to sell it to us. So that's why we need to restructure USMCA in Trump's first year of his second term. So without these robust allies that we can work with, that we can say, hey, we need X, Y, or Z, or if they're not allies, in the case of Canada and Mexico at this point, they were kind of adversaries. They could have helped us, and they weren't. So Trump said, I'm going to fucking slap you with these 25% fentanyl tariffs, or you're going to restructure USMCA. And guess what? They came right to that motherfucking table, and they did it. And we saw that foreign interventionism solved this predatory problem of China, who manipulates their currency, who makes steel super cheap and inefficiently so they can flood markets, put their steel industry out of business, and then jack their prices up. Something that would be illegal, something that violates their trade deals. And because we have the mechanisms to actually punish them, because we have these things to police world trade, we actually get to see a real practical effect of somebody doing bad and then us say, hey, fuck you, and ending it because of these mechanisms.
Okay, but here's the problem, right? Like, I think that, would you agree that you have agreed that some of the foreign interventionism with tariffs has gone too far? It was too fast, too much. You would agree with that, right? Okay, so here's the problem I have. As I've articulated earlier, I mean, I hate to be semantical, but I'm just going to be flat out with it. I don't look at that as foreign intervention. Like, I don't look if Mexico attacks us and we fight back with our military as that being foreign intervention. Similarly, if Mexico is directly causing things that are detrimental to the United States and we slap tariffs on to be reciprocal, I don't think that's foreign interventionism. If Canada puts a 20% tariff on U.S. coal and we put a 20% tariff on Canadian lumber, I don't think most people would consider that interventionism. They would say, well, no, that's just sort of defending ourselves. And interventionism seems to speak to something different. Most of the time, it speaks to military. I actually have less of a problem with interventionism in the form of sanctions and things of that, tariffs and things of that nature, right? I think that my problem with the intervention is why I'd say it's not a net benefit comes to the military intervention. But for the sake of debate, I'll concede that I can see how sanctions at times and tariffs as well could be conceived as a foreign intervention. But I would argue against these sort. I think most of the tariffs that we could see that were popular were because for that very reason, they weren't seen as the same as this like foreign intervention. So a tariff that would be more what I would consider foreign intervention is in the form of a sanction, right? We are going to, you have some sort of human rights abuse, you're abusing the Uyghur Muslims, therefore we sanction you to the tune of 20% of all products, or we don't, or we, in the form of a tariff of products, or we sanction you with sort of refusing to release certain funds from financial institutions, et cetera, et cetera. That to me is more akin to foreign interventionism as opposed to like, yeah, we're just going to have a reciprocal tariff or we're trying to stop fentanyl coming into the United States and the sort of things that you're talking about. Similarly, I don't think that pressuring Mexico because it's like, look, you're fucking leaving all these people in. We want them to remain in Mexico. If you don't like it, then fucking secure your southern border. I don't look at that as foreign interventionism. I look at that as domestic issue and protecting our own borders. So I think that it's different. And I don't want to be semantical, but that's how I view that. However, I do think that there is a net downside to the sort of policies that we would consider in that umbrella that are focused on foreign issues. And that's where I would put like sort of the Iran military attack, but also the sending of weapons to Ukraine, etc. Before we get to there, though, I do have one question because you talked about our allies now are the folks in the Abraham Accord and how that's a good example of foreign interventionism working. What was the interventionism that you consider being allies in the Abraham Accord?
Well, this is going to sound pretty callous because, you know, we're kind of getting to the end of it. This gets a little exhausting after a while. Plus, I worked a full day. So, but.
Boo! Quit your job and just stream, play whip songs and shit, yeah?
No, I can't. I gotta pay a mortgage. So, but no, I would argue that the Abraham Accords, the intervention there was not negative. It could be positive economic intervention. We give a couple of these countries money to help with these different things in the Middle East. Jordan, I think, gets 1.2 billion a year. I think Egypt gets 2.1 billion a year. Together, they get about as 80% of what Israel gets on average a year. And they're shooting down drones from Iran. They're shooting down rockets. They're helping with not Iron Dome, the other one I couldn't remember, but they were all working together. So it's more of a form of positive economic intervention, saying, hey, we'll give you incentives if you work with them. It's more of a Democrat tactic in that regard to try to build allies. And here, we'll give you some incentives. And then if you're naughty, we'll take those incentives away. It's kind of more strange that Trump's doing it because most of his foreign policy is almost spanky if you don't listen. But I want to just go back. We're kind of looping back to like the beginning of my intro with the foreign definition of intervention. So it looks like we're kind of running out of runway. All we got left really is Ukraine by my notes. But I'd say foreign intervention is, again, it's anytime you interfere with a state in their internal or external policies, a sovereign nation, a state, whatever, with military, economic, or political means. So again, I'd argue a sanction is clearly a form of intervention. Everyone generally agrees with that. All a tariff is a lesser version of a sanction. It's especially a blanket tariff on all goods. A sanction is 100% no trade. A tariff is a higher tax, a penalty for trade. So it's a lesser version of essentially the same action. And that's why I would argue if you're demanding policy changes for this economic threat, then it is intervention by the technical definition.
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, it used the word political there. It was like military, economic, or political. Can you reread that part again?
Yeah, I just stole a definition from online. Yeah, economic or political.
But political what? Like, read the little surrounding part of that.
to coerce targets states into changing its policy or behavior.
So using politics, the economics, or military to force them to change their behavior would be foreign intervention.
Yeah, like withholding $1 billion loan unless they fire your son's prosecutor.
Yes, right. Like, I mean, that's a tough sell. It's hard to argue. In general, if we're just like, because political intervention could be anything. It could be like we send Marco Rubio to just talk to you. That's technically political, right? And so then the question really becomes, is it ever of benefit? Is it net beneficial to the United States to even send, hey, we're just sending someone say, we'd like you to stop this. I mean, I think that clearly the problem, I'm okay with that, of course. And that would be a foreign intervention. I think that the definition in that sense becomes too broad, at least how we determine it in the colloquial sense, because I would never consider that the United States sit back and do that. For example, I have no problem with the Trump administration. This is something they need to do more of, aggressively going after the European Union politically and saying, stop trying to fucking fine X for the crime of free speech. That technically, under your definition, even though there's been no tariffs or no military coercion, that technically meets your definition of foreign intervention, correct? See, I don't know. I feel that that's too broad, and it becomes difficult. Now, I know for the sake of, just so people that are watching know, I know for the sake of the debate, I'm taking the negative side in this, but I don't know what the topic is coming in, and I'll be honest about what I truly believe. If that's how we're defining foreign intervention, absolutely it's usually net beneficial, because there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of examples of the United States telling other countries, these are the policies we would like from you, without sanctions, without tariffs, without changing trade policy, without the military getting sent. And I wonder if you would agree with me. In fact, that's the bulk of what you would consider foreign intervention. Would you agree with that? That it doesn't really come with sanctions, or so in that sense, I have no problem. So, and that it would be awkward for me to then say, no, I have to say that those sort of, so I guess, you like it or hate it to the people who are listening, what I'm arguing about is the types of foreign intervention in the sense of the military particularly, or when it comes to these aggressive sanctions that I see as achieving sort of these foreign policy agendas that don't directly affect the United States, maybe through second or third order consequences is what I'm against. As far as even the Abraham Accords, which you cite is something that's good, you're just well, we give them aid, and that's foreign intervention. And it's I suppose, right? I think that there's a different connotation to that. Foreign intervention of sending weapons or bombing someone or, mass sanctions or something seem to be a different type. But in effect, what the topic asks me to do is be a non-trade isolationist, which I'm not going to accept. That's not what I want. In fact, I illustrated, I think, that the Riyadh vision of sure, trade for everyone, that in itself would be considered in many cases foreign interventionism, and I'm okay with that. So what I say is, I return back to my opening statement here, where I say these types of aggressive foreign interventions in a militaristic sense, which I'm normally criticizing when I say this, it could have been true that these were beneficial to be the world police in the past. It's not now. It's not good for Trump to be doing. It's affecting him negatively in the short term. The domestic agendas are being skewed. It looks like we're likely to lose the midterms in large part because of this, and it's spreading us too thin. The resources and, importantly, the political capital and the focus is being spent too much, to the point where we can see the domestic agenda is more important. I think that clearly that foreign interventionism right now in the status quo and in the recent past has not been of net benefit in the sense of what I'm talking about, which is the military adventurism, particularly when it comes to these sort of regime change wars, or in this case with Trump, the Iran situation.
We're kind of spinning wheels. How much time do we got left before closing?
We can call. It's been 2 hours.
It's 17 minutes on the clock. I got.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm done closing. I got everything out I wanted to. If you still wanted to hit more on the EU and Ukraine, I can. But
no, I'm fine. I mean, the only thing to say about the Ukraine is I just don't. I just take umbrage with the moral argument. I don't think it's very germane because I think even you acknowledge this is the last sort of argument, the least of importance that you put in your opening statement. I just don't find it to be a moral position, as I said in my opening, to sort of like, yeah, we'll give you the weapons that ensure your national, like a generation of your young men will be mired in this blood fucking soaked war. Whereas we could have just said, look, we're not going to get. In fact, my argument would be interventionism was what led to Ukraine fighting that war in the first place. Had we never intervened in the Maidan revolution in 2014, the color revolution there, we wouldn't have been in a position where Russia would have felt it necessary to invade. So for me, it's like, it just the United States has fucked over 2 generations of young men, as far as I'm concerned, in Ukraine, sent to the meat grinder. And even if they're getting some incremental victories now, I think it's really tragic. And you could say it's geopolitically beneficial, but I don't think you could say that it's a more moral position. At best, I find it morally neutral, I guess I would say.
I don't got much for that. Yeah, I'd say Russia's intent's hard to guess because they went into 2 other nations prior to going into Ukraine and the color revolution. And I heard you and Sitch and Adam battle it out over the Newland call. I don't want to rehash that. I kind of lean a little bit more toward their side on it generally. So, but that's so far off the topic.
Well, to be clear, I think too much emphasis put in the call. I think it's the way I put it is this, and again, it's not really necessary for this. It doesn't matter if we caused the revolution. We certainly helped spring on the leadership that came, which was considered pro-West and anti-Russia afterwards. So we went from Yanukovych, who was considered a stooge of Russia, to Poroshenko, who was effectively a stooge of Obama. Yeah, and so you can see how Russia's pissed about that, you know?
But we do that. At the end of the day, we had that same exact hand in Russia to get Putin elected. Bill Clinton worked with so like at the end of the day, that's
so there we created both sides in this conflict, which is allowing millions to die. Another example of foreign interventionism being bad. So
I'd argue there's a lot of bad examples, but at the end of the day, if you look at the aggregate, the net gain on our economy, the net gain on our security, the net gain on the advances in our military, that's when I didn't really get to. Ukraine is taking our drones that have never been combat tested, turning around, putting them in battle, and now they are experts at fighting the Iranian Shahed drone to the point where they're now working with the UAE, they're working with the Gulf nation Arabs, as well as Israel to fight the war.
Yeah, I just think that like when it comes to the moral, but I have no problem. Like for me, I put very little value on the moral. Speaking of this, and I have at great length argued with people with this and said, "Fuck you! I think you're immoral." But the truth is, I think that you could be morally neutral with this policy. I think there are arguments to be made that it's good or bad, but oftentimes the interventionists rely on this faux sense of morality. An individual like you, I'm not impugning your motivation. I think your motivation is absolutely pure. I just don't think that our military brass, State Department, CIA share those benevolent motivations. I don't think they give a fuck about the people of Ukraine at all. And so when people tell me I have to support this for moral reasons, I'm like, yeah, fuck all that. I don't think that it makes me an immoral person for not wanting to send Ukrainian men to a meat grinder. And so I don't think that there's any moral duty whatsoever. And even if there was a moral righteousness to this, I don't think that I should force other people through their taxation, which comes of their property being taken by force from the U.S. government, to supply that to other people. As with all things charitable, if I choose to do it myself, that's one thing. But it is not moral of me to demand other people partake in the same charity that I would do voluntarily. So I find that I'm not really, again, it's sort of an aside point. You even mentioned that. I only bring it up because a lot of people focus on that issue first and foremost, that there's some moral imperative, and I just find that to be bullshit, because I think that the people that are running shit don't share that moral imperative, and oftentimes there's unintended consequences that it's easy to reverse that morality. So I just view it as a morally neutral, and if you want to just be like, fucking A, man, like whatever, the Ukrainian people, whatever, but it benefits the U.S., I'm more apt to hear that, because to me that's the more honest and morally neutral position on it. So
yeah, that was the arguments earlier about the mineral deal that's going to result from it, the Shahed drones being advanced so our military stays number one, and there was one more. Draining our enemy of resources that we don't have to deal with in the future. So
I don't know. I think that there's other potential things that we could see, such as driving the EU, which you're admitting isn't an ally of ours, closer to the Ukraine, which I think, and by the way, I still say the Ukraine, largely because of the Seinfeld Risk episode. You say the Ukraine is weak, you're weak. And he flips the table. So fuck all the Dylan Burns and company of the world that I don't know if Dylan's ever, but people like that are like, it's not the Ukraine. Fuck you, it is the Ukraine. How do you like that? And it's Kiev. I ain't saying Kiev either. Fuck you on that one. But yeah, I just think that it's a waste of resources. Speak. I don't know if you wanted to do closing statements and then audience question or how you want to do it, but I'm cool to advance to the next stage, however you want to do it, if you are.
Yeah, we'll spin it. I get all my points out. That's what happens when you don't yell at each other. You actually get fun.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, so I'm good to go into. We can go into closing statements now. You'll both get 5 minutes, and then I was telling the chat. I was telling them if they're not sending questions, because a lot of them are just saying random things. I'm not going to make you guys sit through just random things. But if you have questions on your side, or if they start sending in some questions while you're doing the closings, I'm willing to do questions if you guys are.
It's fine by me. Yep, I'm good. I don't know if you probably work tomorrow, so
I still got about 45 to an hour. I'm good.
okay. So yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay. All right. So then we'll move into closings. So for closings, usually how we do it is I like to give the one who went first the last word. All right. So we'll let Rob go first for closings, and then average debate enjoyer, you'll get to go last, get the last word. Good with that?
Fine,
right, awesome.
What are we looking at? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah. What do you guys think is good?
I'll shoot for 5 if that's fine.
Okay. I'll put 6 on the clock, and if you hit 5, I'll let you know there's a minute left.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right, perfect. So whenever you're ready, I'll start up your time.
Very fun debate. I like this, and the truth is, some of these debates are most interesting when chances are we have 95% agreement on sort of what we would like to see happen. We would just have nuanced disagreements on how we'd like to see it get there. So I always enjoy these types of debate and could understand how someone watching could take either side. However, I think that I win this debate, and I'll say why. First off, let me say that it's difficult for me to argue this. This may be the first topic that I could legitimately say, if we accept the definition as given for what foreign intervention is, that maybe I agree with my opponent that if it is literally political pressure, even without economic or military coercion applied to it, would be considered foreign intervention. I would say that probably is a net benefit, and I have no problem, particularly with the Trump administration, making asks of other countries. It becomes more difficult and questionable once you get to sanctions, tariffs, or in this case, the military interventionism, which I do have more of a problem with. So given that, you could accept that for what it's worth. When I hear foreign intervention, what I'm thinking of is more of those military type interventions, and that's what I'm speaking against. And I truly do believe, and I'm not just saying as devil advocate, that it's not net beneficial. I think that average debate enjoyer concedes that in the recent history, many of those cases, it hasn't been net beneficial when it comes to those military interventions, Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. And I think Syria would be another example. And so I think that puts the thrust of the debate largely to me. We both sort of concede, though, that the metric we would like to judge this is the here and now, the Trump administration. Maybe not just today, but you get what we're saying, the sort of here and now with the Trump administration. And we acknowledge that the foreign interventions, even in the sense that I'm talking, the sanctions, tariffs, military intervention, have sort of a different feel to them and a different theme behind them than maybe the Bush doctrine or the neocons or the Obama doctrine of the past. I think largely that's more acceptable, but still a mistake. To me, the key concession in this debate, which is why I'm going to win, is the idea that the domestic issues are more important. To me, that is the key concession. And so the framework to which to evaluate this debate is it more important to ensure domestic things like securing the border, domestic things like having election security, draining the swamp, those sorts of things? If we concede, and the framework is those things are most important, has the hyper focus on foreign interventionism, particularly in places like Iran, Ukraine, elsewhere, helped achieve those agendas or harmed? Of course, it's not zero sum. There is some crossover, and some of those things domestically have happened, but I think most of us would agree not enough. And so because of that, I would argue that we have used too much of this foreign interventionism, and it was antithetical to what we expected from an America First agenda. I also think, and this is another semantic argument, that I don't consider foreign intervention defending yourself from an invading army, and I also don't consider it foreign intervention to reciprocally tariff a country that's tariffing you, or a country that's harming you by sending fentanyl, etc. For those reasons, I think that it's clear that the America First agenda that most of us wanted and concede would be beneficial would be better behooved taken by focusing on these domestic issues. I think that some of the unpopularity in some of Trump's domestic issues could also be solved not just by more focus and putting more literal policy here, but also spending more political capital to force Republicans to pass those policies that are more favorable, like maybe policies that would enshrine in politics or in Congress securing the border, the SAVE Act, things of that nature, but it also would allow him to make the case to the American people more. Instead, Trump spends all of his time making the case that his foreign policy decisions are what's beneficial to the American people. And I would argue, we didn't get much into it, that Trump literally thinks that he wants to be known as a foreign policy president, which to me speaks to the topic and how foreign interventionism with Trump is not net beneficial. It's not to even suggest, I think, like, look, it's difficult to say this, but when it comes to Iran, etc., I'm even saying it's a fucking wash at this point, whether or not this will end up being beneficial. I don't think it will. I don't think it'll be massively bad, but I don't think it will. Average Debate Enjoyer thinks it will. He thinks that we're going to see fruits of this in the next 5-10 years, maybe even sooner to that, by Iran becoming less hostile to the United States. But neither of us know for certain. What we do know is it's likely that these sort of decisions make winning the midterms less likely. And as such, and I think that there's also a concession here, at least somewhat of a concession, that we are in a unique time and place with Trump. Former presidents, as was said in his opening statement, didn't shoot shit about the border, even if they were Republican presidents. They didn't do the things that we are saying are the most important when it comes to Americans. They didn't help manufacturing. They didn't help secure the border from illegal immigration. They didn't help enshrine election security, etc. Republicans and Democrats alike. It speaks to the fact that we have a unique opportunity with Trump here. And I fear we're squandering it because of the hyper-focused on foreign intervention. Instead, if we would have, at least through the midterms, if we would have focused more on domestic issues and made sure that the economy was doing better with better economic policy, did less of these more aggressive tariffs that weren't reciprocal, but went out of their way to go even further and try to drive things, I think that we'd be in a much better position. People in America would see how beneficial it was. It would allow it to be even more popular to do things like the mass deportations, which makes it more likely, even if we decide in the future to have some sort of intervention in Iran or other places, it would have been less unpopular because people would have said, we like what's going on more with the domestic agenda. If you're America First, ask yourself this. Why would we want a president that seems to care more about the priorities of being seen as someone who's committing peace to the world and solving issues around the world, while the real enemies, the real communists, in the words of my opponent here, are right back here at home? Roving lunatics of left-wingers that feel the necessity to use violence because they don't like our immigration policy under Trump, basically with impunity, get to use acts of violence against the noble people that register to be ICE officers to deport these people that are destroying our way of life, that are destroying blue-collar jobs, destroying our communities. The last concession that I think that makes it obvious that I'm winning this debate: if you take the broad concept that foreign interventionism is a net benefit, and we should be looking at it through the lens of the Trump administration, as both of us have, at least that latter part, why would my opponent say, I'm really hoping Trump pulls back on the foreign intervention going into the midterms? He's merely hoping, it'll work out in the long term. But remember, every single thing that Trump's done, because he hasn't used those political capital on Republicans in the legislative branch, can immediately be rolled back as soon as Democrats take over. And so for the sake of that, I think in this unique position right now, we have too much focus on this foreign interventionism. It should be focused domestically, because without that, Democrats will roll back all the potential gains that we've seen and potential gains we could see in the future. My opponent knows that by suggesting we need to start rolling back the foreign interventionism, which means that it hasn't been net beneficial to this point. It's been a net detriment. And I hope that Trump pulls back on it, as Average Debate Enjoyer does, not just with the tariffs, but also with the Iran policy, and starts focusing on domestic issues that will ensure this country ends up in a better place for years to come, and that we don't see Democrats that are hostile to everything we believe take the midterms and the presidency thereof.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to you, Average Debate Enjoyer. I'll do the same thing. I'll put 6 minutes on the clock here, and I'll let you know when there's a minute left.
All right, so at the end of the day, we are here for a good time. This is not a fair debate. It's not meant to be a fair debate. Rob literally comes in blind with his throat out, leading with his throat, and that's why it's fun to watch. That's why it's fantastic. That's why it's a great thing. I don't. At the end of the day, my main goal was to just not get blown out like Circa did. Like that's embarrassing. So for me, the Trump argument was a microcosm, and I thought it was great because we were taking some of these complex, giant ideas and breaking them down into a thing. But I don't want my whole argument based off of that. I just think it was a good way to make the arguments digestible for the audience. So I say that domestic issues are more important. Absolutely. I agree with that. I don't think that's an important point to concede because when you look at the end of the day, so does the American voter. Only 2% of people vote on foreign policy as their top issue, and only 8% of people have it in their top 5 issues. Everyone agrees domestic is more important. That doesn't mean that foreign policy isn't important, and I explained the reason why in my argument. I think it was the last word we ended up getting on the subject. It was that over decades, it takes some of this to materialize. It takes a long time. There's a ton of data out there to show that these policies have definitely helped us economically. I'm going to go into that in a second, but it doesn't happen overnight. It's not something you can see. It's not something for a 2-year term to run a midterm on. Absolutely not. This is something that, again, we explained how America controlling the world currency means we're essentially siphoning economic growth from every country that does trade with us to make sure we grow at a faster rate, maintaining our spot at the top of the food chain. So economically, I think I have to explain this because I think this is the strongest argument. I think this was the one countered the least because it's in a longer aggregate. I feel it's my trump card, pun intended. We win on the world stage. And we protect our assets. And the reason why we do that is because if we don't do it, the people that want to supplant us as the leaders of the world have shown that they will do it. The communists did it, the Chinese do it, the Russians do it. Everybody is out to increase their country's power. If we don't do it, that vacuum means somebody else is going to step in there. I'd rather have a nation based on ideals founded in our great American principles leading the party than somebody like Russia, China, etc. So if we don't do it, somebody else will. And at the end of the day, this tax dollars that we spend aiding these allies, it's about $150 billion a year. That sometimes is only about 15% in what we take in global trade. So we need to have these allies. There are only so many countries. There's only so many rare minerals. There's only so many important waterways. And it's important for our economy to protect these assets that are valuable, that if our enemies have, they could crash our economy. And our allies are another big asset there as well. If we don't do it, again, somebody else will. We need to do this. So there's multiple ways you can, and a lot of them are bad. A lot of them are more effective, but you lose U.S. troops. The way we're doing it now is we're taking some tax money, a small blip of what we get back from having this global hegemony. We're taking some of that tax money, and we're hiring other willing nations who want these fights. Israel was invaded. Ukraine was invaded. They are now fighting back, and all we're doing is selling them weapons. What that means is we give them money. That money comes right back to us. It's essentially a subsidy to our weapons companies to continue developing weapons to keep us at the top of the weapons game in the world, the number one predator. We're staying at the top. Nobody's ever going to supplant us with this system. And then on top of that, they go out, they battle test our weapons, they come back to us with the results, and we improve our weapons even more. This keeps us at a significant advantage over everybody else. The rate that Ukrainians shoot down Shahed drones versus drones that they lose is something like 15-1. It's insane how much our weapons just run circles around our adversaries. So keeping those assets in our circle of power leads to cheaper goods. Because we have these other countries that have different advantages, comparative advantages, they're able to make certain things for cheaper and trade those to us, making the cost for the American consumer come down over a long enough period of time. And again, also exempt from Reaganite trickle-down economics that drive away our manufacturing. You can do it without that. But these countries bringing in cheap goods has led to a boon for the American consumer. Every good except for the 3 or 4 that Democrats have poisoned with overregulation have come down as a percent of your income out of your pocket. It's been proven over decades and decades, and a large factor, not the only one, our innovation is a big factor, but a large factor is this free trade that we have with these 50 or so allies. It's super important. It's super imperative we keep it up. This trade only prospers if we have the police force that runs the world. Now, you could argue, hey, we don't have to do it. It's not the U.S.'s responsibility. We could form a coalition with some other nations, like, we call it the fucking UN. And then the UN could get completely invaded by Russian, Chinese, and Qatari money and go completely anti-Israel forever. We don't want these other nations to have a say in it. We are the superior nation, America #1. Fuck them. There's a reason they ain't at the top. We at the top. Our system keeps us at the top. It says more go to the top. And the reason, the output of that is that we have the best standard of living in the world. The American lower class lives better than the majority of the world's middle class. If you took the UK and made it a state, it'd be one of the poorest states in the United States. And that's supposed to be one of our economic fucking equals? Absolutely not. At the end of the day, if we keep ourselves at the head of the economic game, ahead of the military game, our system is set up to keep us there, as I've just demonstrated. It is 100% beneficial for us in terms of safety and in terms of our living standard. I just don't think that no matter how bad these individual policies Rob brings up, and I agree, a lot of them, he had a lot of great points. I just don't think that his dips negate the aggregate, which is, again, as I said, my argument. And again, it's a fantastic performance he does. This is a fucking wonderful show. I love it. Lots of people talk about it. It gets passed around. It gets reviewed. This is a great fucking formula. Thanks for having me on. I just appreciate getting one or two more with you before you blow up too big.
Thank you. I don't know if I want the guy cheering for foreign wars to talk about me blowing up. Just saying.
Shit. First off, great closings from both of you. Great engagement from both of you. At one point, average debate enjoyer, you asked me in the chat, is this too boring? And I actually, I enjoy the debates that I'm moderating, that I actually don't have to step in all the time, and I get to enjoy consume all the information. I really enjoyed it. I'm like you. I'm an average debate enjoyer. I really enjoy them.
I don't know. I obviously care what the audience thinks, but my goodness, was it nice to not have some fucking esoteric philosophical debate.
I knew you were gonna.
I find myself in those positions. At this point, I'm like, I used to get pissed because everyone was like, the same old things, like, should we eliminate Israel, blah blah blah, and I something. But I'm like, I would take that debate at this point because it's like, it's not my strong. I don't mind the odd, sort of philosophical debate, but this is more the stuff I like, and I thoroughly. It's very much similar to sort of watching Owen Schroyer debate Andrew, which is like, there's so much agreement that maybe from the outside, some people are like, I want two people with directly competing worldviews that are like, fuck you, no, fuck you. But to me, these are the debates I find sometimes most interesting because I feel like it's productive because you could actually convince yourself of something, Oh yeah, that was someone's question. I don't know whose question it was.
Yeah,
I got a good mic. I need to get a better tech. Shit, I don't know. It's a good mic. I don't.
Are you using the right microphone?
Yeah. I'm pretty. Hold on. Let's take a look. Yeah, I'm on my Yeti.
I was gonna say it'd be really funny if you're not. It sounds like you're. You know what you might need? You might need the foam on the wall to cut back on the echo.
Say you can hear kind of an echo in your mic, almost like you're in a washroom or a very open room. Right.
I looked online and said to turn my gain down, and when I did, it didn't really help that much.
No, I don't.
Well, maybe if you were not streaming from Destiny's dungeon there or whatever, you would have better luck.
True.
I like him.
So he had told me he was gonna do the omni-liberal thing. You should tell Rob what you were gonna do, what you first suggested as a joke topic to make Rob debate on the opposite side.
I was gonna get you really fucked with the prompt and essentially argue that my argument was gonna be, being a PDF file is not modern day slavery, so that it was something like along those lines. So you'd have to argue that. It's age of consent laws were modern day slavery. That's it. Yeah.
So he's like, I'm gonna make him argue that age of consent laws are modern day slavery. I was like, no, he's not doing that.
I would have just been like, concede. We just sit here and
That's
bitch
why I was
about
like,
PDFs
no.
for 2 hours.
He's not doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting. First off, to anyone who's watching, if you're ever going to challenge me, this is how you word a topic, right? Like people make the mistake, right? Maybe it's just my more classical direction of learning debate, but it's like if your topic says a definitive statement and you're affirming it, like so. For example, if you said foreign interventionism is always good, right? Then I'd be like Vietnam, or I come up with one example, and then you lose, and like something, like that was the trick with Abe. Like, there was problems with the definition of empathy, but like if you say we shouldn't use empathy for X, that means you should never use it. So all I have to do is come up with the concept of when you would use it. And so I think that was right. It's difficult. The most difficult thing about this is, look at this guy. The most difficult thing about this is I don't know that, like a lot of times when people approach you with a debate topic, or just think of this, watch Verbal Combat tomorrow, right? Inevitably you'll have this situation happen, right? Someone will be like, I don't know. I don't want to argue that. I sort of agree with you on that, right? That's sort of the problem with this. I don't get to say that. And unless I just want to argue devil's advocate for the sake of it, what ends up happening is if there's a topic that I agree with the person I'm debating, it's like, So what you do is most of the time, the topics aren't 100% one way or the other. So you just highlight on the focus you want. But in this one particular, I don't know. I've never looked up a definition of foreign intervention. But if I accept the definition, then it means also political coercion. It's like, well, fuck, I'm not against that. I'm okay with Trump being like, hey, fuckers, stop tariffing us. Right? That seems to, I don't know who would have a problem with that. Right? When you're like, stop tariffing us, now I'm going to bomb you, a different situation. Right? And so if we're like, well, the vast majority of foreign interventionism is just us talking and being like, hey, you should do this. I don't have a problem with that. That's diplomacy. So when I think of foreign interventionism, I never included that. When I'm like, fuck this interventionism, I'm always meaning basically militaristically or some limited forms of like sanctions and shit. Mm-hmm. But I'm not trying to be a prick and be like, I have a proprietary definition and that's all that I'll accept. I'm sort of trying to be like, I don't know. And I know we've had this discussion years ago. And so it's like, in the context of that discussion, I think we were sort of talking about the U.S. as the concept of the world police, right? And like us going in and regime changing through military force and why that's a bad idea. But regardless, I hope the audience had a good time. I don't know how many questions they have, but
we don't really have questions, but I thought since the chat didn't give any questions, I'll make up for their slack. I'll give you a question. I thought of a question for each of you. So first I'll go with average debate enjoyer since you're on the affirmative. What would be like your clearest and best example of like where US foreign aid produces like a measurable return that directly benefits the American citizen, not just the allies?
Fuck. I don't know. Fuck. Because all of them, like every one of them has a trade-off that's like everyone, we've all had these arguments for 50 years, everyone knows. I would have to say that up until about maybe 10, 15 years ago, NATO had the biggest part of that.
Look, you make an argument in this debate. You just made it in your closing statement. We send weapons, which helps our weapons manufacturer, which helps American jobs, and helps our military become more robust and trained because they're field testing the weapons for us,
That's a concept that's done on a bunch of individual levels, all aggregated together. I'm more talking about one specific instance. I'd have to say the formulation in NATO in particular, while the Cold War was still going on. Once the Cold War ended, NATO didn't have a purpose anymore.
Yeah, I agree with the concept, like, a military alliance when you're like I don't have much to add, I guess. I think that NATO's utility ran out and it's been sort of a detriment ever since the Cold War has ended because to me it just increased hostilities. I don't know, like I would be interested in what you think of this. I mean, all world leaders are duplicitous. They will lie if it benefits themselves or the people they care about. I understand that, right? But I always thought it was interesting when Putin got interviewed by Tucker, where he may have just been bullshitting, but then he basically said, look, under Obama, I talked to Obama and was like, Russia wants to come into NATO. And Obama's like, sure, like, let's work it out. And then basically the diplomats under Obama are like, fuck that. No. But it's interesting because the concept was like NATO just becomes UN for military, right? Where it's like, sure, we all come in and we all have say, but we're all sharing militaristically, which means the likelihood of us exchanging shells, fighting is lowered because we are, and this sort of truly a world police of the world, made up of the world. And so for me, it's like, I don't know if that's true or not, but the concept stands that it's like, I feel NATO's just been an antagonizing force. I can't point to most actions, what was it, Kosovo or shit that was NATO? Doesn't seem like a good thing. Libya doesn't seem like a fucking good thing. That intervention from NATO, aggression towards Russia doesn't seem like a good thing. Probably helped lead to like this Ukraine conflict. So to me, it's like, yeah, I think NATO's the fucking pits. If I had to say, like an example where you could see like foreign aid to an ally directly benefited the people of the United States, I don't know, but I certainly know there are actual examples where like we've helped a country get their sort of infrastructure built, which then leads to exports, which makes the way of life to the United States better. So maybe you'd say like Japan, us like being the defense of Japan, which allowed their economy to take off and not build a military, which we no longer had to contend with. And then they're responsible for exporting so much to the United States, which a lot of consumers thinks makes their lives beneficial. So that's probably what I would say, the defense of Japan.
That NATO point's an interesting one because I hope this doesn't bring up PTSD of arguing with Pisco, but one of the in the weeds points of Ukraine, the whole Ukraine thing was we found out that a lot of the pressure for Ukraine they were trying to join EU and NATO was that they were moderating, that they were battling this corruption. That's why they had Poroshenko there in the first place, and Poroshenko was the president, not the investigator. I got all my names. It's been so long. I got to go through my notes and shit to remember who's who in that. I don't.
Victor Shokin.
Shokin, yes. That's why they had Shokin there in the first place doing all this anti-corruption shit and the diamond thing, blah, blah, blah. Anywho, the rules required to join NATO and the UN mean you have to meet a certain threshold of anti-corruption. So if that was the reason we would bring Russia into NATO, is they would tamp down their corruption, get rid of their cronyism, their oligarchs and all that, I could see that necessarily being an argument Democrats would like eat the fuck up.
Yeah, because I think, Putin's claiming, now Putin's a lying sack of shit too, don't get me wrong, so this can all be bullshit. But I think that the Putin's argument would basically be this: we view NATO as an expansionary force, and so we're willing to give up some transparency of our government, like in our military actions, under the auspices of we're guaranteed that NATO is not going to expand, or at least we have a voting say in what NATO is doing. So then that's a fear of ours alleviated. We don't have to worry about NATO. And now, as it is, I think it would largely be irrelevant, because what would happen would be nothing in Russia joining NATO theoretically would stop the United States for a potential color revolution or picking favorites in Ukraine, which Russia could still be pissed about and still want Russia to invade. So had it happened, I don't know that it would have done anything different whatsoever. I don't know, though, if when it comes to the utility of NATO, I would merely ask this: what, in the past 10 years, where can you point to where can you point and say, fuck, thank God NATO was there? Right? I don't know. And to the extent that you're like, well, we want the world to come together and do X, it's like, okay, but that NATO's not necessary for that. We have the EU, the UN, we have the ICC, the International Criminal Court, for those sorts of things, right? Right. So it's like, I just don't know. I don't know where, I think that Libya is a black eye on the entire Western world and what happened there, so which was largely NATO. So I just don't know. Having said that, I do not consider myself a huge foreign policy buff or history. So I'm sure some fucking NATO stooge could come on here and go, remember that time there was that earthquake in that one country and NATO went in and, I suppose. Yeah. So.
All right. And then, so my question for Rob's side would be, if we significantly reduced the foreign aid, like the one that you're not for, like the military intervention and stuff, and or even eliminated it, what would be the alternative to remain the the superpower, to remain that global influence that America has? What would be like an alternative to that?
Economically, culturally, and we still. So here's the thing, right? Power projection can exist without actually using the power, right? And so I still think the United States should maintain the strongest military in the world. I just don't think that it's necessary to sort of be intervening in foreign countries to do so. In fact, I think we become even stronger militaristically if we're focused on protecting our own borders. So this sort of walk softly but carry a big stick. Like, it's going to take a lot to get us to actually go to war with you, but if we do, it's going to be quick and concise. We're not fucking around. It's going to be targeted. We're going to take you out. And ironically, like, average debate and short, it might be like, you mean like Iran? Like, or Venezuela? Is that what you mean? Right? Like, that happened under the Trump administration. Now, we'll see what they run. It's not ended. Let's be clear, right? So who knows what the fuck that'll lead. But I mean, even someone, I'll straight up admit, and I don't know if you knew this about me, I didn't like the Venezuela shit. And like in the middle of that happening, which was what, 20 minutes, but 10 minutes in, I was like, this sucks. And I was like, maybe this will escalate out of control. Even if you didn't like that, I mean, I don't think anyone could argue that that wasn't one of the most successful military incursions, like, in my lifetime. I mean, beyond all expectation. And I didn't particularly like it, but it was like, well, fuck. What can you reasonably say are the negative consequences at this point from that? Now, maybe there's potential blowback we don't see 4 years down the road, right? But so what I say, though, is, like, going back to the question, for me, it's like, if the United States focused on sort of being dominant economically and being dominant to have a military that's robust in securing our own borders, right? I still think we maintain superpower status. I think what we're likely to see, if nothing changes, if we continue with the status quo, is that you're going to see a gradual decline of the gap between the United States and China and a coalition with China. It's like there's great evidence that you want a unipolar world. You want one country, preferably a benevolent country, preferably your own country, to be the superpower, right? That's what you want, right? But I think largely because of overexpansion through overuse of foreign intervention, the United States is gradually losing that position. And I don't think we're anywhere 20, 30, 40 years away from losing the top spot, but it's going to keep shrinking, right? And it used to be probably the rest of the world could have came together and said, fuck you, United States. And when it came to cultural, political, economic, and military power, we could have said, no, fuck you. And that's no longer the case. It's not. A combination of other countries now could supersede us when it comes to economic authority, when it comes to even like maybe some cultural things as far as like manufacturing and things of that nature. So yeah, for me, I would say not necessary to project power in that sense. You could continue to project power with a robust military back home and be the world superpower and hopefully gain. One point I wanted to make, I didn't make this to you, average debate enjoyer. I'll actually see what you think about this. I think there's an argument to be had that the wars that you talk about that have been solved, this is a fucked up argument, but right, you're like, well, it's more peaceful since the U.S. has been intervening more. I would argue World War II is largely responsible for the United States becoming the hegemon because we were fortunate enough to have the geographic location where we have, that we were the only Western power that didn't get straight fucked up. Like, no one back home here in the States was being attacked at all. All of Europe's torn asunder, right? Fucking Russia, Japan, all of these great powers, war occurring on their soil, not the U.S. The U.S. comes across unscathed, right? And now all of a sudden we're in the position where, like, we got the bomb, our infrastructure's intact, it's humming along, in fact. We don't have to worry about rebuilding. So maybe a good old-fashioned European conflict that we stay out of, maybe that puts the U.S. in a better spot where we're like, well, there we go, and it makes us a hyperpower again. It's not something I would cheer for, but
that was true. But at the end of the day, China was getting devastated, and I want to say in World War I by Japan, and then parts of World War II as well. And then Russia was getting devastated by Germany for a large part of World War II. And they turned right around and outspent the United States on economic intervention and military intervention. They went into Ukraine. They went into all these other countries. I think together they outspent us 2-1 during the Cold War. So they were able to turn it around even though they took massive blows as well. But yeah, no, it did make us in our own coalition, it made us a superpower. Being the global currency, no nation that shares our global currency can ever surpass us. They're so ingrained in our economy, it would take them a decade to decouple, if not more, and we would see it coming and be able to react. So I see us as like the ultimate winner of this because of the post-World War II deals. It did have a lot to do with it.
If people are, I don't think I'm wrong about this. I'm no expert on this subject, but I've read at least one book on this. I believe it was called the Bretton Woods Agreement, right? And it was like basically this meeting that a bunch of like our European allies had with like the US that was basically like, the US was basically like, we're going to become the world police, right? We'll do that while you guys rebuild and stuff. But what we get in return is the US dollar is going to become the reserve currency. And I think that it's inarguable, at least to me, that initially was a very good deal for the United States, and in many ways continues to be. The problem is that it certainly concentrated wealth in a more narrow field in the United States, which is in the financial sector, which in a limited capacity isn't necessarily a bad thing, but taken to an extreme, and we seem to be getting more and more extreme with it every year, you find yourself a country that it's like paradoxically the world superpower, right, and getting stronger and wealthier, but it's more reliant on the rest of the world than ever, right? Because now your entire value is because the rest of the world trades with you, trades your dollars, right? And if the rest of the world goes, yeah, you know what, we think this is a bad deal for us, you're in a tight spot, right? Whereas if you just continue to be, like building your manufacturing and using your resources, etc., if the rest of the world was like, we don't like this about you, we don't like you, you're more self-sufficient. That's another argument that I could have made is the USAID that some 65 billion has been cut. That in itself, many cases, is a form of foreign interventionism, given your definition, because oftentimes there are requirements put on for that money being sent. So that, in a sense, is a sense of foreign intervention, right? And Trump's robustly cut that and said, this is way too much. We're giving this foreign aid. So I don't know. It's a difficult concept, especially with Trump, but with just looking at this administration, it's difficult. But yeah.
They could cut us off, and absolutely, they'd have to take some time to decouple. The longer they're in this system, the more money they spend in the United States intervention or investment, the more money they spend in buying our goods, the more entrenched they become in our economy. So it takes some time to decouple. But look at the energy situation in Europe. They completely green energied out all of their production. They produce a fucking minority of their own energy. They import a majority of it so they can say, look how clean on carbon we are. We just get it from those dirty people over there. And it's fucking stupid.
Those dirty Russians, those fuckers. Yeah.
In Trump's first term, in 2017, he went to the EU. He said, you are undermining our security of you by doing this trade deal with Russia for the Nord Stream pipeline. We are doing all this to keep you safe.
They laughed. They audibly laughed. I remember the clip. They fucking were like, and everyone was like, Trump's a buffoon. He doesn't know what's going on in foreign policy. And then a mere 5 years later, they're like, help us. Yeah. Russia's attacking. It's like, told you, bitches. That's exactly what he said would happen.
So who are you going to pick as your energy supplier? You either have to go crawling back to Russia and Iran and beg them and hope that they don't invade another fucking country because they've already invaded 3 right next to you, or you stick with the United States, who at the very least might have some asshole presidents that, make you pay your fair share for healthcare, military, and fucking trade. But at the end of the day, you're not having the potential of an army fucking attacking you and having complete control over your energy sector. So there's no way they're going to the other side. China doesn't produce energy. They import about 60% of their energy right now. They're building coal plants up to 2060 at this point. So everyone's telling you they're fucking going green is lying to you. They build that shit and then they sell it to us. And then with the profits, they come over to the United States and fucking EU and they donate to climate activism. They've given hundreds of millions of dollars to climate activists so they can go fucking nuts on our political system and get us to switch to green energy so that they can control the energy markets. It's fucking silly.
Now, listen, though, I will say that I think there's a little more danger than you think in allies coming together to try to use other partners of the United States, particularly when you're acknowledging they're not allies. So if Trump, or let's say Trump, Rubio wins or Vance wins, and let's say we get another 8 years after this, and we're like, look, fuck you, we're aggressively sanctioning you now for your anti-free speech policies or your, I mean, at this rate, fucking, I don't know, United Kingdom's going to look like fucking little Mogadishu by the time we fucking get through with this. And they might not view themselves as an ally. And they might say, well, geez, the United States just going after Iran. Maybe they'll come after us. So maybe we need to get partnerships elsewhere because we think the U.S. is unhinged. They'll just attack. So we'll go with China. We'll go with Russia. We'll go with India. We'll try deals there. I don't know. I just don't think it's as clear cut. And I think that it's inevitable. Inevitably, what's going to happen is either the United States is ran by people that are increasingly globalist, that do all the bad shit in the United States that we talked about, or that the rest of the world's going to start to be like, we don't know that it's such a good deal anymore to be under the U.S. world reserve currency. And so I actually agree. It's basically, we're spending a lot of time talking. It's sort of outside the scope of this debate, like the idea of this, because you could be the reserve currency with or without the interventions, sort of. So, but I don't blame Vance. I think it's a good idea to be like, look, here's the deal. We're going to set up policies to bring back manufacturing in the United States and prepare ourselves that our export's not just going to be our financial sector and being the world police. And if we don't do that, then we're going to increasingly see the manufacturing sector disappear and the middle class disappear in the United States. Goods will be cheaper. True, but you'll have less potential to earn, and we're going to become more and more reliant on the products we use every day from around the world. And I think Trump's embraced this. This is why a lot of people are like, why is Trump obsessed with trade deficit? What's up with that? Like, sure, deficit, if it's out of control, could be bad, but it can also be good. A trade deficit means that you're getting more cheap shit from around the world, right? And I think what's really one of the things that's going on is the idea of like what the deficit signifies is that we're not making shit back here. We're not self-sufficient, right? That's what it's really signifying. And so it's like, why do we have to buy our car from you? Especially when you're tariffing our automobiles. Europe, fuck you. No, we're going to tariff your ass, microchips and shit. And to Biden's credit, he tried the bullshit Microchip Act or whatever, which basically was it you that talked? I heard someone talk about this quite fluently. I don't think it was you. Let me think who it was. It was Jebtan. Like a lot of the shit that, with the CHIPS Act that they give credit to Biden, a lot of these facilities were being built before the CHIPS Act, right? And we're like, oh, the CHIPS Act, look at all these facilities that are being built, to produce microchips. Not really. Yeah, but hey, at least it's an attempt, I guess you could say. But,
so if you both have time, I wrote down one more question here for both of you, actually.
Sure.
It's a one question, but for both of you to answer.
Can I just say one thing about that real quick?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
What the deficit essentially does tell us too is that trade policies are bad because we are dropping our production. We're not trying to compete with other countries. We're trying to produce at a higher level, airplanes, weapons, and certain things that other countries can't produce. Entertainment is one of our biggest exports, video games, movies, and we're producing at a level that the rest of the world can't compete with. So we are losing certain types of production, absolutely, like cars and whatnot. But we're moving up in a higher scale. It just wasn't being sold at a good rate. Trump's trade war actually has brought that trade deficit down. So we're producing more that allows these companies to turn around and scale up, hire more people, sell at cheaper rates, etc., make more money and produce more to the economy as well. So the trade deficit is I've argued with Non-Fun about this like a dozen fucking times. It's actually a bigger deal than people fucking make it out to be. Just because they reinvest in the United States doesn't mean we can't do better.
I feel like a trade deficit is fine in short bursts. A sustained and growing trade deficit is when it's getting out of control. And I think the Trump administration is right to notice that. Funny. He was gung-ho. I was on a panel with him one time. It was so funny. They brought me on this panel to like shit on Destiny, right? Your roommate here, that you're in this room here. And basically it was like over these allegations. And the funny thing was, these allegations of his videos that got leaked and all that. I really haven't said much about it. What I said was I found it interesting. The sort of orbiters is what I found interesting, right? Because there is a lot of them that were sort of virtue saying, oh my goodness, no. And I was like, bullshit, right? So many of you knew of this and just didn't give a fuck. Or once it became public, you didn't say anything until there was a massive wave of public perception. Then all of a sudden you were like, oh, well, And it's like, either you're principled or you're not. So they brought this dude on. What was his name? I don't know. He's one of like Destiny's boys. And he's like, he owns this company. It's like VPN type company, right? I can't remember his name, but they invited me on this panel and Non-Fun was there, and they thought I was gonna shit on this guy because this guy's take was like, Destiny's my bud. I don't care. And I was like, yeah, I respect that. I don't have much to say. I was like, yeah, stick it by your boy, you know? He's like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Right? It'd be different if you witnessed him assault someone, but you're like, I think this is blown out of proportion. I don't believe it. Like, I respect. I think Dan was his name. I'm like, I don't mind. That's fine. Right. But anyways, Non-Fun came on, and I'll never forget this. He's like, I want to argue with you about tariffs. And he left out. I was like, yeah, we'll do it someday. So I'm not surprised that he had a conversation with you about trade deficits, because I was
About
like,
10.
wow, you're really fucking gung-ho about this topic.
We've debated tariffs 10 times. He's an economics student, so he's just big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
All right. So yeah, so my question, I had to write it down so that I could word it correctly. So is foreign aid and intervention fundamentally about advancing American interests, or is it about maintaining a global image? Or if it's something else, even you could say that. And then it's kind of a two-part. If those ever conflict, which should win?
Well, I'll start but your image could also be self-interest, right? But let's accept that there's a difference there, right? I think it's different in different circumstances, if I could be honest. I think sometimes quite clearly foreign intervention is for literally a quid pro quo. Like, we want you to send troops here, so we'll give you this, right? That happens. I think in general, though, my criticism of much of the more aggressive types of foreign intervention is that it's not to benevolently benefit the people there or back home. There's more cynical and self-interest for the people in government or their allies that are achieving. So, for example, we give a lot of foreign aid and foreign intervention in the countries in Africa, right? But what ends up happening is it's enriching certain groups that are pushing a certain globalist agenda, and then 5% of that money gets to the grounds on Africa. Now, that's more foreign aid than foreign intervention. But as I said, a lot of that aid has it's contingent upon X or Y, which makes it an intervention based on the definition we're using. So for me, I think a disproportionate amount of this foreign aid is done for not the benefit of the people on the ground and not the benefit of the people back home in America, but more of a globalist agenda, designed more towards propping up this global system of governance that has an ultimate agenda, which I could talk about at great length, of sort of eroding national identity and sort of making people rely on government to give the government's ultimate power, like a one world government. That's my belief. So.
Oh, well, okay. If those two values come into opposition with each other, I would argue that the more important one, and man, people aren't going to like this, has to be the reputation. Only because the system would collapse without it. So we have seen the system hold with the United States completely throwing U.S. interests out the window. Look at every post-Clinton Democrat. That's all they've done on the foreign stage is say, look how bad we are. We're sorry. Here's a ton of money. Fuck our taxpayers. So absolutely it could work without interest to the United States. That's not saying it's not important. But in the context of foreign policy, without the reputation, if we go around and start legitimately committing actual genocides, not like the misinformation about the great nation of Israel, if we actually went around and did that, it would really severely hurt our reputation. If we went around and did really awful things that we sanction other countries for, eventually the world would have to take a moral stand against us. Eventually, our reputation would be so diminished if we were actually going out and committing war crimes, not just something libertarians say on the internet to get attention. If we were actually going out and committing genocide, not something leftists say on the internet to get attention, then our reputation would crumble and the entire system would crumble around it. We wouldn't have the best and the brightest wanting to come to the United States anymore. We wouldn't have the moral high ground. We wouldn't have the reason, the trust, the reason, the right to be the moral police of the world, to be the physical police of maritime law and all these things. In a sense, we would be the pirates because we would be doing the immoral things. We'd be fucking taking their shit. So at the end of the day, if you lose the reputation to a certain degree, the whole system crumbles, where, again, we could fuck ourselves in the ass and sign up to 15 Paris Accords, completely not in the economic or interest of the United States, and the system's just fine.
Let me, if you don't mind, average debate enjoyer. Let me just ask you a general question. I'll connect to this debate. What do you give Trump in his second administration thus far? If you had to give it like a letter grade,
B, just a B.
I said B minus.
Yeah.
I'm a B minus C plus, somewhere in between there. Yeah, it's weird because like someone like me that doesn't like the Iran conflict, I think you actually like it, right? So it's easy for you to say B now. For me, it's like I don't like this, right? And so as I was saying, sort of at the beginning of this, it's hard to remember and look back and like, but wait a minute, were there successes? It's our political cycle is so fast now. It's like even people like us that maybe pay more attention than other people, there's a recency bias where it's like, well, what happened this week? They arrested James Comey, A plus, motherfucker. Yeah, greatest administration ever. And then next week it's like, this is an F. I fucking hate what's happening this week. So I think if I look at it objectively, there are things I don't like, but my goodness, I think that if you look at it comparatively to other administrations in my lifetime, there's a lot of things, particularly on the domestic side, that I'm like, yeah. And it's very difficult. I also give Trump some leeway because I think that there's still key people in his own party sort of don't like his agenda, particularly people in the Senate. I'm not even agenda. Mitch McConnell, whatever's left, whatever neurons are still firing, and Mitch McConnell it's like, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, so it's like, I'm just going to be against him for the sake of it. So
the UAE fucking crypto shit, I really don't like. And the U.S. government investing in U.S. businesses to have a say in their production, I really don't like that shit.
The pardons are brutal.
Yeah, they're pretty
Some of these
too.
pardons are fucking brutal, man. Hate those. I don't like what's so far what's with Iran. But here's something that frustrates the shit out of me, right? Like when you say I like something or I don't like it, there are scales to it, right? Like, so when I say I don't like so far what's happening in Iran, I put it like, if a 3 is neutral, or let's say if a 5 or 6 is like neutral, right? And a 10's the greatest thing ever and a 1's the worst thing ever. I put it at like a 4 right now because if it ends next week, I mean, people are shitty. They look at shit. We've lost 13 service members officially so far. That fucking sucks, right? It really does. But do you realize we lose on average like 30 something a month in just military exercises? Right? And so if you could say, look, we took out basically the entirety of the Iranian leadership and we achieved this goal or that, whatever they're going to want to say, which is probably bullshit, but whatever. And we lost 13 people in 2 months. I mean, I would have never believed that if you told me that, hey, we're going to take out Iran's leadership and be involved with the conflict for 2 months and we're going to lose 13 people. I'd say, fuck you, try 500. That's what I would have said. So, if it ends and it results in positive things in the future, I don't think this was all that bad, and so I don't know. People don't understand that when you say that, they're like, oh, you're a fucking warmonger. You fucking, or they're like, you just think this is the worst thing ever. You think this is Iraq 2.0. It's like, I didn't say either of those things. I said, I don't like it, but it's not the end of the world. And I think what we see is, I'll be straight up. I'm not trying to get Speakeasy Channels banned. I think a lot of the hyperbolic of this is people that don't like a particular country. And they have a theory that country is responsible for all the ills of the United States. And so therefore, to me, they're willing to become accelerationists and sacrifice, the midterms and the next election to the Democrats because they're like, whatever, fuck Israel. And so whatever we need to do to say fuck you to Israel, as if voting in the Democrats is going to be a middle finger to Israel. As if they won't be, so.
I just don't see the threat. Like, I see Rachel. I'm trying to, tell her, stop attack. You're acting like a Democrat right before the election. You're attacking people on your own side for not agreeing with you and calling them stupid. It's almost like you're trying to shame people into voting for your side again. It's like it's not a good tactic. It's actually, it makes them dig their heels in. But at the end of the day, people only tend to vote on 3 to 5 of their major issues. Like, out of 500 issues, if the president sides with me on my top 3, and then all the other 497 he doesn't, I'm probably still going to vote for him because my top 3 are that much more important to me. So I get it. Like, war and intervention is not one of them. If those gas prices stabilize and we see the economy come back to humming, if it's better, 3 months after the war and people forget about it, I guarantee the foreign policy is not going to ding them just because nobody gives a fuck about it.
That's absolutely true. Like, it's going to be about the economy. Like, even shit I care more about, like, fuck Comey, and this corruption. The average normie is going to be like, hey, $2.50 gas, fucking A. Or $6 gas, fuck you. That's really what it's going to be. I mean, it really is. It's sad, but that's the truth. And, for me, it's like, I also agree with you. Like, it's maybe this is inside baseball. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this. I feel like, to use my platform to some degree, what I like to do is be as honest as possible with my always. But once you're in election mode, you're in election mode. And you're like, it's like selling a car. You don't tell potential people buying your car, fuck you, you're an asshole. You're like, hey, I understand where you're coming from. Right? Let me make the case. So even like people that I think are just abject crazy, like Candace Owens, I'll look at a Candace Owens fan and be like, hey, I get it. I too have significant questions about stuff. But here's why I think you need to go out, and I think that JD Vance nailed it the other day when he was like, look, if you're pissed at us, pulling back and not supporting, not getting involved politically is the worst thing to do. You should get more involved. Yeah, you get more focused on primaries, right? Say, fuck these Republicans, they suck. Let's primary them, right? But when you're like, nah, never mind, I'm not going to vote, or I'm going to vote Democrat, that's the exact wrong thing. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, all you do then is you move the ball back this way, and then if we win again, then you got to spend your entire first, part of your administration clawing back with all the losses you just had. So for me, it's like, I think if you're an anti-Zionist and you're watching this, right, this is my recommendation to you. Ask yourself this. Is it more likely that we get a president that you think is more aligned with you if Democrats win the midterms or if they lose? And I would argue it's if they lose, because if they lose, Republicans can keep pushing internally to go further and further more populist, and maybe that means less and less Israeli influence. But if the Democrats win, the lesson that Republican infrastructure is going to take from this is MAGA's losing. Back to Paul Ryan, back to Mitt Romney, back to sort of the neocon impulses. I don't think that you're likely to see, Republicans lost under Trump. Let's get more crazy populists. I think Trump's unique. He's a billionaire. He's very charismatic. I don't think that we'll see that again unless we have incremental victories for MAGA and Republicans going forward.
Well, I just think those people are frustrated because they can't win primaries. If you look at the polling on this, 95% of Trump's base sides with him and his actions in the Middle East generally. Even if they don't think it's the top priority, maybe they want him to pull it back a bit, they generally side with him. And the GOP right now is, for the first time in 100 years, larger than the Democratic Party and more pro-Trump, more self-identifying as MAGA than it's ever been at 67% in a poll from like 3 weeks ago. So right now the GOP is bigger and more pro-Trump, which is on his side with Israel more so than ever. I don't think these people have a voice that's bigger than online. Like, you're online, you're running into fucking libertarians, communists, people that hate Israel, and then you go outside and you never fucking see these people. We have like a sampling bias of social rejects. Yeah. So I think that...
Which I am part of the social reject as well. But yeah, you're right. I don't know those exact numbers, but I will say this. It is undoubtable. What I do know is that there's a greater voice of that stuff, if not just an invisible voice in the real world. There's certainly a greater voice online of those voices. And, I don't know. For me, it's it sort of came up in the in the Owen Schroyer Andrew debate, where a lot of people were like, Andrew's not for the war. Now, I can understand how you get confused how that debate went. Forget about all that. But Andrew's position is the position I share, which is, even if you don't like this, right, I still think that incremental pragmatic victories are good. And I'm not willing to say, well, fuck this, burn it all down, fuck this Republican Party, it's time to reset for 8 years, give Democrats control, because the Democrats are quite open with what they're going to do. All right, they're going to try to be like, we ain't losing again, come hook or crook, right? We're gonna redo shit. And I mean, my goodness, when you look at one thing, maybe the biggest victory of Trump since the overruling of Roe v. Wade, this decision that just came down that says that you can't draw maps racially. I mean, there's a real potential if Republicans could just fucking like get to 48% approval that they're going to fucking clean up with the way that these maps. Now, I suspect we won't see these maps significantly change by the midterms, because you're going to have to prove that these maps were drawn for racial reasons. And a lot of these state courts are going to fight that, and the Democrats are going to fight and say, no, it wasn't race-based lines, even if it was. But you see the point. There's still a lot of potential here, and you're right. You got to win the primary. You have to, and a lot of people want to take their ball or go home if they can't win those primaries. Even worse, like I give Owen Schroyer credit for this. I told him, Owen Schroyer actually spends a lot of time pushing people in primaries. How much time do a lot of these people online that complain about Israel, how much time are they doing that? And it's not impossible. I fucking ran for Congress. It's not impossible to support someone to run. So it's so many of these people want to be like, that's it, fuck it, accelerationism. And it's like, well, what have you done like practically to make things better? Have you tried? Have you tried pushing people for the primary? Have you, making incremental change? But everybody just wants it to be like this. There, it's all fixed. Everything I wanted happened immediately. And it's like, I too want that, but you have to understand, like, it's not possible. You got to be a pragmatist instead of just like a utopian. I wish everything would be fixed,
All right, I got to go to bed. This has been good. Take her easy. If you guys need me for anything, hit me up. You ever want to come out of the DMZ? We do debates Friday and Saturday, prompts, judges, the whole shebang, trying to judge them on the merits, good faith. I came in there. They had me do more right-wing arguments than I normally it would be if I was arguing for my own, because they're more left-leaning, and I ended up winning the season. So if that speaks to the fairness of the judging and shit. Plus, you get the most charismatic, intelligent, best-informed judge in the fucking under 5K subs right here, boy. Let's go. So, otherwise, that's all I got. This is fucking fantastic. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, man. It was fun.
Yeah, I threw my socials in there, and if anyone needs me, hit me up. I just do this for fun. It's a great time.
Yep. Thank you for coming. I'm gonna also. Unless you had anything more you wanted to say there, Rob.
No, that's it. If you come over to the show anytime, Average Debate and Show, I will be streaming tomorrow night around 10 p.m. Maybe I'll hop on to Verbal Combat over on Normal America with Rob NOerr. I'll probably take Saturday off. But I do have some fun stuff coming up, and I think Speakeasy has a bunch more of these lined up coming up. That's every other Thursday. So tune into that if you guys are watching.
Yes, sir. That's going to wrap it up for tonight. Listen, big thank you to both debaters. All right. If you've enjoyed this debate, make sure you go and subscribe to Rob and also to our opponent for tonight. Okay. At the end, I'll also put his links into the description as well. I don't do it ahead of time because I don't want to give anything away to Rob. Yeah. But thank you to everyone for watching, engaging, supporting the show. Special thank you to everyone for sending the super chats in. If you think you can take on Rob in a NOerr Prep debate, join the Discord, discord.gg/bearcave. Reach out to me or Tiny Pink Nugget of Chaos directly, and we'll get you set up. We run these, like you said, like Rob said, twice a month on Thursdays. So we will see you all next time. Thank you all for coming. Shout out to both of you. Great job, guys. Great job.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. NOerr Prep. NOerr Prep. NOerr Prep. Two minds enter, one stance breaks. NOerr Prep. NOerr Prep. NOerr Prep. No topic, no opponent name, just pressure, just fire, just debate. NOerr Prep. NOerr Prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is NOerr Prep debate. This is NOerr Prep debate. NOerr Prep.
Hey, let's fucking go. Shout out to Rob NOerr. Shout out to Average Debate Enjoyer. You guys did great tonight. Fucking awesome debate. Told you guys would be fucking great. Told you guys would be great. All right, I said I would read all of these, but you guys didn't even really send in fucking. I'll read them, all right, because I love you guys. I'll read them. But then we're shutting it down, all right, because it's been 2 crazy good streams tonight, all right. I got really good news, actually 2 forms of really good news today, which you guys are gonna really love when I announce it. And we got, an earlier night. You know what I'm saying? Would you host or mod a debate between, or host and mod a debate between me and Darth? Yeah, Suda, of course. Hit me up in the Discord. Jess Gerald came in with 10 there at the end, said I missed the debate, but I assume Rob won. Good shit, Rob. Salute. He just assumed it. I like it. I like it. You want to debate me? I'm in for it. I'll debate everybody. I'll debate everybody. All right. All right, let's read these really quick. All right, let's read these really quick. So I still get an early night off. I'm gonna go and munch, and then me and the wife are gonna go have snacks in bed and watch a movie. How about that? That's what I'm talking about. I've done a lot of work this week. So tonight, usually when I get off stream, I do a bunch of shit. Not tonight. And we have an early day tomorrow. Yeah, fuck yeah, we do. Shit. How much for a hot seat? He said, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Come on. He really want to do it, huh? He really want to do it, huh? Well, you know how much it normally is for a hot seat. Come on now. Come on now. Yo, you fucking legend. You fucking legend. Coming in with the big 150. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, you legend. Here, let me switch scenes for a minute so I can why is it doing that? Oh, there we go. I fucked my scene up. Let me switch scenes so I can give you one of these. Hold up. Hold up. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Shit, and another 10 comes in. You fucking legend. You fucking legend. It hasn't been just prevented me from being a snack soon. Well, technically, actually, no. It's only $2.91. So technically, We didn't hit it yet. So, just saying. As I always say. As I always say. All right. There can be 30 in the chat. Oh, damn. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. All right. Whoever wants to join a hot seat, get your asses up here. All right. Get your asses up here. I'm going to play you guys a great song. I will be back in 3 minutes after this song is done. Whoever's up here is in the hot seat. If nobody fucking shows up in these 3 minutes, guess what? No fucking hot seat. All right? Just telling you. That means you're going to owe me 2 hot seats next time you come up for a hot seat. Just saying.
Yeah, it's me, Sarah the Raging Tomato. Back to moderate another debate show. But it's my rules, not yours. I say I'm neutral, I swear that I'm fair. But 5 seconds in, I'm already in there. Interrupting midpoint, taking the mic. Pretending to host, but I'm ready to strike. They think I'm sweet, wear red for the cause. Talking like I'm Trent, but it's feminist laws. Conservative cosplay, money in hand. I bake the bears just like I planned. Oh, Andrew built my little empire. Now I'm acting like I'm higher. I say I'm just moderating, but baby, I'm debating. Oops, I'm biased again. Oops, I'm biased again. I cut in mid-sentence, stole the win. Oh baby, oops, you thought I was fair, but I'm queen of the panel, first beware. Oops, I play pro-life in the day, then argue pro-choice my own way. I'm not innocent. Oops, I'm biased again. I preach about truth, no drama, please. Then I send my trolls to your comment feed. If you disagree, I'll twist what you meant and smile on the stream like it's all innocent. My chat says, Sarah, you're keeping it real, but I just love the power I feel. I'll mute your mic, say oops, tech delay, then talk for 5 whole minutes anyway. Oh, I swear I'm calm and civil, but chaos is my thrill. I don't need a fair discussion, just clips for my next thumbnails rushing. Oops, I'm biased again. Oops, I'm biased again. Pretend to host, then jump right in. Oh baby, oops, I'm queen of the scene. The panel burst, drama machine. Oops, my stance always depends on who's trending, who offends. I'm not innocent. Oops, I'm biased again. Andrew, yeah, without you I'd still be streaming to 6 people in a bot. But look at me now, I'm moderating minds. Oh wait, I am the debate. Oops, I'm biased again. Oops, I'm biased again. You fell for my neutral friend. Oh baby, oops, I'm queen of the show. The raging tomato in full control. Oops, I play both sides for the trend. It's all content in the end. I'm not innocent. Oops, I'm biased again.
Chat, I only see one person in the back. All right. We can't do a hot seat. We can't do a hot seat with only one person, chat. Can't do a hot seat with only one person. Chat. Disappointing. Disappointing, chat. Save it for next time I'm home. Wait, so you want me to save it for next time now? Just kidding now, motherfucker. Motherfucker. All right, motherfucker. Bring him up. Welcome in, welcome in.
Wagwan.
What's up? Hey, Speakeasy. You have a Twitter X account?
I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, I do.
Okay. I'll find you on there and I'll DM you about the debate thing. I don't have Discord.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If Dart agrees to the prompt, we did a last minute spur of the moment, like 10-minute debate on Teriak's live this morning, and the mental giant that Darth is picked two topics. It's either weed or Star Wars. So I went with the weed, and he turned it into a nerdy little weed compound science quiz instead of my argument was I think society would be better off if people weren't generally going around stoned. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I sent him. I picked two prompts. I sent him a message. I picked the prompt. Gave him two choices. Does recreational cannabis use cause more harm than good? The other choice is recreational cannabis use bad? Something like that. So he might run from the both of those, but I figured they're black and white.
We'll work on the details behind the scene.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I'm assuming he'll be down too. We've been wanting to do something and just haven't had it.
Oh yeah, real quick. You know what? I'm gonna smoke for this hot seat. Fuck it. All right, since I'm gonna have to wait to munch now. Spartacus. But I'm gonna listen. I want honest feedback if you guys were either watching the feminism debate I did earlier. Hey, fucking JS, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll try this.
I like it. So, as I was gonna say, I'm just gonna step away to smoke really quick. But honest feedback for anyone from either if you watched the feminism debate I did earlier, or the Rob NOerr debate, whatever one you either watched or want to compliment on, or either both, whatever, or criticize, whatever. Give your take. I want to hear it real quick while I smoke it.
I was surprised he said that foreign policy was only 2% of voters, one of their main topics, because that was one of my main reasons for voting for Trump. I did not know that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
But I didn't watch the earlier feminist one, but the last one was good. Very civil, there wasn't really any yelling or screaming at each other. It was a very nice, clean debate. I really appreciated that. That was nice. I liked that part.
Yeah, I missed the feminism debate, and I caught the second half of the Rob debate. But yeah, it was good. Sometimes right versus right be interesting.
The main thing for me is that I noticed this phenomenon where black women seem to hate black men. Men in general, but specifically black men themselves. But then black men have a weird thing of for like trying to stick up for feminism and all this kind of shit. And then like even Fatty said something weird in the debate where it's like the prompt is about like is it good for women? Like so you can't make an argument in terms of society, but women are a part of the society. And in terms of like who births the society, it's women. You know what I mean? So a lot of that shit it just gets frustrating because like the arguments that they tried to make is like there's no logic to it. You know what I mean? It's like fallacious. Like anytime they try to attempt to try and make an argument to it, it's fallacious. So, like I said, the feminism one was frustrating, but I think he done a decent job in terms of like that aspect of like being able to handle the frustration on the stuff and still be able to get your points across. Because that's a factor that a lot of people kind of like don't realize that when you're in a debate and like your opponent's basically doing a bunch of retarded shit, be able to remain kind of cool, calm, collected kind of thing. In terms of the Rob debate, I was expecting it to go longer, to be honest, but in terms of like average debate enjoyer, like he seems to like know his stats, but when it comes to like actually kind of like dealing with rhetoric and all that kind of stuff, I think that's where his kind of like weakness is. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of like one of those things that like it's hard to kind of like develop the rhetoric, especially when you kind of come at it where it's like, oh, I've got the data on my side, ergo I should win, because like we've seen with the whole like lefty arguments, especially like with the whole like trans thing, it's like, oh, like look at all my studies, but it's like, what about the Swedish study? It's like, oh no, and they just basically try to dismiss that and say, oh, that's a false source or whatever. And that even came up in the fatty debate as well, where they're like, oh no, like I don't believe your data. And it's like, okay, right, then any of your data I'm wiping out as well. You know?
Yeah, the black community is interesting. It's like they've switched gender roles. The men have become, they think and they talk and they act like women, and then the women are the more masculine ones. But they want, I don't know. It's crazy. I can't.
Well, they're
I know exactly what you say. Like the way the guy was like, the one guy's argument kept being like, the women they're having a time of their lives. The women are happy. They're having the time of their lives. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? Do you want to be the fucking one putting your belt on the internet? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, they think it's all now. You know, they're thinking of the now. They're not thinking of the later. That's the problem. You know, all their stuff was material. That's all they care about.
That
they dig their own graves. Don't even realize it. Like they always pick the same kinds of men. Like they trash the men, but they keep going. They keep picking the same horrible men that are just using them to throw them away and move on to the next one. Like the way they put up with cheating and abuse, it's like nothing I've ever seen. It's unbelievable. It really is.
That guy, Chud the Builder, who I told you about, Easy. He goes on Kick and he streams and he just walks around in like the city and he calls black people the hard R. Like that's like his that's his whole content. And he went up to this group of black girls at a gas station and they were like, "We've seen you, we love you, oh my God." And he's calling them monkeys and stuff, and they're just like, "Oh, that's so funny," and they're laughing and they're loving it. And all the black guys on X were so triggered. They're like, "This is the problem. These black women, they think this is acceptable, this racism." But the black chicks were loving it.
Don't be racist to my nanners, okay? Bananas win, okay? So racist. Jeez.
All right.
Sorry, I'm just being a smartass at this point in time. I'm waiting for the hot seat.
That sounds like a Goofy of the Day material for sure.
Yeah. I think it's dumb when you get popular just by being super edgy. And what's going to happen when he gets shot? He's not going to be
Right.
You know, that'll be his last time going viral.
And then everyone's gonna complain about the people that say, "Yeah, he deserved it." And he was like, "Oh, how dare you say that?"
Well, and then when they want to fight him, he pulls out pepper spray, or he goes to his truck and he's like, I got the blicky in here, or I got the thing in here. You're gonna get torn to pieces if you come near me. It's like, put up or shut up. Like, if you're gonna talk all that crap, then
Put
then-
on some fucking boxing gloves and box that
Yeah.
shit.
don't be pulling
Well,
out
that's the
pepper
problem.
spray.
Most people don't do that nowadays, you know?
I know it is a problem. Like, come on, like,
That's some coward
it'd
shit.
be so much
Yeah.
better for society if people like actually like, you know what? Let's have a civil duel. Let's get our boxing gloves on. We'll meet at this time in this spot, and let's
Yeah.
civilly, beat each other up a little bit. See how
My-
we finish it.
My one
Dude,
boy
so
in high school is a one-on-one square off after school with this dude, and I actually thought he was gonna have a hard time. You know what I mean? Because I heard word was around the dude he was gonna step up against had good hands. You know, I threw his hands, and dude decides to pull out pepper spray, maced him, and he kicked him in the ribs and broke 3 of his ribs while he was on the ground. That shit flies nowadays. Didn't fly back then. Like, that was the worst thing he could have ever done. Like, he basically had to move after doing that. Now it's like coward shit like that just flies and people get away with it, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Now
listen,
you know how
boys.
to fight.
I think
Now you
this
know
is
how to
it
fight.
for who's coming up on the hot seat. So there's no time better than now to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. It's time.
Step in the light. Flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the heat. Clock's ticking, clock's dripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. The crowd's leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the heat. Smoke in the air. No time to cheat. 'Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the hot seat. All right. This is the final gauntlet of the night. The segment where pressure goes up, the answers get tighter, and the truth comes out, whether you're ready or not. Okay. Here's how it works for anyone new here. We've got 4 rounds, each one with its own rules. Each one gets hotter than the last. First 3 rounds will be 4 questions, and the 4th round will be 1. In round 1, it's trap card round. All right. So these are 4 questions designed to force you to roast each other, respectfully, but savagely, of course. And, short answers, 1 to 3 sentences, no dodging, no monologues. And you can bounce off each other. And then when I say to move to the next person, we go to the next person. Round 2 is deep thoughts. Okay, so it's switching the gears here a little bit. 4 questions that go outside the box: philosophical, creative, weird, reflective, whatever I decide to throw at us for the night. Then round 3 Fast, brutal, no explanations. Okay, these are 4 questions designed for you to give 1 word or 1 sentence answers only. If you hesitate, the chat is probably going to roast you, and I probably will too. Okay, so and that'll be 4 questions as well there. And then round 4 is save the world. This is the final round. You get 1 question. It's 1 moment to give a message that you would deliver if the whole world stopped and listened to you. It can be funny, it can be serious, inspirational, motivational, whatever you want your legacy to be. All right. That's the structure. 4 rounds, 4 flavors of pressure. Chat. Get those fire emojis ready. And panelists, go ahead and take yourselves a deep breath. All right. Because right now we're stepping into the hot seat. All right. Let's cook. The first question for tonight, the trap card round. All right. We're going to start this one out with Kieran. All right. Kieran, tell us who on the panel gives villain origin story energy?
Oh boy, that's got to be Blackout because he's an asshole in chat, and I reckon he's living out past trauma. I reckon he's taking it out on us. Get some therapy, boy.
All right. Jack, what do you say?
I'm gonna go with myself actually. The steak story, you know, that's just a villain arc. Like who microwave steaks? That's not a hero, you know. So I think that's fair.
A man that simply wants to watch the world burn. That's who.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair. That's fair.
Also, his house.
It's not even my house, too. That's what's funny.
King, what do you think? Oh, King got disconnected. All right, going to JS for now.
I'm gonna say it's between me and Easy, and so I'll give it to Easy so I don't pick myself. But we both, I think we both got some pretty degenerate past.
That's what's giving us the villain origin story. Damn. Fair enough. King, since you're back with us, what do you think?
Yeah, the most likely to do a villain arc.
Who gives the villain
I was gonna say Kieran. Yeah, I was gonna say Kieran, but he's such a bitch. He can't be a villain.
Oh, you're roboting a bit there. Let me see what your settings are at here on my side. Let me see if we just click that twice and see what happens. All right, talk again. Oh,
check.
Do you hear me? Oh, King, you might have to disconnect and connect again. Yeah. Teriak, what do you think? Who gives the villain origin story?
I'd have to say King, purely because of the whole raccoon thing that happened on Wheel of Madness, where he led the revolution for the raccoons to take over. Complete irrationalization, complete deterioration of society. So it has to be King.
I think King was molested by raccoons when he was a child.
No, because then he'd want to wipe the raccoons out. He led the raccoon revolution. What are you talking about, Kieran?
Haven't you heard of the syndrome where people fall in love with their abuser?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you, King. Perfect.
All right. So yeah, I was gonna say Kieran is the villain origin story. However, he's such a bitch, he can't be a villain. So I don't really have an answer.
Fair enough. That's fair.
That's
Trailer
the best we
Thrash
got.
Music, welcome in. What do you think?
I'm gonna have to go with Jack because he likes to microwave steaks.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty fucking crazy.
That's pretty brutal. That's
Pretty diabolical. I agree.
Oh, you think I picked
And
myself?
it was 35 steaks and a gallon of butter. It was pretty fucking crazy.
Not even Adolf microwave steaks, Jack. For fuck's sake.
Oh, dear Lord. Shit. Shit, that's crazy.
Oh man.
That's because Adolf knew. That's because Adolf knew the importance of an oven.
He used the air fryer.
Wasn't he? I thought he was a vegetarian. Maybe I'm
Air
wrong.
fryer.
He was a vegan.
A vegan. See, yeah, exactly. Fucking right. Every vegan ever try to say some bad shit, we gotta tell them.
Don't help me.
Dogs, what do you think?
Oh, I thought he only ate things that were kosher.
Who gives the villain origin story energy? Like, you know, the person that's had that origin story. Yeah. No offense to it, I'm gonna have to give it to you. And I have lived some stuff, but I don't give the story energy about it. Where
Who's you?
You share dogs, nanners, in this case.
No, who is you when you said I have to give it to you?
Yeah.
I just say I don't.
Nanners himself.
He said,
"What the fuck?"
I don't give off the story energy because I don't share my story to people. Like,
so then, who are you giving it to?
I wasn't given. Did I? Wait, what? I didn't.
You said you.
You said you. Who is you?
I said speak. Yes, you.
Okay.
Referring to that. That's what you're saying. I'm good. Gosh, I got all.
There's 8 people on the
I
panel.
am a little stoned.
And you just said you. So 8 other people on the panel. So, yeah.
He asked me the question. He asked my name, so I referred to him. So,
I get it.
My bad.
I feel you. The origin story is coming soon. We're coming out with the. We're coming into a city near you. Okay, watch out.
Is that Nightwing? No, I'm just kidding.
Nightwing. Oh, it's you.
I'm just
Nightwing. Should be in prison for that statement. Pseudo Master Chef. Who do you think it's gonna be?
I was gonna say Jack because the whole steak in the microwave, that's beyond villain. That's like sacrilege. But I'm gonna say myself because I was a degenerate criminal. Some dark times in my life. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go with myself. Did some degenerate shit.
But do you give that energy off when you talk to everybody and say that's where the rest of the prompt there. That's where I was going. But anyways,
I think I sometimes, yeah, I think it comes out.
Yeah, for me, this one's easy. It's Jack, like we all said. It's anybody who's
hey, that was
diabolical.
I thought about it.
I don't know who would even. That's craziness.
Yeah, it should have been unanimous.
Now we are going to start this one here with JS. Who on the panel would crash out over Wi-Fi?
Is it Wi-Fi? Oh man. I don't know, Terriac, because I don't know how internet works in foreign countries over there across the water, and he'd probably start crying for Elon to send Starlink or something.
All right, fair enough. King, what do you think?
I'm gonna say, actually, it's gonna be JS, because even though he likes this whole little when the grid goes down, you're all dead to me. He's just afraid to be alone.
Boom, boom, boom. That's right. Got him.
Damn. I've been trying to avoid the therapist and found me.
Jack, what do you think?
I'm gonna have to go with myself again.
What a cop out.
Self-hater over here, bro. He's just a self-hater. Why would you?
We're here for you, Jack.
Since you pick yourself, come on, you gotta tell us why.
Because actually, what we don't realize or know is the origin story is there was no Wi-Fi that day that Jack decided to microwave his steaks. So he couldn't look up a better way to cook them.
Right.
Then he
There
tried
it
to
is.
burn his
Crashed
house
out in the
down.
microwave. Fucking. I get it. I get it. Actually, yeah. Kieran, what do you think?
I just got to clarify one little issue with the prompt first, if that's okay.
Nope.
No, it's not.
No, I don't quite understand what it means to crash out over Wi-Fi. What does that mean?
It means Wi-Fi makes you crash out.
Oh
had
yeah,
no
that's me.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's
Right?
me because I've got a perfectly good little studio with cameras and lights and shit, but I'm a lazy arsehole, so I sit at the kitchen table on my phone on my Wi-Fi, and sometimes I come up, there's no volume, there's no sound. I'm running around the house looking for a fucking charger, trying to plug in. Mrs. Markin's grabbing my other phone, and I'm just fucking losing my shit. Yeah.
I should have said Kieran because I forget they shut the Wi-Fi down over there for half the day, don't they?
They did today, actually. They did today,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Oh, they were doing some kind of maintenance.
Wild, bro.
They were
What?
doing some maintenance.
Uh-huh.
So they shut down the network all morning.
Crazy,
so.
I'd be
hate
pissed.
problems.
I
Hey,
think,
Darth, in the chat, I see what you just said. I messaged you, and we already had a discussion on this panel about it. So
Yeah, Darth. I'll
Yeah,
message
Darth, the
you-
only
I'll
one
message
dodging
about
is
it.
you.
Yeah, I'll message you about it. No dodging for you either, Darth. Pseudo, what do you think?
well, I was gonna say Teriak, which is the easy answer, but I think Kieran just gave up the goods. And so I'm gonna have to go with him.
I incriminated myself.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Dogs.
Yeah.
Dog. Never mind.
No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Confused me now. Shit. I'm gonna have to go with Jag. Yeah.
That's fair. I throw things at the wall.
Crash out with that Wi-Fi. He's not gonna know anything. It's gonna be lost. It's gonna be confused. I mean,
That's a true statement.
Makes sense.
True statement.
Trailer Thrash. What do you think?
I'm gonna pull a Jack on this one and say me, only because I've had so many Wi-Fi issues in the past, and it's built up over time that I just lose my shit if the Wi-Fi doesn't work, especially since I actually set up the entire thing from beginning to end. Like when the cable guy shows up, I'm like, just give me the equipment. I'll take care of the rest.
Fair enough. Teriak, what do you think?
The one person is definitely not is King, because every single panel I've seen him on, he is lagged out or he's gone robot or some shit like that. So King is like a Buddha when it comes to Wi-Fi or bad Wi-Fi. Has to be Kieran, purely because he's a boomer and he probably doesn't even understand. He can't even probably spell Wi-Fi.
I'm not a fucking boomer. My dad was a boomer, you dickhead.
You need Wi-Fi.
You're a boomer.
People call me a boomer too. People call me.
What's a router? What's a modem?
What's boomer? Is it 60? Is it like 59 or 60 and up? Is that it?
No, boomers are in their 70s now, bro.
But doesn't it start like 60 something? I don't know. People.
I'm 62 to 80.
I'm Gen X. Gen X started around 65 to sort of 80, something like that.
Yeah, people call me a boomer sometimes, and I get pissed.
It's just identity politics. It's the same as calling somebody a fascist.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so me, I would have to say, yeah, I'd probably have to say Kieran, because I'd literally seen it happen. He comes up, tries to get on panel, can't talk, and goes fuck it, and just gets off and doesn't come back up. He does it in real time, so I have to pick him for this one.
It's happened to me too. To be fair, it's happened to me too. I got it. I'll click on and I got to power down, power back up my phone over and over again to get the mic working. It's
when you're fuck it, yeah.
My little brother always tells me I need to fix my Wi-Fi, and it triggers me so bad because I have like really good Wi-Fi, and so I do crash out when that happens.
That's funny.
I got the best
Shit.
Wi-Fi to get
Only
this
because
stuff.
I don't do the pick myself thing. I didn't pick myself, but me, I fucking hate tech anything. So yeah, when the internet's giving me an issue, I lose my shit. I'm like, yo, fuck all this shit. Like,
Fucking raging.
yeah, I get
Just-
pissed.
I've spiked a couple phones in the ground because of
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
I get it.
Ooh.
I wanted to, that's for sure.
Watch
all
out
right.
for the bear. He's coming through.
All right, we're starting this one here. We'll start this one with Teriak. Who thinks they're misunderstood instead of mistaken?
I go with myself because I am often misunderstood. I'm never wrong, clearly, you know, and I put that down to the fact that my mom took Tylenol. So, you know, it is what it is.
Fair enough.
Extra strength.
Shayla Ash, what do you think?
I think Jack. I think there's a slight chance he was onto something about the steak in the microwave, and maybe we just did really misunderstand him.
That's fair. That's fair.
Come join the club. No.
Doc, what do you think?
Jesus. Teriak, because obviously he is very mistaken about being misunderstood.
That's fair. That's fair. Sudo, what do you think?
Call it a cop out. I'll go with myself on this one.
Cop out. I got you. I got you. Kieran, what do you think?
Yeah, it's Teriak because he's not misunderstood. People understand his mistakenness. So he thinks he's misunderstood, but people understand him. They just understand his mistakes.
That makes sense, actually.
How come you can be misunderstood, but you cannot be misunderseated?
Is that like a Greek paradox?
Yeah.
There's a guy. What do you think, Jack?
I think it's Teriak.
Okay. Fair. Fair. No reasoning needed. King?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Jack because he clearly thinks that everybody just misunderstood his intentions with the steak and the butter in the microwave. But we all are very well and we're very clear he was sadly mistaken.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
That's fair. That's fair. That's a good point.
JS?
You guys are killing the microwave steak joke. Just saying. But
You can't
It's gonna be 12 feet under.
that card never runs out.
I'm gonna say Kieran because everyone misunderstands him as being gay, and he's like, "I'm straight, I have a wife," but we all call him gay, and he probably feels very misunderstood.
That's a fair one.
That's actually true. It's something I'm dealing with every day. Every day.
I'm gonna have to say for this one, who thinks they're misunderstood instead of mistaken? I'm gonna have to say this one is gonna be have to be dogs, right? Because he thought that he was misunderstood about his picture, but he was mistaken because we can all clearly see that's a banana, right? And when I say banana, I mean a banana dildo. and it's pretty gay.
He's calling you a dick.
All right.
The chain kind of makes it look like it's got a head on it.
Shit. All right, next one. We're starting here with Pseudo.
Yeah.
Pseudo, you are first for this one. Tell us all. Who would lose? Oh, I just hit the timer instead. 1 sec. Fuck. Okay. Who would lose to silence in a debate?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to say Teriak.
Okay, just straight up says Teriak. I like it. No reasoning. Let's go. Dogs.
You mean like actual silence? I'm just
Who would lose? Who would lose to just?
Okay.
I know.
Yeah, Teriak. He has to keep talking.
I've had interaction with Teriak more than anybody, and he has to keep. I think he has to keep going. And silence, I think, would at least throw him off.
All right. Trailer Thrash. What do you think?
Probably me. I mean, I could debate a fish and lose. So there is
Debate
that.
a fish. Shit. If it's a dolphin, I mean, I know they're not fish, but
Yeah, but they wouldn't be silent. They'd bring up good points.
yeah, true.
That's C-Rob.
Words.
Shit. Fuck. Teriak, what do you think?
There's a lot. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of options here.
Sorry.
Probably go with Kieran, purely because he's Australian.
Oh, I've never said hold on. I've never said hold on, wait, I have an opinion. I've never said that.
I think because of that premise being true, that is a sound argument.
Because like Kieran wouldn't actually debate. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd just be sitting there in silence, and Kieran would just be debating the moderator about what the actual prompt means, even though he agreed to the prompt.
Prompts are important, bro. Prompts are important.
That's right. The
Prompts
other
lives
person
matter.
would just have to sit there and let him lose to the moderator. There you go. Oh shit, that's great. JS, what do you think?
I'm gonna say Teriak because he'd be like, "You can't step in the same river twice." And Heraclides told me about change, and he would just talk himself into his own hole, and you could just sit there and win by being quiet.
Okay. I like it, King.
I love the way Christians deny their own logos.
Shit.
Well, I was gonna say Kieran because he loves the sound of his voice, but I'm gonna have to go with Teriak because he never shuts up.
So you're saying
Facts,
Teriak loves his voice even more?
Loves his moist.
Okay. Kind of gay, I get it.
It's in the game. Yeah.
I hate my voice, but I think I actually take the cake on that one.
Oh,
It's
I
I
do.
I-
Like, every time I hear it back, I'm like, ugh. I
can never shut up. It's
Oh
what
wow!
do you think,
Pseudo chef kills himself again. No way.
What do you think, Jack?
I think it's JS. I think if somebody was silent there, he would eventually just rage quit.
Fair. That's actually fair. What about you,
Probably
Kieran?
true.
What do you think?
I think it's dogs. Dogs has this rare quality that there's a little box in Dogs's brain where there's nothing in it, and sometimes he goes there, and then he hears some word or some phrase out in the world of debate, and he goes, "Oh, I was just thinking about something else." So I think I think if there was nothing going on, he would just sit there in his little empty box in his brain, just chilling.
So how would I lose to silence then?
Because you wouldn't say anything, so you lose by default.
Oh, he'd lose by being silent.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I get where you're going there. All right.
Oh shit. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, for me, I think it'd have to be.
Of course, he's using silence as a device now, aren't
Kieran, because he's the first one to break.
I knew it. I didn't say anything.
I was about to.
You got an eyebrow raised out of me. You got an eyebrow raised out of me.
I'm glad I was.
Go for it.
I thought my Wi-Fi broke.
I thought the stream
No,
froze
listen,
for a
I'm
second.
just.
Kieran was the first one to break, and JS was about to smash his phone because the Wi-Fi.
I'm just being
I
misunderstood
was
right now.
laughing hard. I wasn't
I
laughing,
wasn't mis-
but I
I wasn't-
knew what was
I wasn't mistaken. I'm just being misunderstood right now. That's all.
That's true. I feel you, bro. We don't get it. Shit. All right, that was the last one for the trap card round. Great job so far, boys. Now it's time for the deep thoughts round. All right, gets a little more spicy, a little more brain activity has to happen now. All right, so we're gonna start this one off. With Pseudo Master Chef. Pseudo Master Chef, is vulnerability strength with standards?
Vulnerability, strength with standards. No.
All right. Dogs?
I'm not sure how to take that one, but I'm gonna have to say no from how I think it's supposed to be taken.
Okay.
I love this sound reasoning.
You see, he was in his nowhere box for a second there. He just popped out.
He was in his nowhere box. What do you think, Trailer
If I had a
Thrash?
soundboard, I'd treat you guys. The
I would-
Twilight Zone,
I'm gonna say yes on this one, and I think that is because of knowing your strength and then being able to be vulnerable with it to hold other people and yourself to a higher standard, which could include like police officer work as an example.
Okay. Teriak, what do you think?
I'm pretty sure Pseudo and Dogs don't understand the actual question. The answer is clearly yes, because like the whole mentality or the dogma is like, as a man, I can never show any vulnerabilities and all this kind of shit. But it's a strength if you have a standard to know when to be vulnerable. For example, be vulnerable to your wife in the right moments.
Nope.
What in the world?
Yeah, that's the most feminist bullshit.
That's a recipe. That's a recipe for
There we
divorce.
go.
You're gonna have your wife braid your hair too,
This is why I
Teriak?
say,
Jesus
gentlemen,
Christ, bro.
your ego is
I
your
am.
own worst enemy.
Agreed, Teriak. Agreed.
Your ego can be your worst enemy, but especially with women, last thing you want to do is be vulnerable.
So then why would you marry her? One sec, why would you marry her and then open yourself up to losing half your shit? See where this mentality takes you, gentlemen?
Anything.
I mean,
Well,
you get on
exactly.
your back naked. I think that's pretty vulnerable, my guy. But anyways,
Eric, the appropriate place.
That's true.
Listen.
I mean,
Listen, Teriak. The appropriate place to be vulnerable is not in front of your wife. It's on the hot seat, in front of your boys. That's the appropriate place to be vulnerable.
That's appropriate.
Jack was vulnerable, told us about the steak story, and now he's been getting roasted for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, to toughen the cunt up, to toughen him up. That's what you want. You don't want to pat in the head. You want to be kicked in the nuts over that shit, right?
Imagine coming home to your wife and crying like, "I had a bad day at work. My boss was mean to me."
That's not what he
means. She's gonna be
maybe
out
talking about
finding some dark,
emotionally
deep, and dirty
vulnerable.
somewhere else. Dirty, dark, and deep. She's gonna be going out for some dirty, dark, and deep.
I guarantee you, every person on this panel right now has put their cylinder in a place where there was teeth. You telling me that's not vulnerable?
Yep.
That's a lot of trust.
Exactly. Exactly. What do you think, JS?
I was hoping somebody would say yes and give me a good, reasonable answer, but I haven't heard one yet. So no. I think vulnerability is like by definition weakness. So I don't. This question doesn't even make sense to me.
Motherfucker. This guy over here.
Okay. King?
So there goes my fucking answer. By definition, vulnerable means you have to be weak. You have to expose yourself and you have to open yourself up to some type of something. There is no strength in that. Vulnerability means to be weak. That's the whole point of it.
Uh-huh.
So
So
no,
you should never be open with your wife.
that's not what I said.
Express your emotions.
You should. No, you should. You should be weak with your wife.
So
Your wife should see you at your weakest moments.
So
but no other
then-
woman should.
So
No other
then
person
it is a
should.
strength when you have standards on it?
So
Mm,
is that not a standard though?
no, I mean,
Yeah, if you're saying like, yes, be vulnerable only with your wife, that seems like you have a standard to your vulnerability. Is that a strength? Or should you have no standard to your vulnerability and just be vulnerable to anything?
Just because she's always with me, so she sees my weaknesses, doesn't mean I should intentionally go around showing her them.
Yeah, but you choose that though.
or be
You
open,
choose to
Make
be
yourself vulnerable.
openly vulnerable. Right.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
would you
but
do
if
that
you're
with
being-
with
if
just
you're being-
anybody?
But isn't that kind of fake though? So if you're putting standards on it, like okay,
Yeah.
so if I'm gonna be quote vulnerable with my wife, it has to be a natural thing. You can't put standards on it. Okay, like I might shed a tear. The family dog dies, my mom dies, something like that. It's not something you can really like put standards on and make it a strength. That's kind of how I see it anyway.
I mean, I think if it's a moment, a time that everybody's like in a vulnerable state, and like even just that like thing you brought up, like if everybody was in a vulnerable state at this time, yeah, I mean that's more of that time is a time for the men to like be stoic and be the rock for everyone to hold on to.
This is kind of off topic,
what do you
but
think,
if you ever,
Jack? What?
oh, sorry.
I think I was very vulnerable when I told my steak story, and I think there was strength in that.
No, that was just shame in it. Yeah, that was
I was very courageous and stoic.
You accepted
True.
the shame. I
That's
guess you
true.
could.
I
You
agree.
made a mistake.
No,
How's it going? I didn't catch that.
I'm surprised nobody's used that yet. Kieran, what do you
fucking
think?
dad joke right there. Damn.
Well, if you had a city and you were under siege, so the city's surrounded and they're coming
Under
at
the
you
sea,
under the sea,
under the sea.
and you're
Under siege.
you're defending the city, and the enemy finds a vulnerability in your defense. Is that a strength? It seems to me to be a weakness.
Again,
you asking a
didn't
question?
understand
No,
the
I would
question.
say that
No, he didn't understand it. Just move on.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Maybe if I like worded this wrong or something, but like I thought it was pretty obvious. Like vulnerability with standards. Yeah, it's strength with standards.
But aren't the
Right?
Yeah,
standards?
that's where it's
aren't-
at. Standards. That's the word.
Vulnerability is strength with standards.
Like, give
What
me,
did the smoke?
like, to give you guys an example, right? Remember that debate I had on VK against Bob NOerr, the we're offended, you're offended guy.
NOerr.
Yeah,
Tyler
like
Bob.
Tyler Bobs, thank you. That he was kind of saying, it's like, oh no, like if you ever feel jealous because your wife is about your wife and all this kind of stuff, that's just possessiveness and all this kind of stuff. You should never feel jealous on this kind of shit. That's that whole like male mentality where it's like I can never like be open about my emotions to my wife and all this kind of shit because I'm supposed to be a real man, all this kind of stuff.
But is it?
And
But
then
but
basically you
being.
get manipulated into her
But does that
going
make
banging a
you
bunch of dudes, and if you feel jealous about that, then you're just a
right?
weak man.
This is so wrong.
No, but you showing your jealousness is what makes you vulnerable, which would make you weak. Would be you
Yeah, and
then
it's
being
your
like,
job
I'm
to
so jealous.
lead. It's your job to
You
lead,
going out
not
is making
Jealousy
me
is a
jealous.
natural emotion.
Well, it's kind of contradiction. Vulnerability.
Yeah, tell me, Terry, explain to me how showing jealousy is a strength. That's like one of the biggest weaknesses.
Yes.
It shows your woman you care for her, and you don't
That's the
you don't think she's just you think she's worth more than just going out and getting fucked by any dude.
We're supposed to bring women out of
jealousy?
their hell, not go into
Yeah.
the emotional hell with them.
Jealousy is actually a healthy thing in relationships. Yeah.
Well, what are we talking about? Like, it's a bit late in the game, but what does the word vulnerability actually mean here? Because I'm getting different kind of definitions here from you guys.
To expose your emotions would be an example of vulnerability.
Yeah.
Exposing. So if I expose my anger, that's a vulnerability.
Yeah, honesty. Do you think
To
honesty is
have-
a vulnerability? I would say honesty is a vulnerability. You don't know what's gonna come out of being honest.
Yeah, but how does that make you vulnerable? That doesn't track.
Even up I'll give you an example. If someone tells you, say you had a certain fear and you were honest about that, that would be a vulnerability, wouldn't it?
Right,
What if you had a certain? What if you had?
How you exposing that fear give you more personal strength individually as a man?
Well, if I had standards with that kind of
Like, how do you get strength out of that?
I'll explain it. If I have standards with that kind of vulnerability and I only say these kinds of things to people like my wife or someone close to me, then it's a strength because it's not going to be exploited. And I have people that are on my side that if anyone ever tries to like steer something towards that exploitation, they're going to have my back.
But
So
that's
then what
not
you're doing,
strength.
what that sounds like, is like you're. No, it sounds
That's
like
not
you're
strength
expressing.
with standards. That's weakness with standards.
Correct.
You have standards
Sounds-
for when you show your weakness.
Correct. You show your weakness around people you can trust who are going to back you up.
Then you're just automatically equaling vulnerability to weakness. Then that's
Yes.
what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, well,
That's what it means.
If you just
Vulnerability to being like a chink in your armor, or being something that's something you're struggling with. What you're saying, what you just said was, if you share that, you're sharing a weakness with the people you love, so that they can bolster you up and help you to overcome it. So that vulnerability is actually exposing what you perceive as a weakness.
And I'm going to say this too. You could be married for 10, 20 years. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is, no matter how open you are with each other, you never really know what another person is thinking.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
No,
If you ask my
it is
wife,
true.
I know.
It is
No.
true.
If you ask my wife, I know what she's thinking at all times, man.
You could say that being vulnerable sometimes in the right context is wise. It's wise to be vulnerable in front of people who care about you. Now, is that a strength? Is wisdom a strength? I guess you could make a connection there.
Boom! Look, see, welcome to my side. Let's go.
Well, you see, I'm just saying it better than you did.
Is it wise to be vulnerable with your doctor?
Yes.
Right. Oh, sorry. I don't know.
Was
That's
that
not being
vulnerability or is that honesty?
That's
Well,
honesty.
that's a bit of both, yeah. You know, you got a weird something growing on your something, and you're like, whoa, what is that? Hey, I should probably be honest about that and where it came from or what, as an example.
And then your healing will be the strength. Yeah, he's got a point. He's got a point. But let's get to the next question here, guys. We're gonna start this one with that one started with pseudo, I think. So we'll start this one with Kieran. Kieran, can responsibility create happiness?
Yeah, of course it can. Well, happiness, it can create satisfaction. I think happiness is probably a byproduct of other things. But yeah, so I think by extension, yes, if you can rise to your responsibilities and have a sense of pride and a sense of, a little bit of control over your life, etc., then that'll lead to moments of happiness.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Jack, what do you think?
I agree. I think it it can create happiness. Even small things, small responsibilities can carry weight, and so that kind of creates the happiness from achieving the goals, or the form of the responsibility creates the happiness.
Okay, I like it. I like it. King, what do you think?
Yeah, happiness is 100% subjective. So yeah, if responsibility is something that drives you as a person, yeah, you could find your own little piece of happiness from that. 100%.
I like it. I like it. King, or sorry, JS, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the word happiness, but I know what you're saying, and I would say, yeah, it can, because as men, we need responsibilities to feel fulfilled. Women, responsibilities like children and stuff is going to make them feel joy and happiness, and so yeah, definitely.
Nice. Yep, I agree. Teriak, what do you think?
Definitely, because when you look inside the mind of like the depressed or like the self-deleted kind of like mentality, oftentimes like the thing is like, oh, like no one would even like care, or no one would even like even know if I done this and all this kind of shit.
Right.
Like no one even cares that I exist, all this kind of shit. But with true responsibility, like you realize without me, this shit's not going to get done, or like this person won't be taken care of and all this kind of stuff. The more responsible, the more you recognize responsibility, the more you recognize that you actually matter. So it does create happiness.
I agree. What do you think, Trailer?
I think yes. I think that could apply to anything from, owning a pet to having kids to having a family member that you're taking care of that can't take care of themselves, doing any sort of just philanthropic work in general. Even stuff with yourself, you have a responsibility to take care of yourself. If you take care of yourself, doesn't that kind of make you happy?
I agree. What do you think, dogs? You're muted if you're talking, dogs.
Oops. Yeah, I did it. My bad. Yes, I have to agree that like having a cause for what creates your happiness is the best thing. Like, if you don't have a cause, then where's your happiness come from?
Are you saying responsibility can be that cause?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Word. I agree. Pseudo, what do you think?
I'm going to say yes. Even though responsibility often requires sacrifice, I think it often creates, more often than not, creates happiness or positive minds, leads to a positive mindset, better outcomes. So yes.
All right. I like it. And for me, yeah, I'd say yes too. I think like I think that's why you see like what Teriak mentioned, that this like a lot of the times this high rise of depression in men that's making them off themselves is this sense of no responsibility anymore, right? This sense of not being needed, right? And I like as human beings, actually, we in general we yearn for this, but especially as men, and like I think most people would agree, like becoming a parent is one of the like greatest happinesses that you can ever even experience, and that's all aspects of it, even the shitty parts, so like yeah, I would say, yeah, definitely responsibility can create happiness
Yeah.
in just many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have an ex-wife with 2 kids, but I would never trade anything for what that life gave me because of my 2 kids. Like, it's the
Right.
greatest, best responsibility in the entire, you know,
Yep.
fabric of
Yeah.
being.
I always talk
Always
about
there.
comfortable laziness is what leads to depression. If you're able to be
Oh yeah.
lazy and still be comfortable, then you're gonna get bored and depressed. Like men
Yep.
shouldn't have time to be bored.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
That's how they get like they'll
Go,
get
go, go,
dug into
go.
like the video games and stuff because like it gives them some sense of like responsibility and achievement, right? It's giving them like, well, at least my character is fucking great, like
Yeah.
that's why.
Meanwhile, they're living on housing and food
Yeah.
I
stamps
play
and
video games in the off
Exactly.
time,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I go, single fathers, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I go. I do play video games in the off time, but I get where you guys are saying. Now it's so over the top with these single guys, but it also doesn't help that like the feminist movement has caused women to be so like you got to have like this bar,
Mm.
this 80%, 90% bar in order to, want to
Yeah.
do this. But I'll just flaunt my stuff when I want to, when I see an attractive man, but I'm not looking for anything. It's a crazy world we live in right now.
It's
It's
a
so crazy.
crazy world. All right, next question. We're gonna start. Who do we start? We started Pseudo, Kieran. All right, we'll start this one with Teriak. Is inner peace a skill?
Yep. Needs to be cultivated through like meditation or prayer, self-reflection, inner thought, retrospection. Beautiful thing.
Word. I like it. I like it. What do you think, Trailer?
I think absolutely. I agree with Teriak. It's something practiced, right? And anything that is a skill is something practiced. Otherwise, it would just be talent. So yeah, I mean, it takes a good amount of practice to achieve inner peace, or just a lot of effort, but it takes some sort of effort in order to achieve that.
All right. I like it. I like it. Um, what do you think, dogs?
Yeah, I'd have to say I think it is a skill, especially nowadays. Most people don't have inner peace. So the fact that if you are skillful enough and you do the practices where you can have inner peace is actually a very good skill set. So yeah, I think it's a skill.
All right. I like it. I like it. Pseudo, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think inner peace is a skill, and especially when it comes to family, parenting. Um, I also think it's kind of a duty, you know.
Mhm.
First, you watch how quick everything falls apart. If you're in a shitty mood as a father, um, yeah, it's contagious. Yeah, it's definitely a skill though.
All right. I like it. I like it. Kieran, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a skill that It's derived from what you do internally and also what you do externally. I think it's one thing to, to meditate or, do what you might call inner work and keep yourself stoic and keep a grip of yourself. But I think it also comes to a certain degree from how you conduct yourself out in the world and you have your house in order, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. And next would be Jack. What do you think?
I think it's yes. I think Trailer nailed it with the skill and talent thing. And everybody's answers have pretty much been something I would agree with. So,
All right. I like it. King, what do you think?
I think y'all sound like a bunch of damn hippies. Inner peace and love, man. It's a skill, man. You gotta nurture it. You gotta fucking sit down and meditate, man. It's all good, bro. Nah, man, it's not that hard to find inner peace. Just go down, smoke some weed. It's that simple. Come on, hippies, do it the right way.
Ain't that hippie in itself right there? What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck?
it's a skill to smoke.
You were almost
It
there.
ain't a skill
and
to
then you
smoke.
failed
Any
it.
idiot
Yeah.
can smoke.
Fumbled at the 1 yard line.
I don't know. Some people do not.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
JS.
So
what do
you're
you
saying
think?
they're liberal views?
I missed the question, and all these answers are just confusing me. So, what was the question?
Is inner peace a skill?
It's on the screen, bro.
Is inner peace a skill? Well, I'm not looking at my phone. Is inner peace a skill? I'd say no. It's a gift. It's a gift from God.
Okay. I like it. And oh yeah, you would have been the last one because Teriak was first. Teriak said be right back. I don't know where he went. For me, I would say yeah, it's definitely a skill. 100%. I think the part of it, like I would say, like, discipline, consistency, these are things that would like be a part of your inner peace, and it's a skill. This is something you have to work on. 100%, I think. So for my my last question is for deep thoughts, is what is harder to carry, regret, guilt, or emptiness? And we're gonna start this one here with JS.
Let's see. So it's not emptiness, because emptiness is part of that inner peace. So I think that's regret or guilt. I think guilt. I don't think we should regret things. It's not. But yeah, guilt is when you know you've done wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, guilt.
All right. I like it. Trailer, what do you think?
I'd say regret, mainly because you have a choice over something, and you make according to you or according to the results, you didn't like that, and you have regret over it. Well, you can't go back and change that. I mean, similar to guilt, right? Like you could, do something, make a mistake, and then feel guilty about that, but regret kind of lingers with you, and you can regret something that you did 20, 30 years ago. Emptiness can be filled with new things. Guilt can be cured by forgiveness. I think regret's the only one that's not salvageable unless you find, to circle back, inner peace.
All right. Dogs, what do you think?
I'm gonna have to say guilt. I think if all things like regret, like sure that can pass, and emptiness that can pass as well. You just gotta fulfill your life. But guilt, the real strong guilt, that's one that carries with you.
All right, all right. Pseudo, what do you think?
It's a tough one. I'm gonna say it's close between regret and guilt. Regret can be really, really tough to carry because you can't go back in time. So if there's like an opportunity that, oh man, I should have taken this opportunity if I would have done X, Y, Z. I could be financially stable. Um, that's just one example. But at the same time, you can't go back and change the past. It is what it is. Guilt, on the other hand, it's something that it's kind of hard to change. Like it's easy to say, like, okay, I can confess my sins to God and I'm forgiven. But if it's guilt, as far as uh, let's say it's something you did to a loved one, you wronged your father. Let's say you stole money from your father, or you did him wrong, you weren't there for him, or your mother, and they passed away. Um, that could stick with you, something like that, for a long time because there's really no way to go back and address it. So I'm gonna say guilt.
All right, all right. Um, Kieran, what do you think?
Really tempted to go with regret. I like what I'm not sure who it was talking about that. You can regret can carry you forward into the future because you go, well, if I had have done that, then the future could have been that. So that can hang around for fucking ever. Guilt, you've hurt someone. That's pretty rough. But I've got a feeling emptiness is actually worse. Emptiness, by definition, is a lack of internal resources, a lack of purpose, a lack of vision. How do you deal with anything from that point of view?
All right, all right. Jack, what do you think?
I see what you did here. I see what you did. I think it really could be all three of these. Obviously, I think with emptiness, I think Kieran touched on a little bit there, but I think that's something that you don't end up carrying because a lot of those people I feel like that are in those situations usually unalive. But when it comes to regret, I think that's something that I feel like is kind of universal, where everybody would kind of have a situation where they might have regretted a thing or two. So I can see why people would pick that, but ultimately, I think it's guilt. I think guilt sticks with you. It sits in you. It bugs you. It may not be every day, but it's there. It's always there. And you just gotta come to terms with it.
Yep, yep.
Like you're
All right.
guilty of cooking those steaks in the microwave.
No, he
Yep.
definitely regrets that shit.
They were perfectly good steaks.
See, I
No,
see
he was
emptiness as a
guilty.
blessing.
He was guilty of. He wasn't. It's not a regret. He was guilty of. Okay.
Oh, he's guilty of it.
Is
Of
it
regret.
guilt? Is it more guilt or regret, or is it regurt, like regurgitation?
Yeah, regurt. Yeah.
No regrets.
King, what do you think?
Regret, guilt, or emptiness. So I actually think regrets are a strength when that's part of self-reflection. That's part of improving and growing. So I don't think those are actually hard. I think this is a hard one because I was originally going to say guilt because guilt generally has to do with your self feelings towards another, and typically we tend to carry ourselves and the opinions that others hold on us, like kind of we carry that with us. But as we're going around, a very good point was made for emptiness, and even Jack kind of said it himself. Like, I think emptiness is what's even harder to carry because most of the people, when they suffer from true emptiness, they unalive. They can't even handle waking up every morning. I would rather take feeling a little bit of guilt than waking up feeling like there's a hole that can never be filled.
When you're empty, there is no suffering.
All right. Oh, okay. What do you think, Teriak?
Yeah, so guilt is basically like you regret like an immoral action or you done something wrong, whereas like you can regret doing something nice or something good for somebody because they end up screwing you out of it. So basically, like you would regret all your guilt, but you wouldn't necessarily feel guilty for all your regrets. Whereas emptiness is the key thing here because you're basically just numb. So like you basically have no purpose, you have no drive. So why are you even waking up in the morning? So I'd say emptiness.
All right, I like it. Yeah, so this one for me, it's hard too. Like what makes me right away want to like jump for guilt is because like guilt also usually comes with some sense of like self shame. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that can lead to like things like taking yourself out and stuff. But emptiness, we were just talking about this, like humans yearn for a purpose, and like emptiness would mean like in that sense of like you don't feel that you have any of that, right? Like so yeah, I think I would have to go with emptiness for this one. I think it's because again, we as human beings, as God made us in his image, yearn for the purpose that we were made for. So I think that's what would be the hardest.
You guys all have a very different understanding of emptiness than I do, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we're using emptiness in like a different way than you're using it. That could be it.
The
I
only
see
time
emptiness as like a loss of ego, and then you're open to serve God. You don't seek after your own purpose. You just
That's not
you just
emptiness.
are. You're just being.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely not what I was meaning for emptiness for sure.
Yeah, I know. I
was
think
being closer to
I was looking at it different
like
than
Two
everybody
opposite
else.
sides.
emotional emptiness.
That makes sense now.
It's
that might
non-existent.
just
Like
be my
the
depression
cup is
talking.
no longer has water in it. It's empty.
Yeah, the only time I
Like
felt
that's
I
what I
felt
took
that
it
way.
as.
Yeah, the only time I think I felt as far as what I can describe as like true emptiness is in like my degen days where I was like real bad in addiction, and that's the only time I feel true, like I felt true emptiness. So like I'm kind of looking at it from my personal views, and the more I think about it, I mean, if somebody if that's just a feeling they have, it's not drug induced, and getting off the drugs won't fix it. And it's just an overall thing that doesn't go away. Yeah, that has to be hard to carry. I'm gonna agree with that.
What about
Yeah.
a
That's
divorced
kind of what I
person
meant for emptiness.
after?
But like I said, the first thing I want to jump for is the guilt part because that comes with like a self-shaming that like, can be really fucked up.
Yeah.
Where you can fuck yourself up like that.
Mhm.
So
Guilt can also lead to emptiness, I think. Depending
yeah, that's
on
actually, if you could think about that, like guilt could lead to all three as well.
Regret
Yeah.
and emptiness.
They're all
Yep.
really
they're
related.
all
and
synonymous.
This is
They're
a
all
really good
synonymous.
talking
That's why
point.
it's
I
tough.
like this one.
That's why it's tough. They're all synonymous.
Yeah, this one's a deep one. That's why I saved it for the last one of the deep thoughts there. So this round here now, guys, this is gonna be the lightning round. Okay, no crosstalk for this one. One word or one sentence answers only, and we're gonna blast through these ones. We'll start this one. We'll start with Teriak. Fast or perfect?
Damn, this is a good one.
Is that my Wi-Fi lagging, or is it?
No, that's your
I'd
brain.
say perfect.
Okay, fair. King.
Perfect.
I like it. Jack.
Was that
Fast.
Okay. Here.
No such thing as perfect. Fast.
Huh. Okay. Okay. Uh. We're gonna go up to pseudo.
It must have been on my end. Like, might have been my Wi-Fi. I missed it. Missed
Oh,
the
fast or
question.
perfect?
Fast or perfect?
Yeah, one word or one sentence answer. This is the lightning round now.
Fast or perfect?
Mm-hmm.
Fast.
Okay. Okay. Docs.
Well, if you were perfect, you'd be fast. So perfect.
Okay. Chandler.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. JS.
Gotta be perfect. Perfect.
I am also gonna go with perfect.
Yeah,
Let's
I
start
changed
with
mine.
next.
Also, is that under God's mind? Can we go with that? Like,
No, I
That's
just
kind
went
of
under
looking
the
at it.
idea of if I had to choose between a fast life and a perfect life, I'd pick the perfect one. That's the way I did it.
exactly. That's the other thing. There you go.
Yeah, that's the way I did it in there.
I've
I was
changed my
thinking about
answer.
like
All
healthcare.
right.
We're gonna
The
start
lightning
this
round,
one.
bro.
Healthcare.
Next one.
We're gonna start this one with Kieran. Kieran, tell us, rich or wise?
Wise.
All right, Jack.
Wise.
Like it, King.
Hurry up.
Fuck you. No crosstalk.
All
Oh, this is the hard one because I'm gonna say rich because rich doesn't mean monetarily. It doesn't mean wealth.
Yes, it does. It does in this
No, it
context.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I mean, if he's got his own version of rich, let him be, motherfucker. Terry.
Wise.
Keep working on it, bro.
All right, all right. JS.
Gotta be wise. Solomon asked for wisdom and he became the richest man. So
There we go. Okay, I like it. I like it. Trailer.
Wise, absolutely.
I like it. Dogs.
Yep. On the same. Yep. Wise.
I like it. I like it. Pseudo.
Wisdom, all the way.
Yep, I like it. And I myself am also gonna have to pick wise. Now, this one here, we're gonna start with JS. Work alone or in a team?
alone. I'm a lone wolf. Alone.
I like it. I like it. Trailer.
Was that me?
Yep, trailer.
I'd say team.
Wait, what?
I'd work in a team.
Oh, team. Okay, sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't hear you. It cut out for me for some reason. What do you think, Docs?
Yeah. A team. Just like a husband and wife. You know, a team. Team makes a
Okay,
team.
okay. I see where you're going with that. Pseudo.
If we mean work as in a job, I'm gonna say work alone, because sometimes other people can let you down. If it's work as far as in just how you just life in general, team, as in like family, friends.
Well, shouldn't you want that in your business so everybody works together to better each other? Like that's like the best business.
No crosstalk, motherfuckers.
Okay. All right.
So lightning round. Lightning round. Aaron, what do you think?
Me? Well, I'm currently looking for a producer who will work for a box of donuts a week and future shares in the company. So I'd say team.
I like it. I like it. A box of donuts. I might inquire. Jack.
Team.
All right. All right. King.
I'm gonna have to say alone because I want to do the project once perfectly than rather than have to fix all the fucking idiots' mistakes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Teriak.
Damn, these are good, easy. It's
Yeah.
close. But I'd give like the 51% alone. But like I said, like team being able to work as a cohesive team, like think of like SEAL Team 6 and all this kind of stuff. These are good questions, easy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
only
but-
it's a
but-
team cohesive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
but
hard
if
one.
if you
Yeah.
can, like, do you
So
really
the-
think you can take out one thing or do one thing by yourself?
The
Yeah,
reason
but
John Wick,
uh,
James
no
Bond.
crosstalk. You're
I
right.
would
you
go.
don't
I
take
would
the
go
shit
with
and
this
be
one.
a
I would
weapon.
go with. Actually, kind of the same answer. I would go like. I like both, but if it's a little more leaning for me on the alone side. Like, I mean, it's the whole reason I called my company On My Own. So, yeah.
Yeah, but when you're helping out people like for Teriak, when you're helping out Teriak with some logos and you got animated effigy
Yeah, I
helping you
love
out with
teamwork.
back, yeah,
I
that's
love
teamwork, right?
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. I do love it. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not putting
but
it down.
even
It's just-
your
I
wife
lean a
is
little
okay
more on the
number
alone
two.
side because there's
Like,
just some of those things where I'm like, I got to do this
yes,
myself. I got to fix this.
I get that.
If you want it done right, you do it yourself.
Still
Right?
need a team in
It's
general.
one of those things. All right, we got one more for the lightning round. You ready for this one, boys? We did. Who started it all? JS, Teriak, Kieran. Now we're starting with Pseudo. Public praise or private respect?
Private respect.
Okay. Dogs?
Yeah, private respect. Yeah,
Arg, me mateys.
gonna do my thing.
Trailer, what do you think?
Private respect.
I like it. JS?
This one's tough. Public praise or private respect?
Yeah, it is a hard
Like,
one. Yeah.
Don't pay attention.
I'm gonna-
Hawk.
So, would you want public praise?
Hey,
no,
no
crosstalk.
problem. Let him go.
I'm-
Let him go.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm gonna say public praise because, well, I'll just say public praise. I don't want to think about it.
All right, all right. No, that's no problem. Teriak, what do you think?
Private respect.
I like it. I like it. King?
Private respect. I'd rather have the respect of my family than the adoration of the public.
I like it. I like it. Jack?
Private respect.
I like it. I like it. Kieran?
I'd like public respect and private praise.
He wants both. This motherfucker, you gotta pick one.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
okay,
Private praise. Private praise is.
Yeah, I want my family to praise me and the public to respect me, but I'll go with
No,
private respect.
So prived praise would be you
This guy
praise
That was the
yourself,
Private
bro.
praise. This
Like-
fucking guy.
I want the public to praise my privates.
I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with here. Private respect. You know, it's the same thing.
Damn straight.
It's. I'd rather I'll enjoy the respect from my family and appreciate it way more than any public praise. So.
But you can affect more change
Well,
with the public
and
praise.
not only
I know
just-
you're right about that,
not
JS. You're right about that,
praise,
but there's just
not
certain
even the
things that are just I
praise,
don't
but
care, right? You know,
respect
like,
of, like,
think about these
this is-
losers. that
Dog,
try to,
shut the fuck up.
think about these losers who like try to try to bring up my kids, for instance, right? I care more about what my kids think about me than any of the fucking losers say about praising me about my kids, right?
And also for
Yes,
JS,
sir.
when JS it says public praise or private respect, which means you may get the public praise where you can affect change, but you don't get private respect. Like you're forfeiting private respect, which means you're doing something
That's
that
okay.
your
I can stay to myself privately, and I
can you
guess then
respect-
it means I don't respect myself.
Like fuck the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah,
Cheers. But think about it this way. This is actually kind of the way I thought about it when I made these two. So I thought about like sometimes people will say things in public nice about you, and then when you're not there, they say some shit behind your back in private. And then
Oh, in private they don't. Okay, I didn't think about
yeah,
that.
right.
Just
That's
me.
the way I thought about it when I put this together. I thought like because there's those people that'll like praise you in public, and then when they're in private together, like yeah, that guy's a fucking
Talk
ass.
that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Awesome.
try to really deep think on these ones. I try to get them deep. I try to get
You
them
got
deep.
some good ones this time, man. Some
Yeah, they were
thinkers.
nice. They were nice. So now, chat and panel, we are getting into the last round. This is called Save the World. All right, this is your legacy you want to leave behind. I want you to listen real close. Imagine everyone in the world right now has tuned in to the Speakeasy Show, and they're all asking you the same question, and they're all listening to your answer. What should define success? And we'll start this one here with Pseudo.
What should define success? You yourself should define success.
Okay. I like it. Dogs. I think you're muted if you're talking.
I am muted. I clicked the button. My bad. I'm gonna have to say family. How you create more family and the best infrastructure you could. I mean, it's that's my great structure for the night, I guess.
I like it. Trailer, what do you think?
I think first and foremost, you're standing with God. And within that, your relationship and well-being of your family. I think those things right there, no matter where you're at in life, if you have a good standing with God and your family's well taken care of and you're in a good standing with them, you're doing all right.
I like it. JS, what do you think?
Being able to achieve your goals on your own terms, not by like being unique. Jimmy Carr said, don't be the best, be the only. So yeah, reaching your goals based on your own standards, not on anybody else's.
Damn, I don't think I remembered that one. Don't be the best, be the only. I fucking love it. It's a fucking great one. I want to tattoo that shit on me. That's how good that one is. I like it. Kieran, what do you think?
To be raising kids that can launch themselves off into the world and make a life for themselves, and then beyond that each person you meet in your day-to-day interactions is a little bit better off for having interacted with you.
I like it. Jack?
Well, all my answers have been stolen, so I'm gonna go with a well-cooked steak. A well-cooked steak.
not in butter, not in the microwave.
That's fair. Fair enough.
Sorry, cross talk.
King, what do you think?
Success is defined by those who will miss you when you're gone, not by the things you bought while you were here.
I like it. Teriak?
By the amount of people who depend upon you. The more people that depend upon you, the more successful you are.
I like it. Since all of you just gave amazing answers yourselves, I'm gonna give you guys what I used to always give my definition of a successful man. All right, I'm gonna be specific to the men right now. All right, what defines success is a man that dedicates himself to protecting, providing for, and leading his family and the people around him, and by extension, the society he is a part of.
It's a good one.
See, I chose when I said yourself, like you as me, like me, the individual, because I thought that'd be a one-word answer.
Oh, if you
But
want
it's
to
up
give a
me-
different answer,
yeah.
you can give a different answer.
It's up to me as the man of the house, to define success. It's all
Whether
about
that link
it's
to
all about my
family again.
family. It's all about my family. It's all about my kids.
You got to successfully procreate and create a family and a cause and a legacy.
Yeah,
I would call that success.
Comes down to me.
Since
as a
Rage is
man.
in the chat saying, "What about women?" I'll give you one for women too. Women that dedicate themselves to their children and their husbands before
Yes.
anything else.
Yep, 100%.
Amen.
That's my one for women, Rage. You got one for women too. All right. But listen,
Both of those are great.
I want to say first off, shout out to everybody who came and joined the hot seat. Shout out to everyone who survived the hot seat. You guys are absolutely amazing. Shout out to you all in the chat that participated. Don't worry, I'm always reading your answers in there. I love seeing you guys participating in the questions as well. Always amazing. Again, thank you all. This has been the hot seat. If you guys want to stick around for a minute after the outro, let you guys do a little shout out to anything you want to do. But yeah, thank you to everyone. And again, this has been the motherfucking hot seat.
Step in the light. The flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the clock's ticking, clock's dripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. The crowd's leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the Smoke in the air. No time to cheat. 'Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
Let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to you all. What do you does anyone got anything they want to shout out to the chat or push? You got something coming up or
Yeah, I do.
channel out, whatever. Let them know.
Yeah, real quick, easy. It's always an honor and a pleasure. Thank you. You're a legend. You know that. To anybody out there in the chat world and anybody who can hear this, just in case you haven't heard it today, you are cared about, you are respected, you are loved because I care about you, I respect you, and I love you. Even you, JS. Hey, Trailer Thrash. You know my boy Teriak, right?
Sir,
This guy.
And he's gone.
And the lag is gonna carry it on, so he seems like he stayed for a while.
yeah, I'm aware of Teriak. Yeah,
I'm gonna say everybody needs to make sure that the moon landing debate is on your schedule. It's gonna be a barn burner.
Yes, sir.
I think it's going to get wild. I've done more research and prep over the last 2 weeks into this than probably any debate I've done. I know every argument, every rebuttal, everything. You're going down, buddy.
Yeah, I can't wait, bro. This is gonna be so fun. I can't wait. I can't wait. I think I'm gonna bring you a little bit something different. All right, I've really worked on this one too. Actually, I really worked on it.
That'll be funny. Yeah,
It's gonna
that'll
be a
be a
fun
good
one
one.
for sure. I
Yeah,
can't wait.
that'll be
All right.
fucking. Yeah.
There's
I'll
the
see you guys
Irish
later.
goodbye. It finally happened.
Later. Anyone else? What do you got for us?
Yeah, real
just
quick. I
wanna-
got the film room after this. We're going to be doing the Rachel debate. Also, we're going to be doing a Swords of Reason with Easy against Indian Jesus on Trump. And also, shout out to Are You Crazy? He's back doing the interviews. I'm going to be doing that on Sunday night / Monday morning as well. So shout out to Are You Crazy? And Trailer Trash. You know what an Irish goodbye is, right? This is what King.
That's the fast version. The non-lag version.
That's the on-time version. Yeah, it took me a second, and I figured it out.
King's leg, gotcha.
Yeah, it did.
Anyone else got anything?
No, I just want to say thanks for having us up. It's been a really fun hot seat, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks, man.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
up.
Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
I'd just like to say thank you again every time for providing this platform for all of us to talk and have a great time. It's a wonderful channel. Enjoy my time here.
I appreciate that.
And also we got to get cooking on the Master Chef versus Darth debate. We gotta
Yeah.
figure that out. We got to get a way for you two to communicate. Social media and everything. You guys seem to have the opposites.
Well, yeah, if Pseudo messages me on X and I can message Darth on Discord and I can just coordinate it. I do it
Yep.
all the time. There's people that I like right now I'm coordinating somebody on Discord and somebody through emails. It happens sometimes like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just I've been paying attention to that. I think it needs to happen. I think that'd be a solid one.
Oh yeah.
He's got the prompt choices. I don't know. I think they're fair. You know, like I said, I mean,
Yeah, just message me on X. We'll get it set up.
So yeah, I'll hit you up on Twitter. I'm sure I'll have no problem finding you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. So, you know, prep. I'll have some notes down. I'm not gonna let it turn into a weed science nerd debate. You know, about all these.
Oh, we'll get something good. We'll get something good.
We'll have something good. I'm ready to do it. I'm sure he is too.
Yeah, it'll be a good time.
Thanks for having me up.
I'm Liam Neeson with this shit. Don't worry.
All right. Well, with that being said, thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Night trailer.
Night trailer. And yeah, I was. My ending point was thank you, God bless, brother, for another great stream to hang out and have a good conversation with. Like hot seats are my favorite ones because it's just
Yeah, they're fun, right? They're fun.
they're like these are my favorite ones. So God bless you, God bless chat, God bless everybody involved. Love you, bros. See you
God
next.
bless you as well. Thank you very much, dogs. And fucking Spartacus coming in with a huge $140 said credit for tomorrow. All right, let me write this down for you. Got 140 in there.
Boom. Starting off strong already.
Right? Before we
Shit.
even got it rolling. Before we
Haven't even hit
got
the
it
intro yet, dude.
rolling. That's what I'm
Did
talking
he use his Home Depot credit card?
Yeah, one of them. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he
we found that in the
it
kitchen.
poster.
That was funny. Yeah,
All
it
right.
would be different in Canada.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for
Anyways.
having me up. Thanks for having me up. It's been great as always. Your platform's awesome. I thank you for allowing us to all come up and spew our wisdom or our bullshit. It's all in good fun. And
Hey man,
God
it's
bless.
fucking
Have a good
awesome.
night.
So I appreciate you guys coming up too.
Yep. All right. Have a good one.
You as well. You as well. God bless.
It's
Jack.
just me. Yeah, thanks for having me up as usual, the per usual. Thank you for everything you do. Let's get easy up to 10K already. I'm surprised, you know what I mean? Like we gotta get there. Same thing with Teriak, get him up to 2.
We're actually like dumb close right now. We are
Yeah.
41 subs away.
Hey, there we go. That was some progress right there. Yeah.
Yep. And
But
listen, I
yeah,
have some fucking crazy just wait. I got some great fucking news today. We got some new faces coming on Swords of Reason. Shit's about May is the fucking month, okay? I'm telling you right
hell
now.
yeah.
May the
I'm
force
excited.
be with me, okay? Let me tell you. It's coming.
Hell yeah. I'm here for every step of the ride. I'm super excited for DebateCon, and I think King wants to actually argue in me within a debate. So we might be hitting you up soon about
Yeah,
that.
hit
I
me
think
up,
it's
dude. Hit me up.
I think it's I think the two we were wrestling with was like Cartoon Network versus Boomerang, I think was one, or we could do anime versus cartoons. So I don't know which one would probably be better with that,
Cartoon
but
Network one sounds really good.
yeah, I just have
Cartoon
to.
Network versus. I think I can get you guys onto something a little bit different. Both of you hit me up about this. This is actually, I think I can get you guys both onto something around that you guys would actually like. Cartoon
For sure.
Network. You said Boomerang?
Yeah, he wanted to take Boomerang, and I said, I'd have to look at the list. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
I
there's a
think
lot of
I think
Boomerang
I have.
shows.
Cartoon Network is a really good one though. So
Yeah, I know
if
it has
he
some
wants
huge
to
bangers on
stick
there.
with Boomerang, like that could be good. But I would have did like Cartoon Network versus Nickelodeon or something like this.
Yeah, that could be something as well,
Right?
though. Nickelodeon had some bangers too,
Right.
for sure. So,
Or what was
but
always on channel 25? What was that again? Fuck. Is it YTV?
I think I know what you're talking about, but I
or
can't
something
think of
like
it.
this? YTV or something? I forget. There's another one.
Yeah.
There's another one.
But yeah,
But
that or if we can't come to terms with like cartoons, like I said, we could do cartoons versus anime.
All
do
right,
something
all
like
right.
that. But one of those two.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Or, or something
I'm
around
down,
it.
bro. We need another Nerds of Reason in. So
That's what I'm saying. I want to make them just. I know Swords of Reason obviously is going to be because that's serious issues, but I really want to make the Nerds of Reasons like that way. People want to do them more. You know what I mean? Like get some people that aren't as confident. Start building that skills.
With them, I decorate the fucking overlay a little different.
Oh, I love that opening you did for it.
You like that?
The shit was great, dude.
The LARPers instead of actual knights.
Yeah, no, that was great. I really appreciate that. But yeah, thank you for everything you do. Like, I wish I could show love like how Jungle does in Spargus. I try to do what I can, but
hey, we all know got Jungle money. I don't expect that from everyone. Don't worry. Listen, I'm grateful just for your time, bro. Trust me.
All right. Well, yeah. But yeah. Thanks for having me up as always, and everybody, God bless. Have a good day.
God bless you as well.
Later.
Tiny said nobody got Jungle money except Jungle. True. Shit. But yeah, listen, you guys want to get on the Swords of Reason, hit me up in the Discord or on X. I don't check Instagram as much, but I do go check it every now and then. But yeah, like Discord, X, if you fucking leave a comment, on one of my posts or on one of my debates, the wife, Tiny, one of us that see the comment will find a way to get a hold of you and get you lined up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and those are the ones I always work on first because it makes my job a little bit easier, right? I don't have to go looking for the topic and the people that are going to take the sides of the topic. You're already telling me what topic you want. I'll just find your opponent. Makes it a little easier for me, all right? But I don't mind doing the legwork. I like this. It's, all the content that I work on, I really enjoy it. So, I'm not going to fucking complain about it being hard at all. I love it. Every fucking minute of it. All right. You guys are fucking absolutely amazing. I really can't thank you all enough. I just can't. Especially when I tell you guys the great news, I just want you guys to know you guys put me in this position. All right. May's gonna be a wild ride, baby. May's gonna be a wild ride. Let me tell you. All right, it's gonna be a big one. All right, and then we got DebateCon, and I'm not at DebateCon, like I'm not debating at DebateCon, but just going there is gonna be fucking awesome in July. It's gonna be a fucking wicked year, guys. You guys are the fucking best. Put W's and crowns in the chat for chat. All right. You guys are the fucking best. Honestly. I can't thank you guys enough. Hey, if you guys didn't watch my feminism debate earlier on Fatties, you might want to go watch it. It was entertaining. It was a fucking great time. It's a great time. Shit. All right, guys, listen, I am sending you to Teriak's doing a film room. So he's reviewing the Rachel Wilson debate, doing a breakdown and review of the Rachel Wilson versus Ryan Shapiro. So go show Teriak some love over there, all right? Even if you're not going to stay, hit the sub, He's almost at 2,000. He's getting real close. And I'm getting real close to 10,000. So make sure you sub here too. If you ain't subbed. All right. Because if you're not, you're crazy. You're crazy. Listen, I love you guys. Thank you all for coming and joining. Listen, it can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube. Hands fucking down. All right. I love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful day, evening, morning, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And, well, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?